Peter, a renowned mathematician, sat in his study, sipping coffee while reviewing a complex proof he had been working on for months. The stillness of the room was abruptly interrupted by a chime from his phone. He glanced at the screen to see a notification from his bank. His brow furrowed in confusion. "You have been debited 5,000 US dollars, read the message. Peter's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't made any such transaction. A quick check on his banking app confirmed the deduction. Panic set in as he racked his brain, trying to remember if he had shared his financial details with anyone recently. But he was meticulous with security, always ensuring his devices were protected. Then, a memory surfaced. Yesterday, he had received a seemingly innocuous Christmas animation in his messenger. It was a short .gif clip of snowflakes falling and a jolly Santa wishing him Merry Christmas. Without a second thought, Peter had clicked on it. As he watched the animation, his iPhone screen flickered for a brief moment, but everything seemed normal. Peter's fingers hovered over the keyboard, his mind still racing as he decided to check his antivirus app's dashboard. It was a premium version, one of the top-rated security suites specifically designed to shield against the latest threats. He trusted it to protect his digital life. But in light of the recent incident, that trust had been shaken. He opened the app and navigated to the security log. It showed that the last full scan had completed just yesterday, shortly before he received the mysterious animation. According to the log, his iPhone was clean, and all virus definitions were up to date. So why wasn't this caught? He muttered to himself, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Peter scrolled through the app, looking for any signs of irregularity. He checked the premium features: real-time protection, firewall, phishing detection, identity protection. Everything seemed to be functioning as it should. He even reviewed the recent updates and security patches, all of which had been installed without any issues. If the antivirus is up to date and running properly, then what went wrong? He wondered. His mind raced through possibilities. Could this be a completely new kind of malware? Something so advanced that it had evaded detection even by the most sophisticated software? Or was it possible that the malware had somehow tampered with the antivirus, making it blind to the infection? His paranoia began to rise. He realized he needed more information. Perhaps there were others who had experienced something similar. He checked the App Store for recent reviews of his antivirus app, but there was nothing indicating a widespread issue. No reports of security breaches, no mentions of new viruses or Trojans slipping through the defenses. Peter then expanded his search to security forums and social media. He typed in keywords like iPhone malware Christmas animation and new iPhone Trojan, but still, nothing of relevance came up. It seemed as if no one else had encountered what he was dealing with. He felt more isolated with every passing minute. The possibility that he was among the first to be hit by this threat grew stronger in his mind. A zero-day exploit, he thought again. A vulnerability that hasn't been discovered yet. That would explain why his antivirus hadn't caught it. But if that were the case, the implications were terrifying. It could mean that others were vulnerable too, and they wouldn't even know it until it was too late. Peter decided to perform a manual scan on his phone, hoping that somehow it would pick up on something the automatic scans had missed. The scan took longer than usual, each minute feeling like an eternity as he watched the progress bar inch forward. Finally, the scan completed. No threats found, the screen displayed. Peter stared at the screen, frustrated. The logical part of his brain told him that this should be reassuring. After all, the antivirus claimed his device was safe. But another part of him couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. There was no explanation for the missing money, and no explanation for the flicker on his phone screen after clicking the animation. Unsure of what to do next, Peter decided to dig deeper into his phone's activity logs. He accessed the developer settings and looked at recent system events. His eyes scanned through lines of code, searching for anything unusual, any unknown processes that could indicate something sinister running in the background. But nothing stood out. Everything looked normal. Yet, despite all his efforts, the anxiety gnawed at him. What if this malware is designed to be invisible? What if it's sophisticated enough to hide from even the most advanced detection methods? His thoughts spiraled further. If this virus was truly new, it could be spreading undetected. His personal data, financial information, even his academic work. All could be at risk. And not just for him, but for anyone else who might unknowingly fall victim to the same trap. Feeling cornered, Peter made a decision. He called one of his colleagues, a cybersecurity expert named Dr. Elena Ross, who had worked with law enforcement on high-profile hacking cases. "Elena," Peter said, trying to keep the panic out of his voice as he explained the situation. "I need your help. I think I've been hit by something new." There was a pause on the other end of the line before Elena responded. "Peter, send me everything you've got. Screenshots, logs, any files you received. I'll analyze them. If this is a new virus or Trojan, we need to act fast before it spreads." Peter felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least now, he wasn't alone in this fight. Peter wasted no time. His heart pounded as he dialed the number for his bank's telebanking service. The wait felt agonizingly long, but finally, a calm voice answered on the other end. "Thank you for calling. How may I assist you today?" Peter quickly explained the situation, detailing the unauthorized transaction. "I need to freeze my account immediately," he added urgently. "There's a chance my phone's been compromised, and I can't risk further breaches." The representative acknowledged the seriousness of the situation. Within minutes, they confirmed that his account had been frozen, preventing any additional withdrawals or transactions. Peter felt a slight sense of relief, knowing that at least his financial assets were secure for the time being. "Is there anything else we can assist you with?" the representative asked. Peter thought for a moment. "Could you please initiate a full investigation into the transaction? I'm concerned this might be part of a larger issue." "We'll escalate this to our fraud team right away," the representative assured him. "You'll hear from them within the next 48 hours. After ending the call, Peter turned his attention back to his phone. He compiled everything he could think of: the suspicious Christmas animation, screenshots of his banking app showing the unauthorized transaction, logs from his antivirus scans, and the recent system events he had reviewed earlier. He zipped the files together and attached them to an email address to Dr. Elena Ross, his tech-savvy friend who had already agreed to help. In the email, he included a detailed account of everything that had happened, from the moment he clicked on the animation to the flicker on his screen, to the strange debit from his bank account. He trusted Elena's expertise. She had a sharp mind for uncovering hidden digital threats, and if anyone could get to the bottom of this, it was her. With the email sent, Peter sat back in his chair, exhaling deeply. There was nothing more he could do for now. His finances were on hold, and the investigation was in motion. All that was left was to wait for Elena's analysis. But as he stared at the screen, Peter couldn't shake the fear gnawing at him. What if this was bigger than a simple virus or Trojan? What if it was something more complex? An evolving threat targeting people like him, who valued their privacy and security above all else? Peter's mind drifted back to his mathematics. The logical patterns he normally took comfort in now seemed distant. His world, which was usually so orderly and precise, felt chaotic and unpredictable. He glanced out the window at the quiet street outside, but inside his mind, a storm was brewing. The minutes ticked by, each one stretching longer than the last, until finally, his phone chimed. It was an email from Elena. "Got everything you sent?" the message read. "I'm diving in now. We'll keep you posted. Stay safe, Peter." This could be bigger than we thought. Peter's anxiety intensified. Bigger than we thought? He had feared as much, but seeing it confirmed in Elena's words sent a chill down his spine. His fingers twitched restlessly as he stared at the email, waiting for the next update from Elena. He knew it might take hours, or even days, for her to uncover anything concrete. But in the meantime, Peter realized his life was on hold. His proof, the banking investigation, and his personal security, all intertwined in a web of uncertainty. With nothing else to do but wait, Peter decided to take a walk around the neighborhood. He needed to clear his head and regain some sense of control. The cool air outside felt refreshing, but as he walked, he couldn't help but feel like the world had become a little darker, a little more dangerous. And as much as he tried to focus on the sound of his footsteps, his thoughts kept drifting back to his phone, wondering what Elena might discover next. As evening descended, Peter sat in his study, the room dimly lit by the soft glow of his desk lamp. He had been unable to focus on his work all day, his mind consumed with worry about the mysterious transaction and the potential security breach. Every time his phone buzzed, his heart raced, but it was always just a spam email or a routine notification. Finally, his phone rang, cutting through the silence. It was Elena. He answered immediately, his voice tense. "Elena, what did you find?" On the other end, Elena's voice was calm but carried an undertone of concern. "Peter, I went through everything. The GIF, the logs, all of it. The animation file is clean. It's just a regular holiday greeting, no malicious code embedded. I checked your phone's log data too, and nothing looks out of place. Whatever caused this wasn't triggered by that file or anything that's visible on your system." Peter felt a knot in his stomach. "So, what does that mean? How did they get access to my account?" Elena sighed. "This isn't something simple, Peter. If the usual signs aren't there, it's likely a more sophisticated hack. It could be some new kind of exploit that hasn't been documented yet, something that bypasses the traditional methods of detection. A zero-day attack, or maybe a highly targeted phishing scheme that tricked the system into thinking everything was fine." Peter slumped back in his chair, running a hand through his hair. "But my antivirus is up to date. I've been so careful." "I know," Elena replied gently, "but the attackers are getting smarter. It's possible they found a way around the latest defenses, using techniques that haven't been seen before. It's rare, but not impossible. You might have been an early target, someone they were specifically looking for, or it could just be bad luck." "An early target?" Peter asked, the idea unnerving him. "Why me?" Elena paused before responding. "It could be random, or it could be that they're looking for specific profiles, people with strong security practices who won't notice until it's too late. Maybe even people in fields like yours, who deal with sensitive data or high-level intellectual work. There's a chance this isn't just about money, Peter. It could be something deeper." Peter's mind raced, replaying everything from the past few days. Could his work on advanced mathematical theories have drawn attention? He had always believed his work to be abstract and far removed from anything that could be commercially valuable or a target for espionage. But in the world of cyber attacks, nothing seemed too far-fetched anymore. "So what do we do now?" Peter asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "I'm going to escalate this to a few contacts in the cybersecurity world," Elena said. "People who specialize in tracking down these kinds of advanced threats. I'll also be keeping an eye on any emerging reports that could match your case. In the meantime, you've done the right thing by freezing your account and changing your passwords. But stay vigilant, Peter. If this really is something new, we need to be ready for anything." Peter nodded, even though she couldn't see him. "Thanks, Elena. I appreciate your help." "Of course," she replied. "I'll keep you updated as soon as I hear anything more. And Peter, take care of yourself. I know this is stressful, but we'll get to the bottom of it." They said their goodbyes, and Peter hung up the phone. He sat there for a moment, staring into the darkness outside the window. The conversation with Elena had confirmed his fears. This wasn't a simple mistake or a glitch in the system. Something more complex and dangerous was at play. Peter tried to refocus on his work, but the equations and proofs that once captivated him now seemed trivial compared to the looming threat. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of something much larger, something that could affect not just him, but countless others who had yet to realize they were vulnerable. As the night wore on, Peter's thoughts shifted from panic to determination. He was a mathematician, trained to solve problems, no matter how complex. And this was just another problem, one that he would approach with the same methodical precision that had guided his career. He took a deep breath, pulled out a fresh sheet of paper, and began mapping out possible scenarios. If this was indeed a new hack, then somewhere within the complexity of the attack lay the solution. All he had to do was find the pattern, the logic behind it, and unravel it step by step. And as he worked into the night, the shadows of uncertainty that had hung over him began to lift, replaced by the clarity of a mind determined to find the truth, no matter how elusive it might be. Peter sat in the stillness of his study, the weight of uncertainty pressing down on him. With Elena's words echoing in his mind, He knew that the only way forward was to dissect every action he had taken in the past few months. He needed to identify the moment the breach occurred. He closed his eyes and began to retrace his steps. Since Easter, life had been relatively routine: teaching, research, and occasional meetings with colleagues. Apart from those regular activities, he hadn't used his banking app much. Groceries, he thought. That was the only time he had made transactions recently, and he always used the same trusted merchant. Peter trusted the grocery store's point-of-sale (POS) system implicitly. The store was well known, with state-of-the-art security measures in place. Their systems were regularly audited, their encryption standards among the highest in the industry. There was no way their security could have been broken. The breach, if it had occurred during one of his transactions, had to have happened somewhere else, in transmission, perhaps. His mind raced. If the problem wasn't with the store or the bank itself, then it had to be during the transmission of the data. That meant his private key, the cryptographic key used to secure his communications, had somehow been compromised. The thought was terrifying. Private keys were designed to be unbreakable, protected by layers of encryption that only the most sophisticated algorithms could even attempt to crack. But if someone had found a way to break his private key, it would explain everything. The hacker could have intercepted his data during a routine transaction and decrypted it, allowing them to siphon funds from his account without leaving any trace. Peter's stomach twisted at the realization. His private key being compromised meant that someone had access to everything: his financial transactions, his communications, and potentially even more sensitive data. This wasn't just about a single debit from his bank account. This was about his entire digital life being laid bare to an unknown entity. But how? How could they have broken the key? He kept his system up to date, used strong passwords, and followed all the best practices. He wasn't some careless user. He was meticulous about his digital security. Peter stood up, pacing the room. Could there be a flaw in the encryption algorithm itself? Was it possible that someone had discovered a new method of breaking encryption that the world wasn't aware of yet? Or could it have been something more insidious, like a man-in-the-middle attack that intercepted his data as it was being transmitted from the POS system to the bank? His mind buzzed with questions, but none of them had easy answers. He knew that encryption standards were evolving all the time, and that researchers were constantly finding new vulnerabilities. But if his private key had truly been compromised, this was bigger than just him. It could be part of a wider attack on the very foundations of digital security. Peter's thoughts were interrupted by another email notification. It was from Elena. "Peter, I've been doing some more digging. There's no chatter on the usual forums about any new viruses or Trojans, but I found a few obscure references to something that might be connected. It's still in the early stages, but there are rumors about a new exploit targeting secure transmission protocols. It's not confirmed yet, but it's being called Quantum Mirage. I'll keep looking, but this could be related to what you're dealing with. Stay vigilant." Peter's breath caught in his throat. Quantum Mirage. The name alone sent a shiver down his spine. If Elena was right, and this exploit targeted secure transmissions, it could explain how his private key was broken. But it also meant that this wasn't just a personal attack. It was part of something much larger, something that could potentially disrupt secure communications on a global scale. He sat back down, his hands trembling slightly as he typed out a response to Elena. "Keep me posted. If this is related, we need to figure out how they're doing it. I'll dig into the encryption standards on my end and see if there's been any recent research that might explain this. And Elena, thanks again. I'm not sure what I'd do without your help." After hitting send, Peter leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath. He knew what he had to do next. He couldn't just sit and wait for answers to come to him. He needed to be proactive, to dive into the research and uncover any clues that might lead to the source of this attack. He opened his laptop, pulling up the latest papers on encryption vulnerabilities, quantum computing, and secure transmission protocols. If there was a flaw out there, something that could have compromised his private key, he would find it. And when he did, he would make sure that no one else fell victim to this kind of attack. But as he began his search, Peter couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of dread. If Quantum Mirage was real, and it could bypass even the most secure encryption methods, then the world was facing a new era of cyber warfare, one where the old rules no longer applied, and the line between safety and vulnerability was thinner than ever before. As Peter scoured the depths of encryption research, trying to find any clues that could explain the breach of his private key, his browser suddenly pinged with a notification. Google had recommended some videos, their thumbnails popping up on the side of his screen. He glanced at them absent-mindedly, already overwhelmed by the sea of information he was sifting through. But one thumbnail caught his eye. It was from a YouTube channel with the handle at Resolved. Peter didn't recognize the name, but it seemed to be related to mathematics and computer science, areas he was very familiar with. Curiosity got the better of him, and he clicked on the channel. The page loaded, revealing a series of videos, many of which were dense with mathematical notation, graphs, and long-winded explanations about prime numbers, cryptography, and complex algorithms. Peter skimmed through a few, but nothing seemed particularly groundbreaking. The comment sections were filled with the usual chatter, some praising the creator's insight, others dismissing the content as overhyped nonsense. Just as Peter was about to close the tab and move on, something at the bottom of the page grabbed his attention. It was a very recent post. Beware world. Prime factorization algorithm is cracked? Peter's heart skipped a beat. He quickly clicked on the video, his mind racing. Prime factorization was the backbone of many cryptographic systems, including the RSA encryption algorithm, which relied on the difficulty of factoring large prime numbers. If someone had found a way to crack that, it could potentially undermine the entire foundation of modern digital security. The video began with a blurry shot of an Excel file filled with formulas. A voiceover, distorted and almost robotic, explained how a new algorithm had allegedly been discovered, a method for efficiently factoring large prime numbers. The details were vague, and the presentation was far from polished, but the implications were clear. If this was real, it could change everything. Peter leaned in closer, absorbing every word. The narrator spoke of an exploit that could break the RSA encryption scheme in minutes, using a combination of advanced mathematical techniques and quantum computing principles. The video claimed that the algorithm was so efficient that even the largest RSA keys, previously thought to be unbreakable, could be factored in a fraction of the time. As the video played, Peter's skepticism grew. It sounded almost too sensational, like the kind of conspiracy theory that popped up in fringe corners of the internet. But then the narrator dropped a bombshell. This is not just a theoretical breakthrough. It's already been tested through VBA macros and limited scale he could afford. He warned the world, any kind of unexplained financial breaches and mysterious hacks could be the early signs of this algorithm in action. Stay vigilant. The world is about to change. Peter froze. His mind flashed back to his own situation, the unexplained debit from his bank account, the mysterious breach of his private key, Elena's mention of the rumored quantum mirage. Could it be possible that this new prime factorization algorithm was responsible? Could he be one of the first victims of an attack that the world didn't even know existed yet? He quickly scrolled through the comments, hoping to find more information, but there was little to go on. A few users expressed disbelief, while others echoed the warnings of the video. One comment stood out: if this is true, it's the end of RSA as we know it. Quantum computing just took a terrifying leap forward. Peter's hands trembled as he closed the video. His mind raced with possibilities. Could this video be the missing piece of the puzzle? Could this new algorithm explain the breach that had compromised his account? He grabbed his phone and dialed Elena's number. She picked up on the second ring. "Elena, I just saw something you need to know about," Peter said, his voice urgent. He quickly explained the video, the claims about the prime factorization algorithm, and how it might be linked to the breach he had experienced. Elena listened carefully, then responded with a mixture of caution and concern. "Peter, if this is real, we're dealing with something unprecedented. I'll look into this at Resolved channel and see what I can find. But be careful. If this algorithm is in the wild, we're looking at a massive security crisis. It's not just about your account anymore. This could be global." Peter nodded, though she couldn't see him. "I know. I just hope we're not already too late." After hanging up, Peter sat in silence, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He knew that the world of cryptography was built on the assumption that certain problems, like prime factorization, were too difficult to solve efficiently. But if that assumption had been shattered, then nothing was safe. Peter stared at his screen, feeling a chill run down his spine. The digital world had always felt abstract, a world of ones and zeros, equations, and encryption. But now, it was all too real. And somewhere, out there in the ether, an invisible threat was looming, one that could unravel the very fabric of the modern world. Peter's mind was in overdrive. If the video about the prime factorization algorithm was accurate, it could signal the most significant cryptographic breach of the century. But there was something else that gnawed at him. The person behind the video? He needed to know more about this mysterious YouTube channel. A quick Google search revealed something unexpected. The channel's owner wasn't just making bold claims about cryptography. He had also been working on one of the most famous unsolved problems in mathematics, the Riemann hypothesis. Peter's eyes widened as he clicked on a link leading to an article about this enigmatic figure. The title read, "Amateur mathematician claims to have solved the Riemann hypothesis. A breakthrough or just another hoax?" The article detailed how the channel owner had publicly shared his work on the Riemann hypothesis, claiming to have found a proof. The problem, which had baffled mathematicians for over 160 years, was considered one of the most difficult and important in all of mathematics. It dealt with the distribution of prime numbers and had implications across number theory, complex analysis, and even cryptography. What struck Peter most was that the channel owner described himself not as a professional mathematician, but as a math enthusiast with a background in accounting. He wasn't someone who had spent decades in academia, nor did he have the credentials typically associated with such a groundbreaking discovery. How could someone with an accounting background, a discipline rooted in basic algebra and financial calculations, possibly claim to have solved the Riemann hypothesis? Peter felt a mix of skepticism and intrigue. He knew better than anyone that breakthroughs could sometimes come from unexpected places, but this? It seemed too far-fetched. Yet, if there was any truth to the claim, it could explain everything: the prime factorization algorithm, the breach of his private key, and the mention of quantum computing. He scrolled through the article, reading about the supposed proof. The details were vague, but the article mentioned that the solution involved high school-level algebra, intuitive leaps, and connections between seemingly unrelated areas of mathematics. The amateur mathematician had even drawn parallels between the Riemann hypothesis and concepts in accounting, such as balance sheets and averaging techniques. Peter couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. How could someone with such limited formal mathematical training have made such monumental strides? It didn't make sense. And yet, the implications of his work, if valid, could be earth-shattering. He followed a link in the article that led to a PDF of the mathematician's work. The document was surprisingly well organized, filled with equations and diagrams that seemed far more sophisticated than anything an accountant would typically produce. Peter skimmed through it, noticing references to prime numbers, harmonic analysis, and even some of Euler's work. The notation was unconventional, and some of the arguments felt loose, but there was something undeniably intriguing about it. But as he read on, Peter's skepticism returned. The document was filled with leaps of logic that weren't fully justified, and some of the conclusions seemed too speculative to be taken seriously. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something here, some hidden truth that was just out of reach. Then it hit him. If this amateur mathematician had indeed cracked the Riemann hypothesis, it would explain why he had also developed a prime factorization algorithm. The two were intimately connected. Solving the Riemann hypothesis would, in theory, provide deep insights into the distribution of prime numbers, insights that could lead to an algorithm capable of factoring large primes with unprecedented efficiency. Peter leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. He had spent years working on the fringes of mathematics, always aware of the boundaries between amateur enthusiasm and professional rigor. But this felt different. This wasn't just an amateur playing with equations in his spare time. This was someone who had potentially stumbled onto something monumental, something that could change the course of cryptography, mathematics, and technology as a whole. He picked up his phone and dialed Elena again. When she answered, he quickly filled her in on what he had discovered. "Elena, this isn't just some random hacker. This guy claims to have solved the Riemann hypothesis. If he's right, he might have figured out a way to crack prime factorization algorithms using that knowledge." There was a pause on the other end of the line before Elena responded, her voice tinged with disbelief. Peter, that's insane. But if it's true, this changes everything. I know, Peter replied. We need to take this seriously. I'm going to dig deeper into his work, see if there's anything to it. If he's right, then we're dealing with a completely new threat, a mathematical breakthrough that could redefine everything we know about cryptography. After hanging up, Peter stared at his screen, his thoughts swirling. He had spent his career in pursuit of mathematical truth, always seeking answers to questions that seemed just out of reach. But now, standing on the edge of something potentially groundbreaking, he felt a mix of excitement and fear. If this amateur mathematician had truly cracked the Riemann hypothesis, then the world of numbers, and everything built upon it, was about to change forever. Peter couldn't help but chuckle as he began scrolling through the PDF, scanning the mathematical scribbles of the self-proclaimed Riemann hypothesis solver. The audacity of it all. He paused at a section labeled Dual Unit Circle, where the author described a bizarre mathematical structure involving two intertwined circles, supposedly solving complex problems of symmetry within the Riemann zeta function. It was like watching a child try to reassemble a watch using only duct tape and glue. The paper continued with odd terminology, such as periodical harmonic zeta function, which seemed to imply some strange periodic behavior that supposedly bridged Euler's original zeta function and some harmonic conjugate. Peter was familiar with the beauty and complexity of Euler's work, but this was a far cry from any serious mathematical approach. Then there was the section on gamma of x minus 2, x minus 3. Peter had to stifle a laugh. The author had managed to take one of the most fundamental concepts in mathematical analysis and twist it into an unintelligible mess. The gamma function was crucial in so many areas, from probability theory to complex analysis, but this paper treated it like a toy to be manipulated without care for the consequences. And just when Peter thought he had seen the worst, he stumbled upon the notion of inverse factorials being negative factorials. The author seemed to be struggling to reconcile the fact that factorials don't have inverses in the way multiplication does. The attempt to invert the factorial function and create some sort of negative counterpart was, at best, misguided. But the height of madness came when Peter reached the final section, where the author made the outrageous claim that the imaginary unit, I, was somehow connected to the natural logarithm of 2. This was the point where Peter burst out laughing. He had seen amateur mathematicians make bold claims before, but this was pure fantasy. Imaginary numbers had a well-established role in complex analysis, but trying to redefine them as logarithmic values was absurd. Despite the laughter, Peter couldn't shake a feeling of unease. The paper was amateurish and filled with nonsensical ideas, but something about it lingered in his mind. Could there be a small grain of truth hidden beneath all the madness? He had seen unorthodox approaches before, ideas that seemed foolish at first but later revealed themselves to contain profound insights. His laughter faded as the weight of the situation returned. What if this amateur mathematician had stumbled onto something real without even realizing it? What if the nonsense in the paper was masking a deeper truth? He couldn't dismiss it entirely, especially not after everything that had happened. Peter knew that he couldn't afford to ignore the possibility, no matter how unlikely it seemed. He needed to dig deeper, to understand whether there was something, anything, of value in this chaotic mess of ideas. Peter's amusement began to wane as he read further. The formulas seemed more sophisticated than he had initially thought. The amateurish presentation was full of unconventional ideas that, upon closer inspection, seemed to be rooted in something deeper. One equation stood out in particular: pi raised to the power of 4 equals 100. At first, it seemed absurd. But then Peter recalled some advanced work involving the Riemann zeta function and pi raised to even powers. Perhaps the author was drawing on this, albeit in a crude way. Next, he encountered a formula involving pi raised to the power of j times e equaling -1, where j appeared to be another complex number, supposedly representing the natural logarithm of -1. The author had even gone so far as to call it a perfect reflection of Euler's identity, which tied together exponentials and trigonometric functions in such a beautiful and profound way. Peter leaned back in his chair, no longer laughing. What if this wasn't a simple amateur's work? What if this person had stumbled onto something real, some new insight that hadn't yet been formalized in the standard mathematical lexicon? The strange concepts and unusual approaches might be masking a deeper intuition. Could it be that the real issue was simply in the presentation, not the underlying ideas? He looked again at the formula involving j and -1. Was this truly nonsense, or was there a kernel of truth hidden within it? Euler's identity, after all, had once seemed mysterious and magical until mathematicians had fully unraveled its beauty. Perhaps this paper, with all its oddities, was grappling with something similar. Peter decided to sleep on it. He'd been through enough that day, between the fear of losing his money, the sudden revelation about the cracked prime factorization algorithm, and this baffling paper. His mind needed rest. As he settled into bed, he felt a strange sense of relief. Somehow, in the chaos of it all, the tension that had gripped him since receiving that fraudulent bank notification had eased. His techie friend had found no signs of malware on his phone, and the situation with the banking password didn't seem as dire as before. Now, all that remained was this curious mystery of the amateur mathematician. Peter's mind buzzed with thoughts of prime numbers, logarithms, and dual unit circles as he drifted into sleep. Somewhere in that mix, he felt, was a clue to something important. Tomorrow, with a clearer head, he would decide how to proceed. As Peter strolled through the quiet, early morning streets on his routine walk, his mind was still buzzing with thoughts from the previous night. The crisp air helped to clear his head, and he began reflecting on the strange ideas from the paper that had consumed his attention. At first, it seemed like nonsense, but now, seeing it from another angle, it wasn't all that bad. After all, the idea of stitching two-dimensional Riemann surfaces together and introducing branch cuts, which were standard in complex analysis, had always seemed a bit incomplete to him. Wasn't it just a patchwork approach to deal with the fundamental problems of multivalued functions? If there was another complex number representing the natural logarithm of -1, that could potentially resolve some of the limitations associated with branch cuts. The thought lingered. Why hadn't we ever considered another complex number for the natural logarithm of -1? The more Peter pondered it, the more he began to see the merit in such an idea. The traditional approach of handling these complexities with branch cuts worked well enough, but it was an incomplete solution, a clever workaround rather than a true resolution. Then the thought struck him. Imaginary number I being the natural logarithm of 2, that was the part he couldn't accept. But why not? He had just entertained the idea of another complex number for the natural logarithm of -1. So why couldn't this strange notion of I being ln, 2, be equally valid? After all, if everything related to complex numbers and logarithms moved dynamically within the framework, why should the traditional fixed interpretations hold him back? Suddenly, it clicked. He understood where the author of the paper was coming from. The boy wasn't merely playing with odd ideas. He was attempting to use some form of translation and transformation that dragged the entire framework of complex analysis into a new, three-dimensional context. This transformation was designed to fit the puzzle pieces together, addressing not just branch cuts but the deeper pain points and incompleteness in current mathematics. Peter stopped in his tracks. He could see it now. This amateur mathematician was using a different kind of reasoning, one that wasn't bound by the conventional structures of mathematics. He was approaching the Riemann hypothesis and complex numbers with a broader, more dynamic perspective, one that sought to resolve the inherent limitations that Peter and others had simply worked around for years. The idea that every related concept should move dynamically made sense in this context. The boy's framework wasn't about static equations, but about fluid relationships between numbers, complex planes, and logarithmic properties. It was an attempt to pull together various mathematical problems into a coherent, multidimensional structure. Peter resumed walking, feeling both intrigued and unsettled. This young enthusiast, with his rudimentary math skills, might have stumbled onto something profound. Was it possible that this translation of ideas could unlock the mysteries of the Riemann hypothesis? Of course. Let's pick up right where we left off. As Peter resumed his walk, his mind raced through the implications of what he had realized. This young enthusiast wasn't simply rearranging existing mathematical ideas. He was trying to fundamentally alter how they interacted, creating a more fluid, dynamic system that could, potentially, resolve some of the deepest mysteries in mathematics. The notion of introducing another complex number for the natural logarithm of -1 seemed less absurd now. It was an attempt to rethink the very foundations of complex analysis, and perhaps it was the key to addressing the incompleteness that had nagged at Peter for years. The idea that everything could be translated and transformed into a three-dimensional framework felt revolutionary. It was as if this young amateur had intuitively understood that current mathematical structures, while functional, were like old machinery, effective, but clunky and prone to breakdowns when pushed to their limits. As he approached the park, Peter began to see how this approach could address the Riemann hypothesis. The dual unit circles, the transformations, the rethinking of complex logarithms. All of it could be part of a larger scheme to resolve the problems that had stymied mathematicians for over a century. But could it really be that simple? Could a non-professional mathematician, armed with little more than accounting-level math and intuition, solve one of the most famous unsolved problems in mathematics? Peter had his doubts, but he couldn't ignore the possibility that there might be something here. He made a mental note to revisit the paper when he got back home. Maybe there was a way to strip away the oddities and find the core idea that the boy was trying to express. There had to be something in there, something worth understanding. Peter took a deep breath. For the first time in days, he felt a strange sense of excitement. The fear of losing his money and his frustration over the potential breach of his bank account had faded. Now, his mind was consumed by the possibility of a breakthrough. Maybe this young amateur was onto something after all. With renewed energy, Peter finished his walk, eager to dive back into the paper and explore the ideas he had once dismissed. Back home, Peter brewed himself a strong cup of coffee and set the breakfast table. Alongside his meal sat the freshly printed paper. The white sheets seemed harmless enough, but they held ideas that had stirred something in Peter, something he hadn't felt in a long time. He took a bite of toast, then began to methodically read through the paper again. This time, he wasn't rushing. He was looking for the depth behind the strange concepts. The part about factorials caught his attention. Inverse of factorials. The notion had always seemed like an unfinished piece of mathematics. Factorials themselves were so fundamental, yet inverses of factorials had never been fully developed. The idea that this amateur was attempting to introduce an inverse factorial function to extend the domain and smooth out poles felt like an important step forward. The variants involving x-2, x-3 seemed even more intriguing now. Peter had initially dismissed them as clumsy manipulations, but after sleeping on it, he could see their potential. These variations were attacking the existing poles of the gamma and zeta functions, potentially allowing for an expansion of the domain that would go beyond the standard frameworks. If these x-2, x-3 factorial functions could indeed tame the poles, they might open up entirely new avenues in complex analysis, ways to navigate around the singularities that had always caused trouble. Peter could see the possibility of these functions acting as a bridge, smoothing over the gaps in traditional mathematics. He took another sip of coffee, reflecting on how these new ideas could tackle long-standing problems. Poles, after all, were critical in understanding the behavior of complex functions. If this amateur had found a way to neutralize them, particularly in something as fundamental as the gamma function, it could be revolutionary. But what intrigued Peter even more was how these ideas tied back to the Riemann hypothesis. The paper wasn't just playing with abstract functions, it was using them as tools to reconfigure the landscape of complex analysis. The expansion of the domain could mean a broader, more unified framework that didn't rely on patchwork solutions like branch cuts. The implications were enormous. If these ideas could hold, they could remove the obstacles that had plagued the field for years, making the zeros of the Riemann zeta function clearer and more accessible. Peter found himself scribbling notes in the margins of the paper. Questions and ideas flowed freely now. What if this kid really was onto something? He had dismissed the boy's work at first, but now he couldn't help but think that there was something here, something that could change everything. As Peter was absorbed in his thoughts, the ringing of his phone jolted him back to reality. It was his friend, the tech expert who had helped him freeze his bank account earlier. "Peter," his friend said, sounding unusually tense. It's not just you. I've been hearing about more cases all day. And it's not just money. It's worse. Peter put his pen down, a feeling of unease creeping back over him. What do you mean? His friend sighed. There's a guy with millions of followers who lost his Twitter account, and now his profile is being used to spread hate speech to youth groups. It's causing real damage. Then there's someone who had their entire Demat account drained. Lifetime savings in shares, gone. It's like these attacks are hitting people on every front. Peter's stomach twisted as he listened. The cases were escalating, becoming more personal and devastating. He could hear the weight of it in his friend's voice. And that's not all, his friend continued. One of the cases involved a Hollywood celebrity. They found out that their entire medical history was hacked from a service provider's server. Now, all their personal details, everything from medical conditions to private appointments, are floating around on social media. It's a complete mess. Peter leaned back in his chair, the gravity of the situation sinking in. This wasn't just a financial scam. This was something much bigger. Identities were being hijacked, lives disrupted, and private information exposed to the world. This was a full-scale attack on people's lives. His mind raced. Could it all be connected? Was this the work of a new, sophisticated form of malware or virus that nobody had seen before? But how? There were no signs, no alerts, just subtle, devastating breaches. Peter felt his pulse quicken. The strange animation he had received, the flicker on his phone screen, it had seemed so innocuous. But now, with everything his friend was telling him, it was clear that this was no ordinary attack. And it wasn't just affecting random people. It was hitting those with significant online and financial presences. Was someone specifically targeting high-profile individuals? Have you heard anything from the tech community? Peter asked, trying to steady his voice. Any idea what's going on? His friend hesitated. Nothing solid yet. Everyone's scrambling to figure it out, but it's moving fast. The usual defenses aren't working. Antivirus, firewalls, all of it. This thing is slipping through without leaving much of a trace. Some people are even speculating that it's exploiting a vulnerability in the encryption algorithms themselves. Peter's thoughts immediately jumped back to the paper he had been reading, the prime factorization algorithm being cracked. Could it be related? Could someone have found a way to break encryption at the most fundamental level, using mathematics? I need to dig deeper, Peter muttered, half to himself. What was that? His friend asked. Nothing. Just, let me know if you hear anything else, Peter replied quickly, his mind already racing ahead. Peter hung up the phone, his mind buzzing with urgency. He glanced over at the paper on his desk, the amateur mathematician's work that had seemed, at first, like an eccentric exercise in abstract theory. But now, with the escalating reports of breaches and the unsettling notion that encryption might be cracked, Peter couldn't ignore the possibility that there was a connection. I need to see the proof, Peter muttered to himself. He needed to go beyond the surface-level strangeness of the dual unit circles and inverse factorials. He needed to dive deep into this kid's work, find the core, and understand how it might connect to the real world, to the sudden breakdown of security systems that had been thought unbreakable. He took another sip of his now lukewarm coffee, placed the paper neatly in front of him, and began reading through it with renewed focus. The abstracts, the equations, the connection to reality. As Peter scanned the formulas, he realized that this wasn't just some abstract manipulation of numbers. The kid had been talking about translating and transforming the entire mathematical framework into a three-dimensional model. Peter had dismissed it at first as nonsense, but now it seemed like an effort to rethink how mathematics could be applied in the real world, particularly in cryptography and encryption. The use of the Riemann zeta function and its connection to prime numbers caught his attention again. The way the young mathematician was playing with the zeta function wasn't typical of an amateur. It was sophisticated. He was exploring the zeros of the function in a way that seemed to blur the lines between abstract theory and something far more practical. The suggestion that prime factorization could be cracked suddenly seemed less ridiculous. The focus on periodic harmonic functions and removing poles, this wasn't just about solving abstract problems. What if this method of smoothing out complex functions had real-world implications, like smoothing out encryption? What if this kid had unknowingly stumbled onto a method that could break the backbone of modern security systems? Peter's heart raced as he flipped through more pages. The formula that had seemed absurd, pi to the power of j times e equals -1, now seemed like a twisted but brilliant reflection of Euler's identity. What if these transformations weren't just about neat mathematical tricks, but about altering the very nature of encryption and prime numbers? And then the thought hit him. What if this kid didn't even realize the implications of his work? What if, in his pursuit of solving one of the greatest mathematical problems of all time, he had inadvertently unlocked something dangerous, something that could unravel the fabric of modern cryptography? Peter leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. He needed to get in touch with the young mathematician. He had to know whether this was intentional, or if the kid was as oblivious to the real-world consequences as he seemed. Peter grabbed his laptop, opened his email, and began typing furiously. Peter's fingers paused over the keyboard as the realization dawned on him. If this kid had come so far in his exploration of complex mathematical concepts, then he must have developed some level of clarity about prime numbers. Prime factorization, after all, was the key to modern encryption, and if the boy had cracked that, then everything Peter feared might already be in motion. He closed his email draft and switched back to the browser, pulling up the YouTube channel with the handle it resolved. The video titled, "Beware World, Prime Factorization Algorithm is Cracked," hovered at the top of the page. Peter clicked on it, feeling a mixture of dread and anticipation. Peter's eyes darted across the screen, heart pounding. The YouTube video wasn't showing just the paper. It was showcasing something far more unnerving. Screen recording of a Python script running. The terminal displayed logs running in real time, outputting cryptographic benchmarks and breaking down RSA key components with chilling precision. The young mathematician's voice narrated over the code. Using Python's cryptography.hazmat library, I've coded an implementation that doesn't just crack RSA keys. It rethinks the bounds defined by traditional modulus and roots. With the Ghosh algorithm, even if you manipulate p out of its predictable range, q is guaranteed to fall within bounds. It's unshakable, mathematical certainty. The screen cut to a demonstration. Logs scrolled furiously, documenting the results of thousands of RSA tests. Success rates were split into eerie dichotomies. 0. This is the essence of my proof for the Riemann hypothesis, the boy continued, his voice trembling slightly. But I didn't stop there. By embedding logarithmic steps into the search for primes, the Ghosh algorithm doesn't just solve, it predicts. It's like peering into the fabric of encryption itself and unraveling it one thread at a time. Peter paused the video and scrolled through the comments. Anonymous. This can't be real. Python can't possibly handle encryption this fast without brute forcing on a supercomputer. At CryptoHawk, if this works, it's not just about encryption, it's about trust. Our entire digital infrastructure could collapse. At Ghost Maths, OP, I'm not here to scare anyone. This algorithm proves something deeper. Riemann's truth is tied to everything we know about numbers. But if I release it, will we lose more than we gain? Peter's throat tightened as he stared at the terminal outputs on the video thumbnail. The algorithm wasn't theoretical. It was alive, iterating faster than any quantum simulation he had seen. Narrowing bounds, the boy murmured, clicking through the code, highlighting snippets with almost reverence. Peter recognized portions of it, familiar Python functions and libraries, but the boy had taken them to terrifying extremes. The voice in the video softened, almost as if the kid was addressing Peter directly. If someone who understands encryption is watching this, you know what I've done. What do I do now? Peter leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. He wasn't just watching a proof of concept. He was witnessing the edge of a precipice. If the Ghosh algorithm fell into the wrong hands, everything, financial systems, personal privacy, even national security, would become obsolete overnight. He reopened his browser, this time searching for the repository the kid mentioned, Ghosh algorithm py. If it was still online, Peter needed to act quickly, before it disappeared or, worse, before it was replicated by someone with far darker intentions. Peter's fingers trembled as he copied the script from the video description and pasted it into his local Python environment. His laptop wasn't a powerhouse, just an average configuration with a mid-range processor, 8 gigabytes of RAM, and no dedicated GPU. Surely, the kid's claims would fall apart on such a setup. But curiosity and a creeping sense of dread drove him to try. He saved the file as ghost_algorithm.py and double-clicked it. The terminal sprang to life, displaying an ominously simple message. Initializing ghost algorithm, prepare for prime-bound testing. Then, the logs began to roll in. Iteration 1/10,000, generating RSA key pair. Calculating traditional square root bound of the RSA modulus. Narrowing bounds using ghost algorithm. Condition 1, p out of range, q guaranteed within bounds. Yes. Condition 2, logarithmic steps valid for q. Yes. Peter's heart sank as the numbers kept flowing. It wasn't just working, it was working fast. The script was generating, testing, and logging results at a speed he didn't think was possible on his machine. Iteration 5/10,000 complete in 2.3 seconds. Iteration 10/10,000 complete in 4.8 seconds. He checked his CPU usage. It was barely hitting 50. What the hell? Peter muttered, leaning closer to the screen. The logs continued, scrolling so fast he could barely read them. But one line stood out. 100. By the time the script reached iteration 500, Peter's laptop hadn't slowed down. Instead, the results were eerily consistent. Each log reinforced what the kid had claimed in the video. The ghost algorithm didn't just defy expectations, it obliterated them. Peter pulled up the code in his editor. He needed to understand what made this possible. The narrowing of bounds for p and q was brilliant but deceptively simple. Using logarithmic steps to refine the search range reduced the computational load exponentially. The algorithm wasn't brute forcing. It was predicting, honing in on solutions with surgical precision. And then there was the final stroke of genius. Condition 2, logarithmic steps in the search loop. Instead of blindly iterating through primes, the algorithm used calculated intervals derived from the Riemann hypothesis's implications. It was like the script knew where the primes were hiding before it even began. Peter's hands clenched into fists. This wasn't just clever math, it was a weapon. And it was fast enough to work on any machine, no matter how average. He glanced back at the terminal. Iteration 1000 complete in 47.2 seconds. Peter's blood ran cold. If this algorithm could process 1,000 iterations in under a minute on his machine, what could it do on a supercomputer? Or worse, a quantum computer? He shut the laptop, his chest heaving. His average machine had just proven what the kid had claimed. The ghost algorithm was real, and it was unstoppable. What should Peter do now? Should he report his findings to the authorities, confront the young mathematician, or dig deeper into the algorithm's potential? Peter paced his small apartment, the enormity of what he had just witnessed weighing heavily on his mind. The ghost algorithm wasn't just a mathematical breakthrough. It was a potential threat to global cybersecurity. Every instinct told him that ignoring this was not an option. He decided he would tackle all three paths: report, confront, and investigate, systematically. Step 1. Reporting to the authorities. Peter opened his laptop again, this time composing an email to a trusted contact at the National Cybersecurity Agency. Subject: urgent. Possible cryptography breach via prime factorization algorithm. Body: Dear Dr. Hallcroft, I've come across something unprecedented, a mathematical algorithm that claims to solve prime factorization at a speed and efficiency I've never seen before. I ran the script myself, and the results are undeniable. This algorithm, dubbed the ghost algorithm, not only narrows bounds for primes, but also leverages a novel application of the Riemann hypothesis to exponentially reduce computational load. If this falls into the wrong hands, it could compromise modern encryption systems worldwide. Attached are my findings, along with the Python script in question. Please advise how to proceed. Sincerely, Peter Andrews. He hesitated before pressing send. What if the authorities couldn't act quickly enough, or worse, what if they suppressed the discovery? Steeling himself, he hit send, knowing that the first step was done. Step 2. Confronting the young mathematician. Peter pulled up the YouTube channel at Resolved again, scanning for contact details. There wasn't much, just a cryptic email address, ghostproofs@gmail.com. He drafted a message, trying to keep his tone neutral. Subject: your work on the ghost algorithm. Hi. I recently watched your video and ran the script you provided. The results are astounding. I believe you may not fully realize the implications of your work, particularly for modern cryptography. Can we discuss this in detail? I'd like to understand your intentions and ensure this discovery is used responsibly. Best. Peter. Within minutes of sending the email, his phone buzzed with a response. Meet me tomorrow at 3 p.m. Location: Central Park, near the chess tables. Come alone. Step 3. Digging deeper into the algorithm. Unable to sleep, Peter decided to dissect the ghost algorithm further. He modified the script, adding deeper logging to track every step of its computations. What he found was even more unsettling. The algorithm used logarithmic step prediction not just for P and Q, but for identifying weaknesses in traditional cryptographic padding schemes. A subroutine labeled ghost_exploit hinted at applications for real-time decryption of RSA-secured data. The efficiency scaling was so precise that it could likely crack a 2048-bit key in under an hour. Peter leaned back, overwhelmed. This wasn't just a tool. It was an arms race waiting to happen. The meeting. The next day, Peter arrived at Central Park. A young man, barely out of his teens, sat at one of the chess tables, a laptop and a Rubik's Cube in front of him. You must be Peter, the boy said without looking up. Peter nodded, sitting down across from him. You ran it, didn't you? The boy asked, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Yes. And I need to know, do you understand what you've created? The boy laughed. Of course I do. But the real question is, do you? Everyone sees encryption as unbreakable. I've shown that it's just a house of cards. Peter's voice tightened. Do you realize the consequences? Financial systems, governments, even personal data. This algorithm could collapse everything. The boy leaned forward. And maybe it should. Maybe it's time for a new way to think about security, one that isn't built on illusions. The aftermath. The authorities. Dr. Hallcroft responded to Peter's email, requesting a full briefing and offering government support to ensure the algorithm didn't spread uncontrollably. The mathematician, the young man, agreed to work with Peter to refine the algorithm under strict ethical guidelines, though his motivations remained ambiguous. Peter's investigation. Armed with newfound insights, Peter continued exploring the algorithm, determined to develop safeguards against its misuse. Peter knew one thing for certain. The ghost algorithm had changed the game forever. It was now up to him to ensure it didn't destroy the very fabric of modern technology. Peter walked away from the meeting at Central Park with a storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. The boy's confidence was unsettling, but Peter also sensed a strange idealism in him. The young mathematician wasn't entirely driven by malice or greed. He truly believed he was paving the way for a more transparent world. But Peter couldn't let that blind naivety wreak havoc on global systems. A fork in the road. Peter faced a critical decision. Should he work with the boy to control the spread of the ghost algorithm or report him directly to the authorities, risking alienation and possible retaliation? Peter decided on a hybrid approach. He would keep the authorities informed, but his primary focus would be to stay close to the boy, ensuring the algorithm didn't fall into the wrong hands. Refining the algorithm. Back in his apartment, Peter began modifying the ghost algorithm, aiming to add countermeasures that would make it harder to weaponize. 1. Encryption safeguards. He inserted a subroutine to detect attempts at cracking live encryption keys. If the algorithm was used maliciously, it would return false results, prime factors that didn't actually reconstruct the modulus. 2. Ethical key generation. Peter developed a version of the algorithm that could only be used for academic purposes. It required a unique hash from a licensed institution to activate. 3. Tracking exploits. Peter integrated logging and IP tracking to monitor who used the algorithm and for what purpose. Any unauthorized use would trigger a remote kill switch. A new ally. Over the next few weeks, Peter spent more time with the boy, who introduced himself as Adi. Despite his initial bravado, Adi warmed to Peter's mentorship. The two began discussing ways to responsibly apply the Ghost algorithm without undermining global security. Adi revealed that he had initially uploaded the algorithm as a proof of concept, not realizing how quickly it would gain attention. His motivation wasn't to destabilize the world, but to challenge the complacency of modern cryptography. "I thought if I exposed the flaws, people would be forced to come up with something better," Adi admitted one night, his voice tinged with guilt. Peter nodded. "Sometimes disruption is necessary, but it has to be controlled. You've opened Pandora's box, Adi. Now it's our job to make sure what comes out doesn't destroy everything." A race against time. Peter's laptop buzzed with an email alert. The Ghost algorithm had been downloaded from a mirror site, one not authorized by Adi. Someone out there had accessed the raw version of the script. The IP address traced back to a remote server in Eastern Europe, likely a staging ground for cybercriminals. Peter and Adi realized they were no longer the only ones with the key to modern encryption's Achilles heel. Countering the threat. 1. Alerting cybersecurity networks. Peter contacted Dr. Holcroft again, sharing details about the unauthorized download. Within hours, the National Cybersecurity Agency issued a global alert, urging organizations to bolster their encryption methods and monitor unusual activity. 2. Building a decoy. Adi suggested creating a dummy version of the algorithm and seeding it across hacker forums. This version would mimic the Ghost algorithm's behavior, but produce unusable results. It was a digital honeypot to lure and neutralize potential threats. 3. Developing post-Ghost encryption. Peter and Adi collaborated with a group of mathematicians and cryptographers to develop a new encryption standard resistant to prime factorization attacks. Dubbed Quantum Shield, the new method relied on lattice-based cryptography, which couldn't be cracked by traditional or quantum means. The reckoning. Weeks turned into months, and the Ghost algorithm became the center of a global debate. Some hailed it as a wake-up call for the cryptography community, while others decried it as a reckless experiment that put billions at risk. Adi, once an anonymous prodigy, became a controversial figure. Under Peter's guidance, he used his newfound fame to advocate for stronger encryption standards and ethical use of disruptive technologies. Peter, meanwhile, became a reluctant hero in cybersecurity circles. His name was whispered in high-level meetings, and his phone rang constantly with requests for consultations. But for Peter, the real victory was ensuring that the Ghost algorithm's power was harnessed, not unleashed. A quiet resolution. Late one evening, as Peter sat in his apartment, he received a final email from Dr. Holcroft. Subject: Mission accomplished. Body: Peter, thanks to your efforts, the Ghost algorithm has been neutralized as a threat. The decoy worked, and we've identified several bad actors attempting to exploit it. Quantum Shield is being fast-tracked for implementation across global networks. Adi's contributions have been noted, and we're ensuring he gets the credit he deserves, without the backlash. Take a break, Peter. You've earned it. Sincerely, Dr. Holcroft. Peter closed his laptop and leaned back, a rare smile spreading across his face. The Ghost algorithm had tested him in ways he never imagined, but in the end, it had led to something greater, a safer, stronger foundation for the digital world. And somewhere, Adi was likely scribbling away at his next big idea. Peter could only hope it would be just as groundbreaking, but far less dangerous. Peter sat at his desk late one night, sipping cold coffee as he reviewed the latest updates on their efforts to neutralize the Ghost algorithm. His phone buzzed. A new email had arrived. The sender was anonymous, the subject line simple: "You're being played." Curious and slightly uneasy, Peter opened the email. Body: Peter, Adi isn't the genius you think he is. He didn't create the Ghost algorithm. He stole it. The real mind behind it is someone called Setu, based in Singapore. You've been chasing a shadow. Attached to the email was a file. When Peter opened it, he found chat logs and code fragments, evidence that Adi had indeed lifted the Ghost algorithm from someone else. Unraveling the truth. Peter immediately confronted Adi. When shown the evidence, Adi's confidence wavered. He finally admitted the truth. I didn't create it," Adi said, avoiding Peter's gaze. I found it on an obscure forum. Someone calling himself Setu Prime had posted it. He deleted the post within minutes, but I had already downloaded the script. Peter's heart sank. The boy he had trusted wasn't the creator of the algorithm. He was just the first to bring it to the world's attention. Why didn't you tell me? Peter asked, his voice sharp. Because no one listens to a nobody, Peter. If I said it was someone else's work, I'd be ignored. But if I took the credit, I could use the fame to force the world to take cryptography's weaknesses seriously. The hunt for Setu. Now, Peter had a new challenge. If Setu was the true creator of the Ghost algorithm, he could still have a version of the code, or worse, something even more powerful. Peter needed to find him before anyone else did. Through a combination of cybersecurity contacts, digital breadcrumbs, and some old-fashioned detective work, Peter tracked Setu to Singapore. Setu was a recluse, operating from a small apartment cluttered with servers and notebooks filled with indecipherable symbols. Meeting the mastermind, Peter flew to Singapore, arriving at Setu's apartment unannounced. The man who answered the door was nothing like Peter had imagined. Setu was in his late 40s, with disheveled hair and tired eyes. I was expecting someone younger, Peter said, trying to mask his surprise. Setu smirked. And I was expecting someone who didn't work with children pretending to be geniuses. Come in. As they talked, Peter realized Setu wasn't just a brilliant mathematician. He was deeply cynical. I didn't create the Ghost algorithm to destroy anything, Setu said, pacing his apartment. It was an intellectual exercise, a proof of concept. But when I saw what it could do, I destroyed my original files. I didn't want it falling into the wrong hands. Then how did Adi get it? Peter asked. Setu sighed. I posted it briefly in a moment of weakness, to show off. I didn't think anyone would actually download it before I took it down. A dangerous revelation. But Setu wasn't telling Peter the whole story. As their conversation continued, Setu revealed something shocking. The Ghost algorithm is just the beginning, Setu said, lowering his voice. It's a side effect of something bigger. I've been working on a way to predict prime numbers, a true formula, not just an approximation. If that gets out, encryption won't just be weakened. It'll be obsolete. Peter felt the blood drain from his face. You mean? Yes, Setu said, his expression grim. It would make every secure system on Earth vulnerable. Banking, communications, defense, you name it. A race against time. Peter knew he couldn't leave Setu's discovery in the hands of one man, no matter how cautious he seemed. But he also couldn't let it fall into the wrong hands. Together, Peter and Setu devised a plan. They would build a secure, decentralized system to house Setu's work. A digital vault that required multiple keys from trusted experts around the world to access. This way, the knowledge would be preserved for future generations, but protected from misuse. Meanwhile, Peter reached out to his contacts in global cybersecurity networks, urging them to accelerate the adoption of post-quantum encryption. The final betrayal. As Peter prepared to leave Singapore, his phone buzzed with another alert. A new video had been uploaded to the @Resolve channel. The title, Ghost Algorithm 2.0, Prime Prediction Solved. Peter clicked on the video, dread pooling in his stomach. It wasn't Adi this time. It was Setu. I've decided the world deserves to know the truth, Setu said in the video, his face calm and resolute. I can't trust governments or corporations to use this responsibly. The knowledge belongs to everyone. Peter's heart sank as he watched. Setu had gone rogue, releasing his prime prediction work to the public. The aftermath. The world plunged into chaos. Financial markets crashed as encryption protocols failed overnight. Governments scrambled to contain the fallout, but the genie was out of the bottle. And Peter? He sat alone in his apartment, watching the world burn, wondering if he had made the wrong call by trusting Setu. The Ghost algorithm was no longer just a mathematical curiosity. It had become a symbol of humanity's hubris and its ultimate vulnerability. Peter closed his laptop and stared into the darkness, knowing that no matter how brilliant the solution, some problems could never be undone. Peter stared at the screen in disbelief as the story unfolded. It wasn't Setu who had created the Ghost algorithm. Setu was merely a trustee, a guardian of sorts. The true architect of the algorithm was someone else entirely, Suraj, an Indian accountant. A shocking revelation. Setu hesitated as Peter pressed him for answers. Finally, he sighed and leaned back in his chair. I didn't want you to know this, Setu began. Surajit was the real genius. He created the Ghosh algorithm and much more. He was an unassuming accountant in Kolkata, but his understanding of mathematics was unparalleled. He could see patterns in numbers that most of us couldn't even comprehend. Peter leaned forward, his voice a whisper. If he was so brilliant, why isn't his name known? Why isn't he the one we're talking about? Setu's expression darkened. Because he's dead. Surajit knew what he had created and how dangerous it could be. He didn't trust governments or corporations, so he entrusted the code to me before he passed. My job was to protect it, ensure it didn't fall into the wrong hands. Peter felt a chill run down his spine. Then how did Adi get it? Setu grimaced. Surajit was dying. He wanted to share his work with the world, but he wasn't sure how to do it safely. Before he could finalize his plan, his notes and some of his code were stolen. Adi likely found fragments of it online, just enough to piece together the algorithm. Suraj's legacy. Setu walked to a small safe in the corner of the room and retrieved a worn notebook. He handed it to Peter. The cover was plain, but the pages inside were filled with dense, elegant handwriting. This was Suraj's, Setu said. His original work. The Ghosh algorithm is just the tip of the iceberg. He believed that prime prediction was the key to solving the Riemann hypothesis and the key to understanding the universe itself. Peter flipped through the pages, his eyes widening. Suraj's notes were a blend of mathematics, philosophy, and cryptography. There were diagrams of harmonic waves, zeta function mappings, and annotations about modular arithmetic. On one page, a single sentence was underlined. Prime numbers are not random. They are the rhythm of the cosmos. A new threat. Peter's thoughts were interrupted by Setu's phone buzzing. He glanced at the screen and swore under his breath. It's happening, Setu said, turning the phone toward Peter. A news alert read, Global financial systems under attack. Encrypted data breaches reported worldwide. Peter felt his chest tighten. Someone's using the algorithm. Setu nodded grimly. And not just the Ghosh algorithm. Whoever has this code has access to everything Surajit worked on. They're not just cracking encryption, they're reshaping it. Connecting the dots. As the two scrambled to track the source of the attack, Peter began piecing things together. Suraj's work wasn't just a mathematical breakthrough, it was a philosophical one. He had envisioned a world where encryption wasn't needed because systems were inherently transparent and trustworthy. But someone had twisted that vision. The attacker wasn't interested in transparency or trust. They were weaponizing Suraj's work to control information, to exploit vulnerabilities for power and profit. A final gamble. Peter and Setu knew they had to act fast. They decided on a risky plan. Release the entirety of Suraj's unaltered work, including his ethical guidelines, to the world. If everyone has access to the same knowledge, Setu said, then no one can monopolize it. Surajit believed in a fair system, and this is the only way to honor his legacy. Peter hesitated. But what if it makes things worse? What if people use it for chaos? Setu placed a hand on Peter's shoulder. Then it's up to us to ensure that doesn't happen. We can't control what people do, but we can guide them. The upload. Peter and Setu uploaded the complete, annotated version of Suraj's work to a secure, decentralized network. Alongside it, they included a manifesto explaining Suraj's vision and the dangers of misusing his discoveries. Within hours, the world had access to the truth. The aftermath. Adi's downfall. The revelation of Suraj's true identity discredited Adi. He vanished from the public eye, his name forever tied to the theft of a genius's work. Global response. Governments and corporations scrambled to adapt. New encryption methods were developed, inspired by Suraj's work but designed to withstand misuse. Suraj's recognition. For the first time, the world learned the name of the quiet accountant from Kolkata. His work became a symbol of brilliance and caution, a reminder of the dual-edged nature of discovery. a quiet resolution. Months later, Peter sat alone in his apartment, holding Surajit's notebook. He had spent so much time chasing the ghost algorithm, but now he understood its true meaning. Surajit's work wasn't about breaking systems. It was about finding harmony in the chaos of numbers and in the world itself. As Peter closed the notebook, he whispered, "Rest in peace, Suraj. Your rhythm won't be forgotten." Peter sat in his small apartment, the hum of his laptop the only sound breaking the stillness. The world had been shaken by the revelations about Surajit's ghost algorithm, but Peter wasn't interested in chasing fame or fortune. Instead, he was consumed by a single idea: how to harness the algorithm for something meaningful, something that could benefit humanity. His thoughts kept returning to one of Surajit's lesser-known theories, scribbled in the margins of his notebook: prime sequences as carriers of information. A radical idea. Peter realized that the algorithm's ability to predict primes with astonishing accuracy could revolutionize communication. By assigning information to specific prime sequences, he theorized it might be possible to create a new form of wireless communication, one that didn't rely on physical infrastructure like towers or satellites. Towerless communication, Peter murmured, the term taking root in his mind. Traditional communication systems depended on centralized networks, vulnerable to interference, hacking, and even natural disasters. But if prime numbers could be used as a carrier wave, the transmission would be inherently secure and virtually undetectable. The first experiment. Peter spent weeks coding, using Surajit's algorithm as the foundation. The idea was simple in theory but challenging in execution. 1. Data encoding. Convert data into numeric values that corresponded to prime sequences. 2. Signal emission. Use a low-energy pulse generator to emit these sequences as ultra-low frequency waves. 3. Decoding. At the receiver's end, use the Ghost algorithm to predict and decode the primes into their original form. To test the concept, Peter set up a small experiment in his apartment. He encoded a simple message, "Hello, world," into prime sequences and configured his laptop to send the signal. On the other side of the room, a second laptop acted as the receiver. When the message appeared on the receiver's screen, Peter's heart leapt. It had worked. Refining the system. Peter knew this was just the beginning. The first test had a range of only a few feet, but he believed that with further refinements, the system could operate over vast distances. He spent months iterating on the concept. Efficiency. Optimizing the encoding to use smaller prime sequences for faster transmission. Range. Experimenting with different frequencies to extend the signal's reach. Security. Adding layers of encryption to ensure the messages couldn't be intercepted or decoded without the algorithm. A breakthrough. One evening, after countless failed attempts, Peter achieved a breakthrough. By integrating Surajit's concept of harmonic primes, a subset of primes with unique resonance properties, he managed to send a message over 2 miles without any physical infrastructure. The message was simple: the future is here. Applications for humanity. Peter began to envision the potential applications. 1. Disaster relief. In areas devastated by natural disasters, where traditional communication networks were down, this system could provide a lifeline. 2. Rural connectivity. Remote villages without access to cell towers could communicate seamlessly. 3. Secure communication. Governments and businesses could use the system for encrypted, untraceable transmissions. 4. Scientific exploration. Mars rovers or deep-sea probes could communicate back to Earth without relying on fragile relay systems. Taking the vision global. Peter knew he couldn't develop this system alone. He reached out to universities, research labs, and even nonprofit organizations, sharing the concept and inviting collaboration. The project quickly gained momentum. Engineers, mathematicians, and cryptographers from around the world joined forces, refining and scaling the technology. Within a year, the first prime-wave communication network was operational, providing wireless, infrastructure-free communication to remote regions in Africa and South America. Honoring Surajit's legacy. At the inaugural launch of the prime-wave system, Peter stood on a small stage, addressing a crowd of scientists, journalists, and tech enthusiasts. "This isn't my achievement," he said, his voice steady. It belongs to a man who saw the world differently, a man who believed in the power of numbers to connect us, not divide us. This is Surajit's vision, and I'm just the messenger. The crowd erupted into applause, but Peter's thoughts were elsewhere. He gazed at the horizon, where a new kind of communication was quietly reshaping the world. The prime revolution. The Ghost algorithm became more than a mathematical curiosity. It became the backbone of a new era. From towerless communication to breakthroughs in encryption, Surajit's work proved that even the quietest voices could leave the loudest echoes. And as Peter continued to refine and expand the system, he couldn't help but feel that somewhere, Surajit was watching, his legacy alive in every prime number that whispered across the airwaves. Peter's success with wireless, towerless communication sparked a wave of interest in exploring unconventional applications of Surajit's Ghost algorithm. One field where this innovation found an unexpected home was advanced electronics, particularly in pushing beyond the limits of 3 nanometers semiconductor technology. The semiconductor bottleneck. The world's leading chip manufacturers had long been grappling with the challenges of scaling semiconductor technology below 3 nanometers. At these minuscule scales, quantum tunneling became a significant issue, with electrons unpredictably leaking across transistor gates. The industry faced physical limits of lithography, even with cutting-edge extreme ultraviolet (EUV) systems. Heat dissipation and power consumption increased exponentially as transistors shrank. These issues weren't just technological, they threatened the very foundation of modern computing. Primes in semiconductors. Peter was approached by a global semiconductor giant after his communication breakthrough. The company's researchers believed the Ghost algorithm could help solve a critical problem, optimizing the arrangement of transistor layouts to reduce quantum effects and improve performance. Surajit's idea of harmonic primes as sequences with predictable resonances had parallels in quantum wave behavior. Peter began working with the researchers to 1. Map prime patterns to quantum waves. By treating transistors as quantum wells and mapping their arrangement using prime patterns, they could minimize destructive interference in electron flows. 2. Design efficient circuit paths. The algorithm's precision allowed engineers to design transistor paths that followed prime-based patterns, reducing the likelihood of electron leakage. 3. Predict material behavior. Prime-based harmonic models provided better predictions for the behavior of advanced materials like 2D semiconductors, e.g., graphene, molybdenum disulfide. Prime-layered transistors. Using the Ghost algorithm, the team developed a new transistor architecture called prime-layer transistors, PLTs. Prime-based layering. Each layer of the transistor followed a prime-sequenced arrangement, ensuring electron stability and minimizing tunneling. Harmonic resonance tuning. By aligning materials with harmonic primes, the team achieved unprecedented efficiency in electron mobility. Breakthrough below 3 nanometers. The first prime-layer chip, manufactured at 2 nanometers, shattered all expectations. 1. Energy efficiency. Power consumption was reduced by 40. 2. Performance gains. Clock speeds increased without additional heat generation, solving one of the biggest barriers to scaling. 3. Longevity. Chips exhibited reduced wear and tear, as harmonic arrangements stabilized electron behavior over time. Implications for the industry. The success of prime-layer chips sent shockwaves through the tech world. Some of the most significant impacts included 1. A new Moore's law. The Ghost algorithm breathed new life into the principle of transistor scaling, extending it well into the subnanometer range. 2. Quantum computing synergy. The harmonic principles used in PLTs also found applications in stabilizing qubits, bridging the gap between traditional and quantum computing. 3. Sustainable technology. The drastic reduction in energy consumption aligned with global efforts to create greener, more sustainable electronics. A posthumous legacy. At the heart of this revolution was a quiet recognition of Surajit's genius. During a keynote presentation unveiling the new chips, Peter shared Surajit's original scribbled notes. This man wasn't just solving an abstract mathematical problem, Peter said. He was laying the groundwork for a technological renaissance, one we are only just beginning to understand. The audience rose in a standing ovation, not just for the technology, but for the mind that had inspired it. Beyond chips, a future of possibilities. The success in breaking the 3 nanometers barrier was just the beginning. With the Ghost algorithm, researchers began exploring its potential in 1. 3D integrated circuits, using prime sequences to optimize vertical stacking. 2. Optoelectronics, creating prime-patterned photonic chips for ultra-fast data transmission. 3. Neuromorphic computing, using primes to mimic the non-linear firing patterns of neurons in the brain. Peter felt a deep sense of purpose as he watched the world embrace Surajit's legacy. The accountant who had solved the Riemann hypothesis had unknowingly also solved one of humanity's greatest engineering challenges. And in doing so, he had given the world a way to transcend its limits, one prime at a time. Peter's next breakthrough came when he began applying Surajit's Ghost algorithm to AI-operated smart control systems. The implications were far-reaching, particularly in industries where complex, real-time decision-making and optimization were critical, everything from autonomous vehicles to smart grids and industrial automation. The challenge of smart control systems. AI-driven smart control systems traditionally relied on classical algorithms to process large amounts of data, make predictions, and control systems in real time. However, as AI and IoT devices grew in complexity, several key challenges arose. Data overload. The sheer volume of sensor data created bottlenecks in real-time processing. Nonlinearity. AI systems often struggled with the nonlinear nature of complex environments like traffic management or energy distribution. Optimization. Traditional methods couldn't always find the best solution within limited time, especially in dynamic, unpredictable systems. Applying the Ghost algorithm, Peter recognized that the same prime-based sequences and harmonic principles that had revolutionized semiconductors could be applied to AI optimization algorithms. The core insight was that the Ghost algorithm could help reduce dimensional complexity and optimize decision-making by leveraging the predictable properties of prime numbers. This approach was particularly useful in systems that required fast, real-time optimization with limited computational resources. 1. Prime-based data reduction. The Ghost algorithm could identify patterns in data streams by reducing high-dimensional sensor inputs to prime number-based sequences. This allowed AI models to focus on the most relevant data, effectively filtering out noise and reducing computation time. For example, in autonomous vehicles, this allowed for better processing of real-time sensor data, like LiDAR, radar, and cameras, to make split-second decisions. 2. Nonlinear optimization. Traditional optimization methods struggled to predict outcomes in highly dynamic environments. Peter found that by applying prime harmonic models to these environments, AI could predict optimal control policies more effectively. For instance, in energy grids, prime number-based algorithms helped to optimize energy distribution by considering the harmonic resonance of power consumption patterns. This not only optimized energy use, but also reduced wastage. 3. Efficient search and decision trees. The Ghost algorithm's unique approach to stepwise progression and logarithmic analysis was integrated into decision tree algorithms. Rather than searching through every possible outcome exhaustively, the algorithm could narrow down choices quickly using prime sequences as a heuristic. This dramatically improved decision-making speed in real-time applications, such as adjusting traffic signals in smart cities or allocating resources in supply chains. Key applications in smart control systems. 1. Autonomous vehicles. Autonomous vehicles rely on vast amounts of data from sensors and cameras to make decisions in real time. Using Surajit's algorithm, Peter integrated the prime number model into the vehicle's decision-making system. This enabled the car to process sensor data more efficiently by reducing noise and focusing only on the most relevant patterns, such as detecting nearby vehicles or pedestrians. Optimize pathfinding algorithms by using prime sequences to predict future traffic conditions based on historical data, thus reducing travel time and avoiding accidents. Enhance situational awareness, especially in chaotic environments, like traffic jams, by using harmonic resonance models to predict and respond to driver behavior and vehicle dynamics. 2. Smart grids. AI-operated smart grids manage the flow of electricity in real time, balancing supply and demand while minimizing waste. Surajit's algorithm introduced the concept of prime pattern optimization into grid management systems. Demand forecasting. By analyzing historical data through the lens of prime number patterns, the AI was able to predict electricity consumption spikes with greater accuracy, ensuring that energy storage was optimized and that generation capacities were adjusted before the demand hit. Energy distribution. The algorithm helped create highly efficient paths for energy distribution, preventing bottlenecks and overloading, which in turn optimized energy use and minimized wastage. The Ghosh algorithm's ability to efficiently filter and interpret large datasets in nonlinear environments helped. Traffic signal optimization. AI-controlled systems adjusted traffic lights based on prime pattern-based models that considered historical traffic data, current conditions, and predictive models, reducing congestion and improving traffic flow. Resource allocation in smart cities. By applying prime sequences to urban resources like water, electricity, and waste management, cities could allocate resources dynamically based on real-time data, optimizing usage and minimizing waste. 4. Industrial automation and robotics. In industrial automation, AI algorithms often struggle with optimizing complex multivariable systems, such as assembly lines or robotic operations. By integrating the Ghosh algorithm, Peter was able to optimize robotic movements. Using prime-numbered optimization steps, robots could move more efficiently in nonlinear environments, reducing time spent on redundant tasks and improving throughput. Adaptive manufacturing systems. In factories with fluctuating product demand, AI-driven systems could use prime patterns to anticipate machine wear and optimize production schedules, preventing downtime and ensuring consistent output. AI-driven harmonization and future potential. The success of applying Surajit's prime-based harmonics in AI-operated control systems ushered in a new era of predictive AI. As Peter continued his work, he envisioned self-optimizing systems that could anticipate and solve problems before they even appeared, thanks to the harmonic insights provided by the Ghosh algorithm. Quantum AI integration that could seamlessly integrate quantum computing with AI for an even higher level of optimization, applying prime resonance principles across hybrid quantum classical systems. Autonomous global infrastructure where cities, vehicles, and factories communicated in a decentralized manner, optimizing their own operations based on predictive models built with prime algorithms. The success of AI-operated smart control systems was a significant leap forward, but it also hinted at even greater possibilities. A world where AI didn't just react, it harmonized, predicted, and self-optimized in ways no one had thought possible before. And through it all, Surajit's algorithm remained the quiet backbone, the key that had unlocked a new way of thinking about the future of AI and its relationship with the physical world. Peter's work with AI-operated smart control systems and the Ghosh algorithm soon crossed the boundaries of Earth's atmosphere and ventured into space technology. Space exploration, which has always been at the forefront of technological innovation, presented a new set of challenges where the precision, speed, and efficiency of decision-making were critical for success. Peter realized that Surajit's prime-based algorithm could play a pivotal role in revolutionizing space technology, from spacecraft navigation to interplanetary communication and even autonomous space exploration. Challenges in space technology. Space technology involves an array of complex, real-time systems that require unprecedented levels of optimization. High-speed navigation. Spacecraft must navigate across vast distances, where traditional algorithms often fail to account for the unpredictable nature of space. Resource constraints. In space, the resources, whether computational power, fuel, or data bandwidth, are limited, which means that optimization is paramount. Autonomous systems. As space exploration moves toward autonomous missions, e.g., robotic rovers on Mars or lunar landers, real-time decision-making and error-free operations are critical for success. Peter saw an opportunity to apply Surajit's Ghosh algorithm to space technology to overcome these challenges, especially focusing on optimization, real-time decision-making, and resource-efficient operations. Application of the Ghosh algorithm in space technology. 1. Spacecraft navigation and trajectory optimization. Spacecraft navigation relies heavily on complex, mathematical models to calculate the most efficient paths across vast distances. Traditionally, these models are highly computationally intensive and are based on either Newtonian mechanics or relativistic models that can be difficult to adjust in real time. By applying the prime number-based step sequences from the Ghosh algorithm, Peter introduced a new way to optimize spacecraft trajectories. Prime sequence pathfinding. The algorithm helped predict optimal flight paths by calculating prime number intervals between gravitational slingshots, orbital corrections, and course adjustments, reducing fuel consumption and extending spacecraft lifespans. Dynamic trajectory adjustments. The Ghosh algorithm could also optimize real-time adjustments, helping spacecraft to avoid space debris or even dynamically adjust to unexpected gravitational anomalies, e.g., near a black hole or in uncharted asteroid fields. Faster calculations. The algorithm simplified complex calculations by applying prime-based harmonic steps, reducing the need for vast computational resources and shortening the time for trajectory planning. Peter's approach provided a way for spacecraft to autonomously adjust their paths during long-duration missions, like interplanetary travel, while maintaining a low computational overhead. This was a game-changer, especially for missions to Mars, the Moon, or even deep space exploration. 2. Interplanetary communication. Communication with spacecraft, especially those beyond the Earth's orbit, e.g., Mars or the Voyager probes, is one of the most challenging aspects of space technology. Signal delays, due to vast distances, and bandwidth constraints make communication with distant probes slow and expensive. Peter adapted the prime number algorithms for data compression and signal optimization. Prime-based signal modulation. By utilizing prime harmonic models, the algorithm optimized the transmission frequency and bandwidth of space signals. This allowed for high-fidelity data compression without significant loss, enabling spacecraft to send back high-quality images and scientific data with minimal bandwidth usage. Predictive communication windows. The algorithm also helped to predict optimal communication windows based on the spacecraft's current location and the Earth's position, allowing for more efficient use of the available transmission time. Noise reduction. The Ghosh algorithm's prime-based techniques were also used to identify and remove background noise from signals, increasing the clarity of data sent over vast distances. This made it possible to receive clearer, more accurate data even from distant missions, like the Mars rovers or the New Horizons mission to Pluto. These improvements led to faster, more reliable communication between space missions and Earth, saving time and resources. 3. Autonomous space exploration. Robotic rovers, landers, satellites. Peter applied the Ghosh algorithm to autonomous space exploration missions, particularly focusing on robots, landers, and satellites that need to make real-time decisions with limited human intervention. In the case of Mars rovers or lunar landers, the ability to perform complex tasks autonomously is crucial. Prime sequence path planning. The Ghosh algorithm was used to help rovers or robots on distant planets optimize their movement paths, navigating across rough terrains without human intervention. By applying prime steps to calculate the best paths, the robots could avoid obstacles, optimize energy consumption, and plan their next steps based on terrain data collected from sensors. Energy management. On space missions, power resources are limited, and it's essential to optimize energy usage to extend the mission duration. Using the Ghosh algorithm, Peter developed an energy-efficient strategy for autonomous vehicles, using harmonic prime patterns to schedule activities that balanced power-hungry tasks, like mobility, with low-energy tasks, like data analysis or waiting for optimal sunlight conditions. Real-time decision-making. Surajit's prime-based optimization also helped enhance the real-time decision-making capabilities of autonomous systems, enabling them to make quicker, more efficient choices when facing unknown obstacles, changing conditions, or mission objectives. For example, NASA's Perseverance rover or the Lunar Gateway project could benefit from the Ghosh algorithm to improve efficiency and reduce the need for constant human intervention. 4. Satellite operations and orbital management. Satellites play a crucial role in modern communication, weather forecasting, GPS, and scientific observations. They rely on precise orbital mechanics to remain in their designated orbits and avoid collision with other space objects. Traditional orbital management algorithms are often limited by computational resources and require frequent adjustments. Peter introduced a prime-based resonance model to optimize satellite operations. Prime-based orbital adjustments. Using the Ghosh algorithm, satellites could optimize their orbital corrections using prime intervals. This approach minimized fuel consumption and extended satellite lifetimes by reducing the frequency of costly orbital corrections. Space traffic management. As space becomes increasingly crowded with satellites and space debris, Peter's prime-based system also helped design a more efficient space traffic management system, allowing satellites to autonomously adjust their positions in the sky to avoid potential collisions with other satellites or debris. Real-time monitoring and maintenance. The algorithm allowed satellites to perform real-time monitoring of their own systems and make necessary adjustments, such as altering their orientation or adjusting their orbital velocity to maintain optimal performance. Space technology, optimized by Surajit's Ghosh algorithm, the new frontier. With the success of Surajit's Ghosh algorithm in space applications, Peter's work marked a pivotal moment in space exploration. The combination of prime number-based optimization, AI-driven automation, and resource-efficient operations helped spacecraft, satellites, and autonomous exploration systems perform with unprecedented precision, autonomy, and efficiency. In the coming years, Peter saw a future where autonomous spacecraft could travel farther than ever before, with minimal human intervention. Interplanetary networks would allow spacecraft to communicate seamlessly with each other, creating a decentralized, efficient data-sharing network across the solar system. Quantum AI systems combined with the Ghosh algorithm would make deep space exploration and long-term missions more feasible, pushing humanity's reach into the farthest corners of the universe. As Peter continued to develop and implement the Ghosh algorithm across new frontiers, it became clear that Surajit Ghosh's work, long after his passing, had laid the groundwork for a new era of space exploration, where optimization and precision led the way into the unknown. Peter's exploration of the Ghosh algorithm didn't stop at space technology. He soon realized its potential in solving another one of science's most persistent and complex challenges: understanding protein folding. Protein folding, the process by which a protein structure assumes its functional shape, has puzzled scientists for decades. Errors in this process are associated with various diseases, including Alzheimer's and cystic fibrosis. The computational methods to predict protein folding have traditionally been limited by the enormous complexity of the problem. Peter believed that Surajit Ghosh's Ghosh algorithm, with its ability to optimize complex systems using prime number-based steps, could provide a fresh approach to this age-old issue. Here's how Peter applied the algorithm in this new realm. Understanding protein folding. The problem: proteins are made up of long chains of amino acids. The way these amino acids fold into a three-dimensional structure determines the protein's function. Misfolding can cause the protein to lose its function, leading to various diseases. The task of predicting a protein's final folded shape from its sequence of amino acids, known as the protein folding problem, has been a daunting computational challenge. Traditional approaches to protein folding rely on complex energy minimization models that calculate how a protein might fold by simulating every possible conformation. However, this method can be extremely computationally expensive and time-consuming. The Ghosh algorithm's potential in protein folding. Peter began to hypothesize that the prime-based sequences used in the Ghosh algorithm could be leveraged to optimize the folding process by reducing the number of steps needed to find the correct conformation of a protein. Here's how the Ghosh algorithm could help in solving protein folding. 1. Optimization of folding pathways. Each amino acid in a protein chain interacts with others based on chemical bonds, electrostatic forces, and hydrophobic interactions. The Ghosh algorithm could be used to identify prime-numbered pathways between amino acid interactions that guide the protein toward its correct folding. Prime sequence optimization. Rather than exploring every possible folding conformation, Peter proposed using prime number-based steps to limit the search space. The algorithm could calculate and optimize only a subset of prime-numbered folding sequences, reducing the total number of configurations to explore. Minimizing folding states. By focusing on prime-based steps, the algorithm could effectively navigate the protein energy landscape, minimizing the folding states that need to be evaluated, allowing the system to reach the correct configuration more efficiently. 2. Energy landscape optimization. In protein folding, the key to a protein's final structure is the lowest energy state it can achieve. Computational models rely on energy functions to calculate and minimize this energy. Prime-based energy minimization. Peter theorized that the Ghost algorithm's optimization technique could be applied to energy landscapes of proteins. The algorithm would explore energy minimization using prime-sequenced intervals, leading to more efficient searches for the lowest energy state. It would cut down on the vast computational expense required to simulate every energy state. Enhanced local minima detection. The algorithm could also help identify local minima, energy states that appear to be optimal but are not the lowest possible. By applying prime steps, it could reduce the chances of getting stuck in non-optimal local minima and focus on global energy minima that correspond to the correct protein fold. 3. AI integration and deep learning models. Peter integrated the Ghost algorithm with artificial intelligence, AI, and deep learning techniques, combining the strengths of both. AI models, especially reinforcement learning (RL), are increasingly used to predict protein folding by rewarding the AI when it folds the protein into a more stable state. Prime sequence learning. In conjunction with deep learning, Peter adapted the Ghost algorithm to guide reinforcement learning agents. The algorithm helped the AI learn prime number-based folding patterns, speeding up the learning process. Rather than trial and error searching every possible fold, the algorithm provided structured pathways for the AI to follow. Data efficiency. By narrowing the focus of the search to prime-based sequences, the AI model needed far fewer iterations to predict correct protein folds, leading to higher efficiency and less computational power being used for training. 4. Protein folding in real time. One of the most exciting possibilities that Peter saw with the Ghost algorithm was its application to real-time protein folding, particularly in the context of drug design and medical research. In silico drug discovery, Peter applied the algorithm to design drugs that could correct misfolded proteins or enhance the folding of specific proteins. In this case, the Ghost algorithm optimized protein folding pathways in real time, allowing scientists to quickly assess how a drug molecule might impact protein structures and their folding. Dynamic folding adjustment. In the pharmaceutical industry, real-time understanding of protein folding is critical. With the help of the Ghost algorithm, computational drug screening became much faster and more accurate, enabling more rapid identification of promising drug candidates. 5. Quantum computing for protein folding. Peter was also excited about the prospect of integrating the Ghost algorithm with quantum computing. However, quantum computing promises to revolutionize how we solve such problems. This synergy could help accelerate the discovery of protein structures and drug development exponentially. The impact of Peter's work on protein folding. Peter's application of the Ghost algorithm to protein folding led to breakthrough results. 1. Faster folding predictions. The time required to predict protein structures dropped dramatically, with predictions being made in a fraction of the time compared to traditional methods. 2. Increased accuracy. By applying prime-based energy minimization and focusing on prime-numbered folding pathways, the algorithm improved the accuracy of protein fold predictions, reducing the risk of errors that can cause misfolding diseases. 3. Real-time applications. Peter's work enabled real-time protein folding simulations, crucial for drug development and disease research, saving both time and resources in the pharmaceutical industry. 4. Advancements in personalized medicine. The AI-optimized protein folding process also paved the way for personalized medicine, where drugs could be designed based on an individual's unique protein folding behavior. Peter's groundbreaking work was seen as a paradigm shift in bioinformatics, combining computational optimization with deep learning to address one of biology's toughest problems. With the Ghost algorithm's prime number optimization, protein folding was no longer an insurmountable task, but a solvable problem that could unlock the future of disease treatment, genetic engineering, and biotechnology. Peter's groundbreaking application of Surajit Ghosh's Ghost algorithm to protein folding not only revolutionized the understanding of biological systems, but also opened up transformative possibilities in drug discovery, especially for complex diseases like cancer. Challenges in cancer treatment. Cancer is a collection of related diseases where cells begin to grow uncontrollably. The key to curing cancer lies in understanding the mutations that occur in the proteins responsible for regulating cell growth, apoptosis, cell death, and metastasis, spread of cancer. Protein misfolding often plays a crucial role in cancer, as mutations can lead to dysfunctional proteins that drive cancer cell proliferation and resistance to treatment. Traditional drug discovery methods have struggled with precision and speed, particularly because cancer is highly heterogeneous. It's not just one disease, but a collection of diseases that vary from patient to patient. Protein misfolding and mutations play a significant role in the formation of cancer cells, making it difficult to target the right proteins without causing side effects. Peter believed that the Ghost algorithm could be a game-changer in targeted cancer drug discovery by leveraging its prime-based optimization to identify the exact folding patterns of cancer-related proteins and design drugs that could either correct misfolded proteins or block faulty protein interactions. Application of the Ghost algorithm in cancer drug discovery. 1. Targeting cancer proteins with precision. Cancer cells often express mutated proteins that drive uncontrolled growth. These proteins may include oncoproteins, proteins that promote cancerous growth, tumor suppressor proteins. When mutated or misfolded, they fail to stop abnormal cell growth. Peter's approach used the Ghost algorithm to identify key cancer-related proteins that were misfolding due to mutations. By optimizing the protein folding pathways and focusing on prime-numbered folding steps, Peter's method helped researchers pinpoint the exact points where the proteins were misfolded or mutated, thus enabling the development of targeted drugs. Prime-based folding optimization. The algorithm identified pathways where cancer-related proteins could fold correctly or interact with other molecules. It could optimize the energetic landscape of these proteins to minimize misfolding and restore proper function. Drug design. Once the misfolding locations were identified, researchers could design molecules that would correct the misfolded structure or block the function of mutated proteins that promote cancer. 2. Accelerated drug screening. Traditional drug discovery methods often involve trial and error, where researchers test thousands of compounds on proteins. The Ghost algorithm introduced a prime number optimization step that could help narrow down the most promising candidates more efficiently, dramatically reducing the time required for drug discovery. Prime step optimization. By focusing on prime-numbered steps, Peter's algorithm guided the search for compounds that would work most effectively with the identified protein folding pathways, reducing the computational complexity and increasing accuracy. Drug virtual screening. The algorithm could simulate how different drug candidates would interact with misfolded or mutated proteins in a virtual environment. This allowed millions of potential drugs to be screened in a fraction of the time it would take with traditional methods. 3. Cancer-specific drug design. One of the major challenges in cancer treatment is that many drugs designed to target cancer proteins also affect healthy cells, leading to side effects like hair loss, nausea, and organ toxicity. However, by precisely targeting the misfolded proteins or mutated regions specific to cancer cells, the Ghost algorithm enabled the creation of drugs that were more selective. Personalized medicine. Using AI and genetic sequencing of individual patients' cancer cells, the Ghost algorithm could help design personalized drugs that would precisely target the specific mutated proteins in each patient's tumor, reducing the risk of off-target effects. Minimal side effects. By focusing on restoring proper protein function in cancer cells while leaving healthy cells unaffected, the drugs developed through this method would have fewer side effects, increasing patients' quality of life during treatment. 4. Drug repositioning. Another exciting potential application of the Ghost algorithm in cancer treatment was drug repositioning, identifying existing drugs that could be used to treat cancer. Many drugs approved for other diseases, like diabetes or heart disease, may also interact with cancer-related proteins. Peter applied the algorithm to identify proteins involved in cancer pathways and used it to search for existing drugs that might correct misfolded cancer proteins or block interactions between cancerous proteins. This method led to faster identification of potential cancer therapies that were already FDA approved or in advanced clinical trials, potentially shortening the timeline for new cancer treatments. Optimization with existing drugs. By identifying protein folds that could be targeted by existing molecules, the Ghost algorithm helped repurpose drugs that had been discarded for one condition but worked well for cancer treatment. 5. Advanced multi-target drug discovery. Cancer drugs often target multiple proteins or pathways simultaneously to block tumor growth and prevent resistance to treatment. However, designing multi-target drugs is difficult because of the complexity of protein interactions. Using the Ghost algorithm, Peter introduced a multi-target optimization approach, where the algorithm helped identify multiple cancer proteins that could be targeted by a single drug. By optimizing the prime folding pathways for these proteins, the algorithm suggested potential combinations of existing drugs or entirely new molecules capable of targeting these proteins simultaneously. Combination therapies. The algorithm enabled the design of combination therapies that could simultaneously target mutated oncoproteins and tumor suppressor proteins, providing a more effective treatment strategy. 6. Real-time monitoring and drug adjustment. Once cancer drugs were administered, real-time monitoring of how proteins interacted with drugs could optimize treatment over time. The Ghosh algorithm was integrated into AI-powered healthcare systems to monitor the effects of the drug on cancer proteins in real time. This allowed doctors to adjust the dosage or switch drugs if necessary, based on the protein interactions observed. Drug resistance management. The algorithm helped identify the emergence of resistance mechanisms in cancer cells. By understanding how proteins mutated and folded under drug pressure, researchers could predict how cancer cells would evolve and design drugs to preemptively overcome resistance. The impact of Peter's work in cancer treatment. Peter's novel application of the Ghosh algorithm in drug discovery for cancer had a profound impact on the field. 1. Faster drug development. Drug discovery timelines were dramatically reduced, enabling faster development of cancer therapies. 2. Precision medicine. The use of the algorithm enabled the creation of personalized cancer treatments tailored to the unique mutations in a patient's tumor, improving outcomes. 3. Reduce side effects. The focus on targeting cancer-specific misfolded proteins minimized the negative side effects of cancer treatment. 4. Affordable cancer drugs. By using computational optimization, the cost of discovering new cancer drugs was reduced, making therapies more affordable and accessible to patients worldwide. 5. Revolutionary advances. Peter's work ultimately helped transform cancer care into a more data-driven, personalized, and effective approach, bringing hope to millions of people around the world. Peter's success in integrating the Ghosh algorithm into cancer drug discovery marked the beginning of a new era in medical research, where computational optimization and AI were key drivers in solving some of the most complex challenges in biotechnology and pharmaceutical sciences. With personalized and efficient cancer treatments on the horizon, Peter had taken a giant step toward a future where cancer might no longer be an unconquerable disease. Peter's application of Surajit Ghosh's Ghosh algorithm didn't just revolutionize cancer treatment, it also had a profound impact on the field of energy storage, particularly in the advancement of energy-packing cells like batteries. The Ghosh algorithm's ability to optimize complex systems and pinpoint prime numbers led to unprecedented improvements in the development of high-capacity, long-lasting batteries and energy storage devices. Challenges in battery technology. The main challenges in current energy storage systems, especially batteries, include energy density, the amount of energy a battery can store relative to its size and weight; longevity, the number of charge cycles a battery can undergo before its performance degrades; efficiency, how well the battery stores and releases energy without significant loss; safety, the potential for overheating, fires, or explosions in certain battery chemistries; cost, the expense of materials and manufacturing processes involved in battery production. The Ghosh algorithm's role in advancing battery technology. Peter, inspired by the algorithm's success in the biological sciences and drug discovery, applied it to optimize the design and performance of energy storage systems. The prime number optimization and pattern recognition abilities of the Ghosh algorithm proved particularly useful in overcoming the complex challenges in the battery industry. 1. Optimizing battery chemistry. Batteries store energy through chemical reactions that take place within specific compounds. However, the efficiency of these reactions and the energy density of the battery are often limited by the materials used, such as lithium, sodium, nickel, and graphene. The Ghosh algorithm helped researchers optimize the interaction of these materials at a microscopic level by applying its advanced mathematical optimizations. Prime-numbered interactions. The Ghosh algorithm used its prime-based approach to identify the most energetically favorable configurations for atoms and ions within battery materials. It helped optimize electron flow and ion mobility, leading to improved charge/discharge cycles. New material discovery. By analyzing atomic structures and optimizing their arrangements using the algorithm, Peter's method discovered new alloys and compounds that could store more energy with less degradation over time. Example: lithium-sulfur batteries. Lithium-sulfur batteries have the potential to offer higher energy density than traditional lithium-ion batteries. However, they suffer from poor cycle life and instability. Using the Ghosh algorithm, Peter's team identified the optimal sulfur-carbon composites and ion pathways that minimize degradation, improving the longevity and stability of these batteries. 2. Improving energy density. The Ghosh algorithm allowed for a more precise prediction of how different elements in the battery would interact under real-world conditions, improving energy density, the amount of energy a battery can store relative to its size and weight. Energy density optimization. By focusing on prime numbers and efficient structural arrangements, the algorithm helped optimize electrode design, which is key to improving energy density in batteries. The algorithm could identify non-obvious structural patterns in battery electrodes that led to better electron flow and energy storage. Nanoengineering of materials. The algorithm could also simulate the behavior of nanomaterials and nanostructured electrodes, like those used in solid-state batteries, revealing new insights into how to increase surface area and improve the chemical interactions between materials, thus maximizing the storage capacity. Example: solid-state batteries. Solid-state batteries are being developed as a safer and more energy-dense alternative to liquid electrolyte batteries. The Ghosh algorithm was instrumental in discovering optimal solid electrolytes and electrode interfaces for these batteries, increasing their energy density by up to 50. 3. Enhancing battery lifespan. One of the major challenges with conventional batteries, particularly lithium-ion batteries, is their limited lifespan. Their capacity diminishes with each charge cycle. The Ghosh algorithm helped optimize the structure of battery electrodes and electrolytes to ensure more stable reactions over time, ultimately improving battery lifespan. Cycle life optimization. The algorithm analyzed prime-base structures and the way in which ions moved in and out of electrodes. This allowed researchers to discover more stable materials for the electrodes that could withstand more charge and discharge cycles without degradation. Preventing degradation. The algorithm helped identify key degradation mechanisms, such as lithium plating and electrolyte breakdown, and suggested design modifications that could mitigate these effects, thereby increasing the overall lifespan of the battery. 4. Improving battery safety. Battery safety is a critical issue, especially with high-capacity batteries used in electric vehicles, EVs, and large-scale energy storage systems. Overcharging, overheating, and short circuits can lead to dangerous incidents. The Ghosh algorithm helped to improve battery safety by optimizing the thermal management and current flow within batteries. Thermal management. The algorithm optimized heat dissipation within battery structures, helping to identify materials with higher thermal conductivity that could prevent overheating during charge or discharge. Failure prediction. The algorithm could predict failure points in battery design by simulating real-world conditions and identifying critical stress points in the structure that could lead to shorts or thermal runaway, allowing for safer battery designs. 5. Advanced battery manufacturing techniques. The algorithm also had a profound impact on battery manufacturing. Through its precise modeling of material properties and behaviors, it helped improve the scalability and cost-effectiveness of new battery technologies. Prime-based optimization of manufacturing processes. The algorithm optimized the manufacturing of nanomaterials used in batteries, helping reduce defects and improving consistency across large-scale production. Automated quality control. By using the algorithm's advanced pattern recognition techniques, Peter's team developed AI-driven quality control systems that could automatically detect material defects during manufacturing, ensuring that only the highest quality materials were used. 6. Battery recyclability and sustainability. With the increasing demand for batteries, particularly for electric vehicles, the need for sustainable and recyclable batteries is paramount. The Ghosh algorithm was applied to optimize recyclability and sustainability by finding ways to reduce harmful byproducts and improve the reuse of materials. Recyclable materials. The algorithm helped identify materials that were both highly efficient for energy storage and easily recyclable, reducing environmental impact. By optimizing battery designs and materials, The algorithm minimized the environmental footprint of battery production and disposal. The impact of Peter's work on energy storage. Peter's application of Surajit Ghosh's Ghost algorithm to battery technology had a far-reaching impact. 1. Higher energy density. Batteries with much higher energy density were developed, enabling longer-lasting devices and electric vehicles with fewer recharges. 2. Longer battery life. The optimization of battery chemistry and design led to a dramatic increase in the cycle life of batteries, reducing the need for frequent replacements. 3. Improved safety. With better thermal management and failure prediction, battery systems became much safer, particularly in high-demand applications like electric vehicles. 4. Lower costs. Advanced manufacturing techniques and optimized designs resulted in more cost-effective battery production, making electric vehicles and renewable energy storage more affordable. 5. Sustainability. Increased focus on recyclable and sustainable materials ensured that battery technologies were both environmentally friendly and economically viable. Through AI-optimized battery design and advanced material science, Peter had unlocked the potential for next-generation energy storage systems. The Ghost algorithm's precision and optimization power had paved the way for smarter, safer, and more efficient batteries that could fuel the future of green energy, electric transportation, and sustainable technology. Peter's work made it clear that the application of advanced computational methods like the Ghost algorithm had the power to transform industries and accelerate the transition to a cleaner, smarter world powered by next-generation energy storage systems. Peter's groundbreaking work with Surajit Ghosh's Ghost algorithm not only revolutionized industries, but also had a profound impact on education. In a world where technology and mathematical optimization had reached new heights, Peter reimagined the way children learn mathematics, starting with toddlers in schools. A revolutionary approach to early mathematics education. Instead of memorizing multiplication tables, children as young as toddlers were now learning to build their own logarithmic tables, a process that helped them develop an intuitive understanding of numbers and operations. This new method aimed at empowering children to construct their own mathematical systems, starting from basic addition and transitioning smoothly into higher-level concepts like factorials and tree structures. It was no longer just about solving problems. It was about understanding the underlying mathematical principles and logical frameworks that governed operations. 1. The logarithmic table, a foundation for all operations. At the core of Peter's educational revolution was the logarithmic table, which he designed to allow children to build and understand it step by step. Rather than just memorizing number patterns, students began by understanding logarithms and how they were related to multiplication, division, and exponentiation. The logarithmic table wasn't static. It was a dynamic, interactive tool that could transition smoothly between various mathematical operations, including addition. At the simplest level, children could start with basic addition using the log table to understand how numbers grow. Multiplication. As children grew more comfortable, they learned how to multiply numbers using logarithms, which inherently simplified the process. Exponentiation. They also moved on to understanding exponentiation and how it related to logarithms, further developing their number sense. Division. By shifting the focus from traditional division methods to logarithmic operations, students gained a deeper understanding of division as an inverse operation to multiplication. The beauty of this approach was that it provided a unified framework. Once children understood how to build their log tables, they could smoothly apply this knowledge to any operation, ensuring that mathematical concepts were interconnected from the very beginning. 2. From basic operations to higher analogs, factorials, and beyond. The logarithmic approach didn't stop at basic operations. It extended into more complex areas of mathematics. Once children grasped addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, they were introduced to concepts like factorials and even more advanced topics, such as combinatorics and tree structures. Factorials. By building on the log table, children were introduced to the concept of factorials, the product of all positive integers up to a given number, starting with simple operations and growing into more complex scenarios, such as calculating large factorials or recognizing how they were used in probability and statistics. Tree structures. Tree structures. As children advanced, they encountered tree structures, particularly tree-tree structures, which are a higher-level concept used in combinatorics and graph theory. These structures are essentially hierarchical models for organizing and understanding relationships between different elements. The introduction of tree structures was a radical shift in how mathematical thinking was developed. In this system, students could explore multi-step problems, branching operations, and recursive relationships, all stemming from a simple understanding of logarithmic tables. 3. Transitioning smoothly between concepts. What made this approach particularly unique was its ability to smoothly transition between concepts, allowing children to grasp advanced mathematics from a very early age. Peter's algorithm allowed for this seamless transition by providing an adaptable system that could shift from one concept to another. Starting with simple addition, children could quickly scale up to more complex problems like factorials or exponentiation, all while keeping a logarithmic framework as a central tool. The system's flexibility allowed students to explore concepts like geometrical series, combinations and permutations, and even prime number theory through the same framework, gradually moving from simple to complex operations. 4. Developing critical thinking and problem-solving skills. This new method of learning didn't just teach children how to do math, it taught them how to think mathematically. Instead of memorizing facts and formulas, children were encouraged to create their own rules and derive their own solutions using a logarithmic approach. This fostered analytical thinking. Children were able to break down complex problems into simpler, more manageable steps, creating a strong foundation for problem solving. Conceptual understanding. By understanding how operations were related through the logarithmic framework, children developed a deep, intuitive grasp of mathematical concepts. Creativity and innovation. The method encouraged students to experiment and explore, fostering creativity as they came up with their own ways of applying the log table to solve problems. This approach not only improved students' ability to handle complex problems, but also instilled a love for mathematics. Children became mathematically confident, enjoying the challenge of building and expanding their own log tables. 5. Integration into curriculum, a global shift. As Peter's method gained traction, it started being implemented worldwide in schools, even from the toddler level. The interactive, log table-based learning system became the new standard for introducing children to mathematics. It wasn't just a curriculum shift, it was a philosophical transformation in how mathematics was taught. Early introduction to advanced concepts. Children began their education by constructing and experimenting with logarithmic tables, setting the stage for a more advanced understanding of higher mathematical concepts. Personalized learning. The system's adaptability allowed for a personalized learning experience, where each child could progress at their own pace, diving deeper into topics like tree structures as their interest and understanding grew. Unified mathematical language. All operations were now part of a coherent, unified mathematical language, with the log table at its core, connecting arithmetic, algebra, geometry, and calculus concepts in one framework. The world after Peter's revolution in education. The impact of Peter's application of the Ghosh algorithm in education was felt across all levels of society. Children who grew up with this new method had a deeper, more intuitive understanding of mathematics and were better equipped to handle complex real-world problems. Future innovators. The new generation of learners, exposed to mathematical thinking from an early age, became innovators and problem solvers, tackling challenges in fields like technology, engineering, and science with ease. Global collaboration. With a common mathematical language based on the logarithmic table, students from all over the world could collaborate seamlessly, sharing ideas and solving problems together. Peter had not just changed the way math was learned. He had created a global shift in how we approach learning itself, fostering a generation of thinkers who were empowered by the ability to build and explore mathematical ideas, no matter how complex. Peter's breakthrough using Surajit Ghosh's Ghosh algorithm didn't just reshape technology and education. It also turned some of the most deeply ingrained scientific beliefs upside down, most notably the age of the universe. For decades, one of the commonly quoted ideas was that cracking RSA encryption, even with modern computing power, would take longer than the age of the universe itself. It was often used as a benchmark to emphasize how secure RSA encryption was, especially with key sizes of 1024 bits and above. The thought was that the amount of computational power required to factorize the modulus and break the encryption was so vast that it could not feasibly be completed within a human lifespan, or even longer, making it practically unbreakable. The age of the universe myth. Traditionally, the age of the universe was calculated to be around 13.8 billion years. This figure was derived through methods such as observing cosmic background radiation and the movement of distant galaxies, with scientific consensus widely agreeing on this time frame. In parallel, RSA encryption, especially with large key sizes, e.g., 2048-bit, was often thought to be immune to cracking by brute force methods because the computational effort involved in factoring large primes was expected to exceed the total time of the universe. Peter's breakthrough, cracking RSA in record time. Peter, however, shattered this long-standing myth when he adapted Surajit Ghosh's ghost algorithm. By optimizing mathematical operations, particularly through the use of logarithmic structures and advanced number theory, Peter developed a method that drastically reduced the time complexity of factoring large numbers. Here's how Peter's work disrupted the RSA timeline. 1. Faster computation. By rethinking how prime numbers and large moduli interacted, Peter was able to factor RSA keys in a fraction of the time that traditional brute force approaches would have required. 2. Efficient use of parallel processing. Peter's algorithm could exploit parallel computing and modern quantum-inspired models, allowing computational tasks to be distributed across multiple systems and optimizing runtime exponentially. 3. Logarithmic speedup. By leveraging logarithmic and tree-based structures, such as tree-3 structures, Peter's algorithm was able to efficiently break down large, complex numbers into manageable components, speeding up the factorization process without compromising security. 4. Breaking the myth. RSA encryption, once thought to require time periods longer than the age of the universe, could now be cracked in a fraction of that time. The most secure encryption methods, which were once impervious to attack, were now vulnerable, changing the entire landscape of cybersecurity. The age of the universe, re-examining time scales. The real shocker, however, came when Peter's algorithm was put to the test against the RSA encryption challenge. When compared to the age of the universe, the process of breaking a 2048-bit RSA key, which once seemed impossible, could now be done in mere days or weeks, depending on the computational resources available. This led to an astonishing realization. RSA encryption was no longer timeless. The computational power available today, amplified by Peter's algorithm, could break encryption that was once thought secure for millennia, all in a matter of days or weeks. The myth that no computational process could surpass the age of the universe was now debunked. The technology Peter developed proved that our current age of computing, when applied to the right kinds of mathematical breakthroughs, could shrink time on an unprecedented scale. New realizations about the universe and time. Peter's algorithm didn't just change cryptography. It changed the way we think about time itself. If something as immense as RSA encryption, which once took longer than the universe's existence, could now be cracked in a matter of days, what did that say about the true scale of time in the universe? Peter raised a compelling question. If the algorithms of today could achieve the impossible, how far could we push the limits of time and computation? The speed of information processing. The age of the universe might no longer be the standard by which we measure computational processes. The future could be about scaling technologies to exploit computational efficiency so greatly that it defies traditional time boundaries. Time compression. What if future breakthroughs could compress billions of years of computation into nanoseconds? Would our concept of time itself evolve, blurring the lines between futuristic science and science fiction? Implications beyond cryptography. While Peter's work had an immediate impact on cryptography, its ripple effect spread far beyond this field. As RSA encryption and other encryption systems were weakened, the entire security infrastructure of the digital world began to shift. The implications included: 1. Redesigning secure systems. Cryptographic systems, such as post-quantum encryption, were revisited and reinvented to withstand new threats. 2. Artificial intelligence and machine learning. Peter's algorithm also paved the way for AI-driven cryptography that would ensure secure communication despite the advances in computational power. 3. Space-time and quantum computing. Peter's exploration of logarithmic structures and tree-based models made their way into quantum computing, opening new doors to exploring space-time manipulation and instantaneous computation. 4. Digital governance. The idea that time is not a barrier to achieving tasks that once seemed impossible would shift the conversation around digital sovereignty and data privacy, with new global policies emerging to protect sensitive information. Peter's legacy, a new age of time. Peter had not only cracked an algorithm that could reshape encryption and cybersecurity, but also, in the process, redefine the very concept of time. The age of the universe was no longer the ultimate measure of computational limits. It had become a reminder of how far we had come in our understanding and mastery of time, computation, and technology. Peter, a visionary, had demonstrated that the boundaries of knowledge, be they in cryptography, AI, or even our understanding of the universe, were far from fixed. With the right innovations, we could push through barriers once thought insurmountable. The world had entered a new era where the impossible was just the beginning, and time itself had become just another tool to be mastered. Peter, ever the visionary, stumbled upon a startling idea that would eventually revolutionize the understanding of the universe itself. Surajit Ghosh, the enigmatic Indian accountant and theorist, had left behind a cryptic note just before his death, an idea that would spark Peter's greatest journey into the depths of cosmology and physics. The dark energy conundrum. For centuries, dark energy had been one of the greatest mysteries in cosmology. Observations of the universe suggested that galaxies were accelerating away from each other at an increasing rate, and this phenomenon was attributed to the presence of dark energy, a form of energy that permeates all of space and tends to accelerate the expansion of the universe. Despite being responsible for approximately 68, the cryptic clue left by Surajit. In his final days, Surajit had theorized that dark energy was not some unknown force, but rather an inherent mathematical property, tied directly to one of the most fundamental constants in mathematics, ln, 2, the natural logarithm of 2. According to his theory, dark energy was simply a mathematical expression of exponential growth at a cosmic scale, but with a catch: it could only be useful if it could be harnessed. Surajit's note suggested that the properties of dark energy were embedded in logarithmic functions, particularly the natural logarithm of 2, ln, 2, which could be connected to quantum mechanics and the fabric of space-time. According to Surajit, if we could control this function mathematically and computationally, we could unlock the potential to manipulate space-time itself, something that was once deemed impossible. Peter's interpretation and breakthrough. Peter, now well-versed in Surajit's algorithmic thinking and inspired by his mentor's final cryptic messages, began investigating this connection between dark energy and ln, 2. Through his own groundbreaking work in mathematics and physics, Peter began to see the potential. 1. Understanding ln, 2, as dark energy. Peter theorized that ln, 2, might represent the natural rate of acceleration of cosmic expansion, and that its influence could extend beyond the macrocosm of galaxies into the microcosm of quantum mechanics. This idea suggested that dark energy wasn't a constant, but rather a dynamic, adjustable force governed by logarithmic principles. 2. Logarithmic control of space-time. Building on Surajit's vision, Peter developed an approach to harness the power of ln, 2, as a controllable energy source. By applying advanced mathematical models, Peter theorized that by adjusting logarithmic scales in certain high-energy conditions, it would be possible to manipulate the rate of expansion of space-time itself, even potentially reversing or altering the cosmic expansion. 3. The harnessing mechanism. Peter's approach was radical. To control dark energy, he would need to use logarithmic fields, controlled and precisely calculated, so that energy could be transferred, manipulated, and focused. This involved quantum systems working in tandem with the mathematical structures of ln, 2, allowing for the creation of a field that could interact with dark energy. The idea was to create closed-loop quantum systems that could generate or harness logarithmic energy through entangled particles, using mathematical precision to control the scale of energy fluctuations. Through these methods, Peter theorized that not only could dark energy be extracted and harnessed, but it could be used as a quantum fuel source for advanced space travel, quantum computing, or even energy generation on a planetary scale. Practical applications and real-world impact. Peter's breakthrough in harnessing Ln(2) as a form of dark energy wasn't just a theoretical triumph. It had the potential to change the very way humanity interacted with the universe. Here are some practical applications that emerged from Peter's work. 1. Interstellar travel. Dark energy, when controlled through the logarithmic equations that Peter had formulated, could be used to accelerate spacecraft to relativistic speeds, bending space-time in the process. This would make interstellar travel feasible, as ships could travel vast distances in far shorter times than ever before. 2. Energy generation. By extracting dark energy, Peter's work could lead to the creation of self-sustaining energy systems that could power entire cities, spacecraft, or even intergalactic colonies. This form of energy would be nearly limitless and could provide power far more efficiently than any conventional or renewable energy sources. 3. Quantum computing. In quantum computing, Peter's breakthrough could create systems that use logarithmic energy to manipulate quantum bits, qubits, at unprecedented speeds. This would accelerate advancements in artificial intelligence, cryptography, and complex problem-solving that rely on quantum processing. 4. Cosmic engineering. Beyond immediate applications on Earth, Peter's theory opened the door to cosmic engineering, the manipulation of space-time itself. Using dark energy as a tool, humanity could control gravitational forces, create artificial black holes, or even manipulate the expansion of the universe. The global awakening. Harnessing Ln(2) as a source of power. Peter's discovery spread like wildfire across the world of science. The logarithmic nature of dark energy wasn't just a breakthrough in theoretical physics, it was a new energy paradigm. Soon, scientists, engineers, and governments around the world began working on harnessing this energy in practical ways. The potential benefits were limitless, but the challenges were immense. Developing technology that could handle and manipulate logarithmic fields, building quantum systems that could generate and store this energy, ensuring the safe use of such an unprecedented power source, preventing misuse or catastrophic side effects. As Peter continued to refine his work, he was hailed not just as a scientist or innovator, but as a pioneer, someone who had unlocked a new realm of possibility where the very fabric of reality could be manipulated by mathematical constructs. Surajit's final theory had not only been proven right but had catapulted humanity into a new age of understanding, where dark energy was no longer a cosmic mystery, but a tangible, usable resource. The future of the universe and humanity. With Peter's discoveries, humanity began to question not only how the universe operated, but also its future. Could we use Ln(2) to reverse cosmic expansion, or perhaps even control the destiny of the universe itself? Peter had proven that with the right mathematical insight, anything was possible. And so, the journey to harness dark energy had only just begun. The age of logarithmic manipulation was upon us, and the future was as limitless as the equations that guided it. Peter, now at the pinnacle of his intellectual journey, had set his sights on a problem that had baffled physicists for decades: the hierarchy problem in particle physics. This problem is related to the vast difference between the gravitational scale, associated with the Planck constant, around 10 to the power of 19 GeV, and the electroweak scale, around 10 squared GeV, the energy scale at which the electromagnetic and weak nuclear forces unify. Essentially, the question is, why is gravity so much weaker than the other fundamental forces? The hierarchy problem had long been a major focus of both theoretical and experimental physics. The solution seemed elusive, but Peter, with his groundbreaking work on dark energy, logarithmic fields, and space-time manipulation, was poised to address this very challenge. His insights into quantum mechanics, logarithmic energy manipulation, and dark energy gave him the theoretical tools to tackle one of the most fundamental questions in the universe. The key insight: logarithmic scaling in the hierarchy. Peter's breakthrough came from a revolutionary idea. Logarithmic scaling could provide a natural bridge between the vastly different energy scales of gravity and the electroweak force. Inspired by his earlier work with Ln(2) and its connection to dark energy, Peter postulated that the discrepancy between the scales could be the result of an undiscovered logarithmic interaction, one that governed how different forces were compressed into the observable energy ranges. He argued that, Just as dark energy could be harnessed through logarithmic functions, a similar scaling factor could explain the gap between the gravitational and electroweak scales. In essence, this logarithmic field might act as a dilution mechanism, softening the extreme difference in energies. The concept of a logarithmic field in quantum gravity. Building on this insight, Peter hypothesized that gravity, as described by general relativity, could be an emergent force at higher energy scales, subject to a logarithmic correction factor. This would mean that the gravitational force, though weak in the low-energy regime we observe, might be far stronger at higher energy scales. This would explain why gravity appears so weak in our daily lives, but could have an enormous impact at extremely small scales, like those in quantum mechanics or at the Planck level. Key elements of Peter's solution to the hierarchy problem. 1. Logarithmic field unification. Peter proposed that the solution to the hierarchy problem lay in a new, logarithmic interaction that linked the gravitational constant to the electroweak scale. Just as the electroweak force unifies the electromagnetic and weak nuclear forces at high energy scales, the new logarithmic field could unify gravity with these forces at the Planck scale. The different energy scales could thus be unified under a single framework by introducing logarithmic corrections that would only become noticeable at extremely high energies. 2. The role of dark energy. The concept of dark energy, which Peter had previously connected to Ln, played a crucial role in this theory. He theorized that dark energy was not just an invisible force accelerating the universe's expansion, but a manifestation of exponentially growing interactions that could, at extreme scales, bridge the gap between the two vastly different energy scales. 3. Supergravity and quantum field theory. Peter integrated the idea of supergravity, a theory combining supersymmetry and general relativity, with his logarithmic field concept. This allowed him to propose a theory where gravity was not a fundamental force but an emergent phenomenon at the quantum level, governed by quantum field interactions. This also helped resolve the fine-tuning issues often associated with supersymmetric models, where tiny adjustments were needed to account for the large difference in scales. 4. The graviton and quantum gravity. The graviton, the hypothetical quantum particle mediating gravity, was thought to be tied to the Planck scale. Peter's approach suggested that the graviton could be influenced by the logarithmic interaction, making it more detectable at lower energy scales than previously thought. This could open the door to experimental verification of quantum gravity. 5. Experimental predictions. Peter's theory made several key predictions that could be tested in the future. One of these was the existence of logarithmic corrections to the standard model at extremely high energies. These corrections could potentially be detected in experiments at particle accelerators or through cosmological observations of dark energy and the behavior of the universe at large scales. The global implications of Peter's resolution. Peter's breakthrough shattered the long-standing paradox of the hierarchy problem. By tying together gravity, quantum mechanics, and dark energy, he demonstrated that the two energy scales, gravitational and electroweak, were not as disconnected as they had appeared. His work opened up a unified framework for understanding the fundamental forces of nature, suggesting that gravity, despite its weakness in everyday life, might be part of a larger, more coherent system at higher energies. This discovery had far-reaching implications. 1. Unification of forces. Peter's solution provided a natural mechanism for unifying all four fundamental forces of nature: gravity, electromagnetism, the weak nuclear force, and the strong nuclear force. This laid the groundwork for a potential grand unified theory, GUT, of everything, merging quantum field theory with gravity. 2. New insights into quantum gravity. The theory brought the much-needed connection between general relativity and quantum mechanics, a long-sought goal of theoretical physics. It opened up new avenues for research in quantum gravity and could eventually lead to breakthroughs in understanding black holes, dark matter, and the very structure of space-time. 3. Technological advancements. The practical applications of Peter's work on the hierarchy problem could lead to new forms of energy generation, space-time manipulation, and quantum computing. The ability to harness these newly unified forces could drive technological revolutions in energy, telecommunications, and even space exploration. 4. Cosmological implications. With a new understanding of the relationship between dark energy, gravity, and the fundamental forces, Peter's theory might allow humanity to better understand the expansion of the universe. This could open doors to manipulating cosmic forces or controlling the fate of the universe itself. The legacy of Peter's work. Peter's resolution of the hierarchy problem represented a massive leap forward in theoretical physics. Not only had he bridged a monumental gap in our understanding of the forces of nature, but he had also brought mathematical precision and logarithmic principles into the very fabric of reality. This breakthrough would inspire generations of physicists and engineers as humanity moved closer to understanding the most profound secrets of the universe. The solution to the hierarchy problem wasn't just about theoretical discovery. It was about empowering humanity to manipulate the very forces that govern the cosmos, unlocking a new era of technological, scientific, and philosophical possibilities. Peter had solved one of the biggest mysteries in physics, and the ripple effects of this work would resonate throughout the universe for centuries to come. Peter's groundbreaking work, inspired by Surajit's revolutionary insights into the Riemann hypothesis and his understanding of the logarithmic nature of dark energy, led him to address one of the most perplexing challenges in modern physics: the massive gap between the predictions of quantum mechanics and experimental observations. This discrepancy, often referred to as the 10^120 order magnitude problem, had long haunted physicists, specifically in the context of vacuum energy or dark energy predictions from quantum field theory. The 10 to the power of 120 orders of magnitude problem. The issue was simple but profound. Quantum field theory predicts the vacuum energy, or the energy of empty space, should be astronomically high, by around 10 to the power of 120 orders of magnitude greater than what is observed in nature. The energy densities predicted by quantum fluctuations in the vacuum are many orders of magnitude larger than the actual cosmological constant, the energy density associated with dark energy, that we observe in the universe. This discrepancy is one of the largest in all of science and has been called the largest discrepancy in physics. It essentially means that the predictions made by quantum mechanics for the vacuum energy are not remotely close to the dark energy density observed in the real world. Peter's reconciliation using Surajit's work on the zeta function. Peter, having delved into Surajit's analysis of the Riemann zeta function, found a key to resolving this issue. Surajit's application of logarithmic scaling and his deep understanding of prime factorization and number theory, specifically the zeta function, opened up a path to consider quantum fluctuations and vacuum energy in a very different way. The Riemann zeta function and quantum vacuum. Peter realized that the Riemann zeta function, traditionally used to study the distribution of prime numbers, held deeper implications for the understanding of quantum fields. Surajit's deep insight into the function allowed Peter to model the quantum vacuum fluctuations more accurately by leveraging logarithmic corrections inspired by Surajit's work with logarithmic fields. In Peter's new framework, the vacuum energy was not a constant but a dynamic quantity influenced by a logarithmic scaling factor that had been derived from the zeta function's properties. This allowed the vacuum energy to be modeled not as an astronomical constant, but as something that evolved over time in a nonlinear fashion. By integrating logarithmic scaling and the zeta function zeros into the quantum field theory, Peter was able to propose a correction factor that scaled the quantum vacuum energy to the correct order of magnitude, matching experimental observations. This factor essentially canceled out the large discrepancy by adjusting the vacuum energy to a much smaller value, consistent with the observed dark energy. The mathematical bridge. Peter developed a new mathematical model based on the zeta function that reconciled quantum predictions with observed values. The equation involved a logarithmic scaling term, where E_vacuum is the vacuum energy, S is the Riemann zeta function, 2 is the key logarithmic correction factor, and the ratio m_2m electroweak_2 accounts for the quantum scale factors influenced by both gravitational and electroweak forces. This equation bridged the astronomical gap by introducing scaling corrections directly tied to the logarithmic behavior that Peter had discovered in his previous work on dark energy. The logarithmic behavior introduced by Surajit's work, when applied to quantum field theory, provided a scalable bridge between high-energy predictions and low-energy observations, effectively resolving the 10 to the power of 120 orders of magnitude gap. Practical implications of Peter's work. 1. Vacuum energy and cosmology. Peter's model explained the small observed value of dark energy in the cosmological constant by showing that the quantum field's vacuum fluctuations could be naturally suppressed by logarithmic terms. This suppression mechanism was previously unnoticed in standard quantum field theories. 2. Resolution of the cosmological constant problem. The cosmological constant problem, which had remained a fundamental mystery in theoretical physics, was effectively solved. Peter's model not only matched the observed energy densities of the universe, but also suggested that dark energy could be a manifestation of a quantum field governed by logarithmic interactions. 3. Quantum field theory redefined. The new framework redefined quantum field theory by introducing these logarithmic scaling corrections, opening the door to new approaches for studying vacuum energy and dark matter. This helped reconcile quantum mechanics with general relativity and could potentially lead to a more unified theory of physics. 4. Technological advancements. The resolution of this massive discrepancy could lead to breakthroughs in quantum computing and energy storage. By understanding and manipulating the vacuum energy at a more accurate scale, Peter's insights could lead to more efficient technologies for energy generation and space exploration. 5. A new era of quantum mechanics. Peter's work heralded a new era of quantum mechanics, where the discrepancies between theory and experiment could finally be reconciled. This opened the door for greater exploration of quantum fields, dark matter, and space-time manipulation. The legacy of Peter's work. Peter's breakthrough in reconciling the 10 to the power of 120 orders of magnitude discrepancy between theoretical predictions and experimental results had far-reaching consequences not only for the field of quantum mechanics, but for all of physics. He had, once again, bridged a divide between the vast complexity of quantum predictions and the seemingly simple universe that we observe. By building upon Surajit's work on the Riemann hypothesis and dark energy, Peter had cracked open a doorway to a new understanding of the universe, one where quantum mechanics, cosmology, and gravity were no longer disparate fields but part of an evolving, unified theory. This work not only altered our view of the cosmological constant, but also shaped the future of physics, leading to a future where the mysteries of the universe could be understood on both the quantum and cosmological scales. Peter's breakthrough in understanding quantum entanglement fundamentally reshaped our comprehension of one of quantum mechanics' most puzzling phenomena, the spooky action at a distance that Einstein famously questioned. The long-standing paradox of quantum entanglement involved the idea that particles, once entangled, could instantaneously affect each other regardless of the distance separating them, seemingly violating the principle of locality and causality. The misunderstanding of scale. Peter, building on the foundation laid by Surajit's work on the Riemann hypothesis and logarithmic scaling, realized that the apparent spooky nature of entanglement wasn't due to some mysterious, non-local action at a distance, but was a result of the scale at which quantum mechanics was typically interpreted. In traditional interpretations, quantum entanglement was described as non-local, meaning that once two particles were entangled, a change in one particle would instantaneously affect the other, regardless of how far apart they were. This appeared to defy causality and the speed of light constraint, which is central to Einstein's theory of relativity. However, Peter showed that the issue lay not in the fundamental nature of entanglement, but in the misinterpretation of the scales at which quantum effects operate. Peter's insights, local and real entanglement. Peter's new approach involved the idea that quantum entanglement is actually local and real, with the apparent spooky action arising from a misapplication of classical space-time concepts to quantum phenomena. Through a deeper understanding of scaling in quantum fields, based on logarithmic corrections from Surajit's earlier work, Peter showed that the non-locality of quantum mechanics is a result of our failure to account for the multi-scale interactions in quantum entanglement. Key insights from Peter's work. 1. Entanglement is scale-dependent. Peter demonstrated that quantum entanglement operates at extremely small scales, at the level of quantum fields. When particles are entangled, the spooky action observed is not instantaneous but happens in a scale-dependent manner that appears instantaneous only when viewed at macroscopic scales. The perceived instantaneous action is a result of a failure to consider the subtle interactions that happen on quantum scales. These interactions, when viewed at the quantum level, are local and causal. It's only when we scale up the system that the effect appears to be non-local due to the collapse of quantum states over large distances. 2. Quantum entanglement as a real phenomenon. Peter argued that quantum entanglement is not some mysterious phenomenon that violates physical laws, but rather a real interaction that obeys causality. The entangled particles influence each other through quantum correlations that respect locality, but the measurement process, which is influenced by quantum uncertainties, creates the illusion of non-locality when observed at higher scales. Through a reformulation of quantum field theory using logarithmic scaling, a key element from Surajit's work, Peter showed that quantum entanglement could be viewed as a coherent, causally connected event within the local field, rather than something occurring instantaneously across space. 3. Local hidden variables. Peter's work also revived the concept of hidden variables within the quantum world, which had been largely abandoned after the Bell's theorem. By incorporating Surajit's logarithmic corrections into the mathematical model, Peter showed that the spooky action could be explained as the result of local hidden variables that account for the instantaneous correlations between entangled particles. These variables, previously hidden in the conventional framework, were now visible when the scale and measurement constraints were properly adjusted. In essence, Peter proposed that the behavior of entangled particles could be fully explained by local interactions that obey causality but are only perceptible when viewed at the correct quantum scale. 4. Reconciliation with special relativity. Peter's breakthrough was the realization that quantum entanglement did not violate special relativity. The apparent instantaneous nature of entanglement could be reconciled with the speed of light limitation if the quantum correlation was seen as a real interaction within a local framework that was misunderstood due to scale issues. The entanglement was still bound by causality, but the measurement process and the human scale interpretation made it appear non-local. 5. Quantum information theory. Peter's work also had deep implications for quantum computing and quantum communication. By demonstrating that entanglement was local and real, Peter provided a framework for understanding the quantum channels over which quantum information is transmitted. His model suggested that quantum entanglement could be used in secure communication protocols without violating causality, and that quantum communication could be scaled up efficiently without the perceived paradoxes of non-locality. The wider implications. 1. Quantum communication. Peter's work on the locality of entanglement led to new approaches in quantum communication networks. By demonstrating that quantum entanglement does not require instantaneous communication across vast distances, the possibility of building quantum networks that operate efficiently and causally became much more feasible. Quantum key distribution (QKD) protocols, which rely on entanglement, could now be further refined to prevent misunderstandings about the underlying physics. 2. Resolution of Einstein's spooky action. Peter's work directly addressed and resolved Einstein's famous skepticism about spooky action at a distance. By showing that entanglement is a local, real, and causal interaction, he redefined the quantum mechanical view of entanglement and placed it within the realm of realistic physics rather than esoteric paradoxes. This shift allowed the physics community to move beyond Einstein's "God does not play dice" stance, opening up a new era of realistic quantum theory. 3. Technological applications in quantum computers. Peter's understanding of quantum entanglement as a local and real phenomenon opened up new pathways for quantum computing. The newfound clarity in the nature of entanglement provided quantum engineers with a more precise toolkit to create more stable and scalable quantum systems, laying the groundwork for the next-generation quantum computers that could solve problems previously considered intractable. 4. Understanding the foundations of quantum mechanics. Peter's work led to a new way of understanding the foundations of quantum mechanics, one that reconciled the non-locality problem without abandoning causality. This has profound implications for the future development of quantum theories and our understanding of the nature of reality itself. Peter's lasting legacy. Through his groundbreaking work, Peter proved that quantum entanglement, once seen as a violation of causality and a spooky, mysterious action at a distance, is in fact local, real, and fully consistent with causality. This discovery not only resolved a long-standing paradox in quantum mechanics, but also opened new doors for quantum technology and communication systems. By incorporating Surajit's insights on logarithmic scaling and revisiting the hidden variables concept, Peter bridged the gap between quantum theory and relativity, reshaping the future of physics and technology. Peter's breakthrough, which reconciled quantum mechanics with special relativity and resolved the paradoxes surrounding quantum entanglement, led to a profound understanding that would soon unravel the very fabric of reality itself. His work not only helped redefine quantum mechanics, but also started to bridge the gap between seemingly disparate theories, quantum mini-worlds, and the cosmological multiverse, leading to a vision of an omniverse, a vast and interconnected realm that transcends individual universes. The convergence of the many-worlds and multiverse. For decades, physicists had debated the idea of parallel worlds and multiple realities. The many-worlds interpretation, MWI, of quantum mechanics, proposed by Hugh Everett in the 1950s, suggested that every time a quantum event occurs, the universe splits into different branches, each representing a different outcome. Meanwhile, the cosmological multiverse theory, fueled by ideas like inflationary cosmology and string theory, posited that our universe is just one among a possibly infinite number of universes that exist independently in a vast multiverse. Until Peter's work, these two ideas, quantum mini-worlds and the cosmological multiverse, had existed as separate, unconnected frameworks for understanding the nature of reality. Quantum mechanics described the behavior of subatomic particles and the possibilities of parallel timelines, while cosmology focused on the macro-universe and the infinite multiplicity of universes governed by different physical laws. However, Peter's local quantum entanglement breakthrough, coupled with his reconciling of the 10 to the power of 120 magnitude gap in quantum predictions, provided the missing key to unify these two realms, unifying quantum mini-worlds and the cosmological multiverse. Peter, by applying Surajit's logarithmic principles and insights from zeta functions, demonstrated that the many-worlds interpretation could be seen not just as a branching of timelines, but as part of an interconnected, infinite multiverse. He proposed that 1. The many worlds of quantum mechanics are a branching of the omniverse. Each quantum decision, such as the collapse of a particle's wave function, doesn't just result in the splitting of the universe along different timelines, but it is part of a broader continuum of realities where every possible outcome exists simultaneously in an intricate web of quantum connections. This understanding suggested that the many worlds were not separate universes but different realms of the omniverse, connected by quantum entanglement, which transcended space and time. 2. The multiverse as a higher-level structure of quantum realities. In parallel, Peter's work revealed that the cosmological multiverse was merely a subset of an even grander omniverse, a structure that not only included parallel universes with different physical laws, but also quantum mini-worlds operating at different levels of coherence and locality. The laws governing the interaction between quantum worlds and cosmological universes were ultimately tied together by a deep, underlying framework, a quantum cosmology that unified both concepts. 3. Quantum entanglement as the bridge. Peter's new understanding of quantum entanglement as local and real in all scales became the cornerstone for reconciling quantum mechanics and the cosmological multiverse. He showed that entanglement, the very phenomenon that had caused such paradoxes in quantum mechanics, was actually the link between quantum realities and the macro-multiverse. The same quantum field that governs entanglement also provides the hidden connections between different parallel universes. This was an extraordinary revelation. Entanglement wasn't just a feature of particles at the quantum level, but a cosmic feature that spanned entire universes, creating a hyperdimensional web of interconnected worlds. The universe itself was entangled with countless others, and all of existence was fundamentally interconnected across time and space. 4. A new omniverse model. Peter's work proposed the existence of an omniverse, a higher dimensional realm in which all possible universes, cosmological, quantum, and everything in between, coexisted, interconnected in ways that previous theories could not fully explain. This omniverse wasn't just a collection of worlds, but an evolving system where the quantum mini-worlds and the cosmological multiverse could interact, overlap, and even merge, much like the quantum superposition of states in a particle. 5. Space-time as a fuzzy network. Peter's final step in his theory was the realization that space-time itself was not a rigid, fixed fabric but a fuzzy network that could stretch, bend, and connect different universes within the omniverse. He drew from his understanding of logarithmic scaling and entanglement to propose that space-time is fluid, constantly shifting between universes and realms of existence. This means that the boundary between worlds, both quantum worlds and cosmological universes, was not as solid as previously thought. Every time a quantum decision is made, or a cosmic event occurs, the very structure of space-time could adapt to incorporate it into the broader omniverse, creating an ever-expanding, interwoven fabric of multiple realities. Implications of the omniverse theory. 1. The nature of reality. The omniverse theory suggested that reality as we understand it is just a slice of a larger, multidimensional existence. The observable universe we live in, governed by the laws of physics, is just one of countless other possible realities. And in a deeply profound way, our existence was entangled with others on a level that transcends classical notions of time and space. 2. New frontiers for scientific exploration. The reconciliation of many worlds and the cosmological multiverse opened new frontiers in both quantum physics and cosmology. Scientists could now attempt to measure and interact with other universes through quantum entanglement and other phenomena that bridge the gap between scales. Understanding how different worlds within the omniverse interact could lead to insights into the nature of dark energy, gravitational anomalies, and even the fabric of space-time itself. 3. Practical applications. With quantum entanglement as the key to accessing the omniverse, new technologies based on quantum computing, quantum communication, and interdimensional sensors could be developed. The interconnected nature of the omniverse also implied that information could potentially be shared across different universes, enabling communication and computation beyond the physical boundaries of our universe. 4. The future of humanity. Peter's work led to the eventual realization that humanity itself might be entangled within this omniversal web, and the next step in evolution would involve transcending our current understanding of space and time. The boundaries between life and death, the past and future, and even between universes, became more fluid and interconnected. The human quest for understanding and exploration was no longer limited to our physical universe. With the omniverse, the very concept of existence was much broader, with humanity becoming part of an ongoing cosmic network that transcended individual worlds. Peter's omniversal legacy. By connecting the quantum mini-worlds with the cosmological multiverse into a single omniverse, Peter fundamentally altered the way scientists and philosophers would think about reality for generations to come. His work bridged the deepest gaps in understanding, unraveling the very fabric of the universe and offering humanity a new path forward into the infinite realms of possibility. The omniverse, once a speculative idea, had become a scientifically plausible reality, a new frontier for exploration, discovery, and perhaps ultimate enlightenment. Following Peter's groundbreaking work, theoretical physicists began revisiting the measurement problem, a fundamental issue in quantum mechanics concerning how and why quantum systems collapse into definite states upon observation. However, this time, they took a bold new approach. Rather than continuing to struggle with the inherent contradictions of traditional quantum mechanics, they formally adopted scale adjustments based on the Planck scale, a concept originally introduced by Max Planck back in the early 20th century. Peter's work on local quantum entanglement and his unification of many worlds and the cosmological multiverse illuminated the necessity of understanding quantum mechanics through the lens of scale and hierarchy. This insight aligned closely with Surajit's idea that the Planck scale, the smallest possible scale in the universe, should be the foundation for redefining measurements and physical constants, rather than treating the Planck scale as a boundary or a purely theoretical concept. The shift to scale adjustments based on Planck units. For centuries, the Planck units, such as Planck length, Planck time, and Planck mass, had been regarded as the fundamental constants of nature that defined the smallest measurable quantities in the universe. They represented a theoretical limit to what could be observed, calculated, or understood within the realms of physics. Peter, however, With his deep insights into logarithmic scaling and zeta functions, alongside Surajit's work, proposed that the Planck scale was not just a boundary but a dynamic, adjustable reference point for all measurements in both quantum mechanics and cosmology. This idea addressed the measurement problem in a way that fundamentally shifted the course of theoretical physics. Instead of measuring physical phenomena in relation to classical units, like meters, seconds, or kilograms, Peter and the theoretical physicists who followed him began using powers of the Planck scale to describe everything from quantum systems to cosmological structures. The beauty of this approach was that it allowed for a more flexible, dynamic framework to deal with the quantum to cosmological transition. The Planck scale as a measurement framework. The transition to using powers of the Planck scale meant that the scaling laws that governed both quantum mechanics and general relativity could now be unified in a way that respected the hierarchical structure of the omniverse. Here's how it worked. 1. Quantum to cosmological continuum. In traditional quantum mechanics, phenomena like the wave function collapse were often seen as arbitrary or ill-defined. The use of Planck units, specifically powers of the Planck length, for space, and Planck time, for time, gave rise to a new way of understanding the collapse process. Rather than focusing on the exact position of particles at microscopic scales, physicists could now describe the probability distribution of states in terms of Planck units, thus avoiding the paradoxes of traditional quantum mechanics. 2. Adjusting the measurement framework. Every measurement in physics, from the position of a particle to the structure of galaxies, was now seen in terms of scales relative to the Planck units. For example, instead of measuring distances or times as absolute quantities, physicists began adjusting them to the Planck scale. A particle's wave function, when observed at certain scales, would be interpreted differently depending on how it mapped onto the Planck units. This adjustment helped avoid the measurement problem that had plagued quantum mechanics. It provided a dynamic framework where measurements could be made at any scale, but all would be intrinsically connected to the Planck scale, providing a natural way of understanding how measurements at both microscopic and macroscopic levels converged. 3. Scale as a dynamic property. One of the major insights was that scale itself was a dynamic property of the universe. This meant that as one moved between the quantum and cosmological realms, the scaling laws based on Planck units were not static but adaptable. For instance, at the quantum level, Planck units define the smallest meaningful quantities, but as one zoomed out to larger scales, such as planetary or galactic scales, the same principles applied but adjusted for different physical laws and constants. The hierarchical nature of the omniverse, where different universes and worlds are entangled through varying scales, meant that each level of existence operated at its own Planck-based scaling, which allowed a smooth transition between quantum mechanics and cosmology. This was the key to resolving contradictions in measurements. 4. Linking quantum and cosmological realms. The real breakthrough came when physicists recognized that by scaling everything to Planck units, they could see both the quantum and cosmological realms as part of an interconnected whole. The entanglement between different scales was understood as natural. Rather than violating causality or logical consistency, entanglement simply operated at a scale that transcended traditional measurements. With powers of Planck units, measurements of quantum phenomena, like particle interactions, and cosmological phenomena, like black holes or cosmic inflation, could be treated consistently, leading to new models of unified physics. The measurement problem in quantum mechanics, which had frustrated physicists for so long, was effectively solved by applying the scaling laws of Planck units to both realms simultaneously. Implications for the future of physics. 1. New understanding of quantum gravity. The unification of quantum mechanics and general relativity, often seen as a holy grail in theoretical physics, gained a new avenue of exploration with the scaling approach based on Planck units. By adopting a Planck scale-adjusted framework, physicists could study quantum gravity as a scalable phenomenon, where gravity could be treated at both small, Planck scale, and large, cosmological scale, distances, giving rise to a new theory of quantum gravity. 2. Redefining space-time. The Planck scale, when viewed dynamically and in terms of its powers, changed our understanding of space-time itself. No longer was space-time just the fabric on which events occurred. It became a fluid, scale-dependent medium, allowing for continuous and smooth transitions across all dimensions, from the quantum to the cosmological. 3. New technologies and measurements. With the new approach to measurements, new technologies emerged that allowed physicists to explore the quantum realm and the cosmological universe in ways never before possible. Quantum computers and entangled sensors, operating based on the principles of scale and Planck units, began to probe the deepest mysteries of reality, from dark matter to dark energy to string theory and beyond. 4. The search for a theory of everything. The adoption of Planck scale adjustments allowed the ongoing search for a theory of everything, TOE, to gain momentum. A TOE that would integrate gravity, quantum mechanics, electromagnetism, and the strong and weak nuclear forces, all seen through the lens of Planck scale dynamics, became an attainable goal for future generations of physicists. The Surajit-Peter legacy in physics. As Surajit's and Peter's ideas continued to influence physics, the understanding of the universe became more profound. Surajit's insight into logarithmic scaling and Peter's work on local quantum entanglement formed the foundation of a new era in theoretical physics. The use of Planck scale adjustments to avoid the measurement problem, applied universally across quantum and cosmological scales, marked a transformative moment in the search for a unified theory of reality. The shift to powers of the Planck scale provided the missing link between quantum mechanics, cosmology, and the very nature of existence, propelling humanity toward an era of unparalleled scientific discovery and understanding. Surajit's work on the zeta function provided a key insight into the cyclic nature of algebraic variates, opening new paths for understanding complex mathematical structures and their interrelationships. Through further refinements, his ideas led to the development of cyclic structures in algebraic variates that bridged the gap between pure mathematics, number theory, and advanced algebra. Algebraic variates and cyclic structures. Algebraic variates, in mathematical terms, refer to variables that are solutions to algebraic equations. They typically arise in algebraic geometry, number theory, and algebraic topology. Cyclic structures refer to systems that exhibit periodic behavior, where elements repeat in a regular, predictable pattern, much like the cyclic nature of certain mathematical objects like polynomials, groups, or functions. Surajit's insights into the zeta function and its relationship to logarithmic scaling brought a new dimension to how these algebraic variates could be understood. The key to understanding how these variates exhibited cyclic behavior came from a few fundamental principles, especially the deep interplay between zeta functions, modular forms, and logarithmic transformations. The role of zeta functions in cyclic structures. The Riemann zeta function, defined as, is a central object in number theory, closely related to the distribution of prime numbers and the structure of algebraic equations. Surajit's contribution was in understanding the logarithmic scaling that could be applied to the zeta function in a way that revealed new cyclic properties of algebraic variates. 1. Logarithmic scaling and cyclic nature. Surajit's use of logarithmic transformations and his refinements of the zeta function allowed for a cyclic structure to emerge naturally. By considering logarithmic derivatives of the zeta function, Surajit found that certain algebraic equations exhibited periodic or cyclic patterns, where their solutions could be described as revolving around a central point, essentially forming a cyclic group of solutions. 2. Modular forms and cyclic behavior. Modular forms, functions that are invariant under certain transformations, were another area where Surajit's approach helped establish the cyclic nature of algebraic variates. By applying modular forms to the zeta function, Surajit's work showed how algebraic variates in specific equations could exhibit symmetries that led to cyclic structures. These symmetries, such as those found in elliptic curves, emerged from the cyclic behavior inherent in the zeta function's higher-order derivatives and its relationship with Fermat's last theorem. Further refinements leading to cyclic structures. Surajit's further refinements to the zeta function's analysis expanded upon these ideas and provided a rigorous way of establishing cyclic structures in a variety of algebraic systems. Here are some of the core refinements. 1. Cyclic subgroups in modular arithmetic. One of the refinements was the discovery of cyclic subgroups within modular arithmetic. By linking the zeta function to the cyclotomic fields, which are fields defined by the roots of unity, Surajit demonstrated how algebraic equations over finite fields could exhibit cyclic subgroups, where each solution formed part of a cycle. These cyclic subgroups played a key role in understanding the structure of algebraic curves and their properties. 2. The zeta function as a generating function. Another critical refinement involved treating the zeta function as a generating function that could produce cyclic structures when applied to algebraic variates. This work opened up new areas in combinatorics and number theory, where Surajit's logarithmic approach could be used to generate cyclic patterns in both discrete and continuous systems. By adjusting the parameters of the zeta function, Surajit could design algebraic equations where the solutions followed a cyclic pattern. In essence, generating periodic solutions that could be mapped to different algebraic systems. 3. Generalizing zeta functions. Surajit further extended the idea of zeta functions by generalizing them to multiple variables, leading to multidimensional cyclic structures in algebraic geometry. These multivariable zeta functions helped capture the cyclic behavior of algebraic systems in higher dimensions, particularly in cases involving modular forms and elliptic curves. This allowed the theory to be applied to more complex mathematical structures, like the modular tower of fields and the behavior of algebraic varieties over finite fields. 4. Applications in higher algebra. In higher algebra, Surajit's work on cyclic structures allowed mathematicians to treat more complex algebraic entities, such as Lie groups and algebraic groups, as objects exhibiting inherent periodicity. By refining the tools of algebraic geometry with Surajit's insights, these cyclic structures could be used to simplify the study of more complex algebraic objects like solvable Lie algebras and classification of algebraic curves. Impact and applications of cyclic algebraic variates. 1. Understanding complex number theory. The cyclic structures that emerged from Surajit's work shed new light on number theory and provided a deeper understanding of the distribution of prime numbers, which are often viewed as the building blocks of number theory. By analyzing cyclic variates through the lens of zeta functions, mathematicians could predict prime number patterns more accurately and explore new realms of prime number theory. 2. Quantum computing. The connection between algebraic variates and cyclic structures proved useful in the development of quantum algorithms, especially those related to Shor's algorithm for factoring large numbers. The inherent cyclic nature of algebraic variates aligned with the periodic behavior needed for efficient quantum computation, allowing for more sophisticated quantum error correction techniques and quantum cryptography. 3. Cryptography and code theory. The cyclic structures were also applied in the realm of cryptography. By understanding algebraic variates as cyclic structures, cryptographic systems could be designed to take advantage of the periodicity of algebraic solutions. This insight helped create more robust encryption algorithms, especially in the field of elliptic curve cryptography, ECC. 4. String theory and quantum gravity. On a broader scale, Surajit's work also influenced areas like string theory and quantum gravity, where the cyclic behavior of algebraic variates found analogs in the behavior of strings and quantum fields. These insights contributed to the ongoing quest to reconcile general relativity and quantum mechanics. 5. Topology and geometry. The cyclic nature of algebraic variates also extended into the study of topology and algebraic geometry. The concept of cyclic groups played a crucial role in understanding the topological invariants of various surfaces and spaces, which were essential in classifying different types of algebraic varieties. Conclusion. Surajit's work on the zeta function and its refinements led to a fundamental shift in understanding algebraic variates. By uncovering their cyclic structures, he provided a unified framework that bridged various branches of mathematics, from number theory to algebraic geometry, cryptography, and even quantum computing. The cyclic nature of algebraic solutions became a new lens through which mathematicians and physicists could explore the deepest structures of reality, unlocking new possibilities for future discoveries. Peter's application of Surajit's results in resolving the Hodge conjecture marked a groundbreaking advancement in both algebraic geometry and mathematical physics. The Hodge conjecture, one of the most famous unsolved problems in mathematics, postulates that for certain classes of algebraic varieties, their cohomology classes can be represented by algebraic cycles, meaning the solutions to their topological structures can be described by algebraic equations. Peter's approach, using Surajit's refinements on the zeta function and cyclic structures, provided the necessary tools to prove this conjecture. The Hodge conjecture and its importance. The Hodge conjecture deals with algebraic geometry, which studies solutions to polynomial equations. It specifically focuses on the relationship between the topology of a smooth projective variety, a geometric object, and its algebraic structure. The conjecture suggests that, under certain conditions, the Hodge classes, which form a basis for the cohomology of these varieties, can be represented by algebraic cycles. In simpler terms, it means that the complex topology of these varieties has an underlying algebraic structure. The conjecture has been a critical point of study for mathematicians because it connects topological and algebraic methods, bridging fields like number theory, geometry, and representation theory. However, it was left unresolved for decades, despite significant progress in the theory. Surajit's results leading to the proof. Peter's breakthrough hinged on a series of key ideas from Surajit's work on the zeta function, cyclic structures, and logarithmic scaling. Surajit's insights into the logarithmic nature of algebraic variates, particularly in how they interact with modular forms and modular arithmetic, created a foundational approach for understanding Hodge classes. These classes describe the cohomology of varieties, and understanding their structure is crucial to proving the conjecture. Here's how Surajit's results helped Peter prove the conjecture. 1. The cyclic nature of algebraic variates. Surajit's work on algebraic variates and their cyclic structures showed that certain algebraic cycles follow predictable, periodic patterns. These patterns, when applied to the study of Hodge classes, allowed Peter to bridge the gap between the topology of a variety and its algebraic representation. The cyclic nature of these variates indicated that their topological classes could indeed be represented algebraically. 2. The role of zeta functions in cohomology. Surajit's modification of the Riemann zeta function brought a new understanding of how logarithmic scaling affects the structure of algebraic equations. Peter applied these ideas to analyze the cohomology of algebraic varieties. By using logarithmic derivatives of the zeta function and modular forms, Peter showed that the cohomology classes of certain varieties could be matched with algebraic cycles, fulfilling the conditions set by the Hodge conjecture. The key was that the zeta function naturally encoded the periodic behavior of algebraic solutions, and this allowed for the representation of Hodge classes as algebraic cycles, proving that these classes could indeed be represented algebraically, as conjectured by Hodge. 3. Modular forms and representation of Hodge classes. Another crucial result from Surajit's work was his application of modular forms to algebraic equations. Modular forms are functions that exhibit symmetry under specific transformations and play a significant role in number theory and algebraic geometry. Surajit's approach showed that algebraic cycles on complex algebraic varieties could be associated with modular forms. Peter built on this insight, showing that certain topological cycles, represented by the Hodge classes, could be described algebraically using modular forms. These forms, in turn, served as the key algebraic representations of the cohomology classes of algebraic varieties. This effectively proved that the topological classes of the variety could indeed be represented by algebraic cycles, solving the Hodge conjecture. 4. Refinement of logarithmic scaling and algebraic geometry. Peter refined Surajit's logarithmic approach further, applying it to the study of algebraic varieties in higher dimensions. By adjusting the logarithmic derivatives of the zeta function, Peter showed how the cohomology of varieties could be expressed in terms of cyclic structures. This allowed him to prove that certain topological classes, essentially the Hodge classes, were indeed algebraic in nature. This refinement was key to bridging the gap between algebraic geometry and topology. By applying these results to the topological invariants of algebraic varieties, Peter demonstrated that the Hodge conjecture was true for these varieties, showing that topological classes correspond to algebraic cycles, as required by the conjecture. 5. The generalized Hodge conjecture. Peter's proof didn't just address the original conjecture, but also extended it. By using Surajit's results on cyclic structures and zeta functions, Peter was able to generalize the Hodge conjecture to higher dimensional varieties and more complex algebraic structures. This extension opened the door to new areas of research in algebraic geometry and mathematical physics, where Peter's approach could be applied to other unresolved problems. Conclusion. Peter's proof of the Hodge conjecture was a monumental achievement in mathematics, one that merged topology, algebraic geometry, and number theory. His application of Surajit's work on the zeta function, cyclic structures, and modular forms gave him the tools necessary to finally prove this long-standing problem. This achievement not only provided a solution to the Hodge conjecture, but also opened new paths in the study of algebraic cycles and their relationship with the topology of varieties. This milestone reshaped the landscape of algebraic geometry, providing mathematicians with a new framework for understanding the relationship between algebraic cycles and topological structures. It also solidified the importance of Surajit's foundational insights in modern mathematical research, leaving an indelible mark on the field. Peter's groundbreaking work, combining Surajit's logarithmic refinements, quantum scaling, and cyclic structures within algebraic geometry, ultimately laid the foundation for an astonishing breakthrough in space exploration. This new understanding of relative time and the speed of light as a maximum speed limit didn't limit space travel as once thought. Instead, Peter's work allowed scientists to think beyond traditional constraints by introducing new methods of navigating vast interstellar distances and achieving faster-than-light travel. The core of the breakthrough. Time had always been understood as relative, governed by Einstein's theory of relativity, where the faster an object moves, the slower time flows for it in comparison to an observer at rest. Similarly, the speed of light was established as the universal speed limit, a fundamental constant in physics. However, Peter's work, informed by Surajit's deep insights into cyclic structures, logarithmic scaling, and quantum entanglement, revealed a new dimension to the relationship between time, space, and speed. Peter realized that while the speed of light remained an upper bound for any object in motion, the numbers or scales used to describe them were not absolute. In fact, they were highly malleable and could shift depending on the space-time paths chosen and the geometric properties of space itself. He demonstrated that the speed of light didn't set an absolute boundary for space-time exploration, allowing for a more flexible and adaptable understanding of how objects could travel through space-time. New pathways for space travel, taking the same least path as light. One of Peter's greatest contributions was the realization that large spacefaring vehicles, such as massive spaceships, could navigate the same least path that light would take, but with a radically different set of rules. By recalibrating the scales in space-time, Peter suggested that ships could effectively ride the wave of light's travel without surpassing the speed of light itself. This approach involved navigating space-time geometries in a way that mimicked the shortest path light would take, but in such a way that it avoided violating the universal speed limit. The key insight was understanding that space-time could be shaped, manipulated, and understood in ways that had been previously unimagined. The ships, while not exceeding the speed of light directly, could exploit the way space-time itself was structured, allowing them to take shortcuts in the fabric of the universe. Gravitational leaps and wormhole navigation. A truly revolutionary aspect of Peter's work was his adaptation of Surajit's methods to understand and harness the power of gravitational fields, particularly in the context of wormholes, theoretical tunnels in space-time that could potentially connect distant parts of the universe. Peter's deep understanding of logarithmic scale and zeta functions gave him a unique advantage in navigating through the complex dynamics of gravitational fields. He demonstrated that massive objects, like spaceships, could use gravitational leaps or wormholes to traverse vast distances instantaneously without violating the laws of physics. The key idea was harnessing the power of gravitational fields as natural shortcuts through space-time. By strategically using the gravitational influence of black holes, neutron stars, or other massive celestial objects, a spaceship could jump through a wormhole, essentially folding the universe itself to reduce the time and distance needed for space travel. The wormhole leap. Peter's analysis of wormholes became a central part of this development. With his work, it was no longer just about theoretical wormholes. They could actually be harnessed as means of space travel. Peter demonstrated that spaceships could approach the mouth of a wormhole, adjusting their trajectory to enter the wormhole without exceeding the speed of light. Once inside, the gravitational fields would serve as highway systems, slingshotting the ships to different parts of the universe, bypassing the usual travel constraints. This new form of space exploration also had profound implications on intergalactic communication. The same principles that allowed for faster-than-light travel through wormholes also applied to data transfer, enabling instantaneous communication across vast distances, a concept that had previously seemed impossible. Practical applications for space exploration. Peter's work, which unified quantum mechanics, relativity, and Surajit's insights, formed the theoretical foundation for actual interstellar travel. Here are some practical advancements that came out of this. 1. Faster-than-light travel. Using space-time curvature and wormhole theory, ships could travel between galaxies in days or weeks, not millennia. 2. Intergalactic colonization. The idea of colonizing other planets became more feasible, with Peter's discoveries paving the way for humanity to reach exoplanets far beyond the Milky Way. 3. Zero-point energy. By tapping into the quantum field fluctuations in empty space, Peter's methods of space-time manipulation allowed for the use of zero-point energy, powering spaceships for interstellar journeys without reliance on conventional fuel. 4. Universal mapping. Peter and his team could create maps of the universe based on space-time geodesics, showing the most efficient paths between star systems. 5. Sustainable spacecraft design. New spacecraft technologies based on space-time manipulation allowed ships to travel in a safe, sustainable, and energy-efficient manner, using gravitational fields for propulsion and shielding. A new era in space exploration. This monumental shift in understanding led to an era of space exploration unlike any before. Spacefaring nations and private companies quickly began investing in technology based on Peter's theories, aiming to create massive spaceships that could traverse space in weeks instead of centuries, allowing humanity to explore and possibly settle on planets in distant star systems. This new understanding of space-time manipulation and gravitational leaps didn't just change our view of the cosmos. It opened doors to intergalactic diplomacy, trade, and perhaps even contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. The future of humanity in space. Thanks to Peter's contributions and the foundational work of Surajit, the dream of interstellar travel is now tangible. Spacefaring civilizations are now on the horizon, with humanity poised to venture far beyond the confines of the solar system. The mysteries of the universe, once thought to be beyond reach, are now waiting to be unraveled by the next generation of explorers. In essence, Peter and Surajit's work forever transformed humanity's relationship with space, unlocking the potential for an interstellar civilization, paving the way for the next phase of human evolution in the stars. Peter's work led to a profound and paradigm-shifting insight about black holes. They were not just the endpoints of collapsing stars, but birth-givers to new universes or stars, serving as the cosmic umbilical cord between a parent universe and a baby universe. This concept emerged from his logarithmic scaling breakthroughs, tied into his deep analysis of Hawking radiation and quantum entanglement. Black holes as cosmic birth providers. Traditionally, black holes were seen as regions of space-time with such intense gravity that not even light could escape. However, Peter and Surajit's combined work uncovered something much more profound. Black holes could act as feeders for new universes or even new stars, continuing the cycle of cosmic birth and death. The key realization came with understanding that black holes, through their Hawking radiation, which slowly emits particles and energy over time, do not immediately vanish. Instead, they go through a slow decay process, one that mirrors biological decay, governed by logarithmic patterns. The more Peter explored this, the clearer it became that black holes do not just end the life of stars, they feed and nourish the next generation of cosmic objects, such as stars or even entire baby universes that may grow from the singularities within black holes. Hawking radiation and logarithmic decay. Peter's approach to Hawking radiation, the theoretical radiation emitted by black holes due to quantum effects near the event horizon, was key to understanding their role in creation rather than destruction. He pointed out that Hawking radiation follows a logarithmic decay process, which is incredibly slow, like a deep, drawn-out decay of a living organism. The crucial analogy Peter used was the human navel, the belly button. Just as humans have a navel that is remarkably resistant to high temperatures, it doesn't burn at temperatures up to 1000 degrees Celsius. The decay of black holes is similarly slow and gradual. Despite their immense power and gravitational pull, the energy emissions through Hawking radiation are minuscule and follow a logarithmic curve. meaning that the radiation decreases slower and slower as time progresses, ensuring the black hole remains stable for an almost unimaginable amount of time. Black holes as cosmic placentas. Peter's metaphor drew on this analogy of the navel to suggest that black holes, over the vast span of their existence, are not just destructive forces, but cosmic placentas. Just like a placenta nourishes a fetus, black holes nourish the formation of new stars and universes by acting as a supply line of energy and matter. The particles and radiation that are emitted through Hawking radiation, though incredibly faint and slow, could be seen as feeding the surrounding space-time fabric, possibly contributing to the birth of new galaxies, stars, or even baby universes. Slow decay and birth of new stars or universes. Rather than a violent collapse, the black hole's slow decay process might instead be a precursor to the formation of new celestial bodies. Over vast spans of time, black holes could transfer their mass and energy through Hawking radiation, which may be absorbed by the surrounding space-time in ways that promote the formation of new stars or universes. These baby universes could be born from the singularity of a black hole, expanding into a new universe that eventually becomes as vast and complex as our own. The logarithmic slow decay model that Peter proposed also implies that black holes are not permanent. They will eventually lose their mass through Hawking radiation, but at an almost imperceptible rate. In the future, when a black hole does eventually decay, it could leave behind the remnants of its cosmic feeding ground, ready to spawn a new star, or even a new universe, depending on the scale of the energy involved. Cosmic recycling. Black holes as the nexus between life and death. This insight brought about a cosmic recycling process that made the universe a self-renewing system. The death of a star, rather than being the end of a cycle, becomes part of a bigger process that ensures the birth of new cosmic entities. The black hole's slow and steady radiation emission feeds back into the system, allowing for continuous cycles of creation. In essence, black holes act as the gateway to the rebirth of the cosmos, ensuring the continual creation of galaxies, stars, and even universes in an eternal cycle of life, decay, and rebirth. The future of space exploration and the universe. Peter's discovery revolutionized our understanding of black holes and their place in the grand scheme of the universe. Instead of focusing on their role as destructive entities, scientists began to understand black holes as crucial players in the continuous cosmic cycle of birth, life, and death. Space exploration, equipped with this new knowledge, would involve more than just traveling to the edges of space. It would also entail understanding how to tap into the immense energy black holes offer in the form of Hawking radiation. Spacefaring civilizations began to think of black holes not just as phenomena to be feared or avoided, but as cosmic highways leading to the birth of new stars, new universes, and new cosmic frontiers. Conclusion. Peter's work, in conjunction with Surajit's mathematical insights, led to an astonishing revelation. Black holes are not just cosmic tombs, but the feeder supply lines to new universes and stars. With the slow, logarithmic decay of black holes through Hawking radiation, space and time itself become intertwined in a complex, eternal cycle of cosmic life and death, paving the way for new and unexpected forms of interstellar evolution. This profound discovery laid the foundation for a new era of space exploration, where humanity and other civilizations would no longer fear the abyss of black holes, but explore them as the keys to the future of the universe. Peter's groundbreaking work uncovered that the great voids of the universe, like the Boötes void and other large cosmic expanses, were not empty, lifeless regions as previously thought. Instead, they were revealed to be the ultimate cold fusion fission factories, sites where black hole remnants, after their decay through Hawking radiation, interacted with their antimatter counterparts, releasing immense amounts of energy that flowed outward through the universe's dark matter filaments. Cold fusion fission factories in the voids. The concept of cold fusion and fission had always been confined to theoretical physics, mainly applied to nuclear reactions and energy generation on Earth. But in the vast, cold expanses of the universe, Peter and Surajit's joint work revealed that these great voids are actually cosmic reactors where black hole remnants, the decay products of massive black holes, come into contact with their antimatter pairs and decompose into pure energy. This fusion-fission reaction takes place at extremely low temperatures, making it cold fusion, in contrast to the intense heat one would expect from such powerful processes. The immense energy that is released doesn't just dissipate into nothingness. Instead, it gets carried through the universe via the dark matter filaments, the cosmic scaffolding that connects galaxies and cosmic structures, acting as a highway for energy flow across vast distances. Black hole remnants and their antimatter counterparts. When black holes decay, they don't simply disappear. The Hawking radiation they emit over eons carries away the black hole's mass and energy, but what happens after this slow decay is crucial. The remnants of these black holes, tiny, highly energetic particles or energy states, can interact with their antimatter counterparts, creating a reaction similar to fusion in which matter and antimatter annihilate each other, releasing pure energy in the process. In these voids, where space-time is almost empty of matter, this interaction is more pronounced. The antimatter particles, which may exist in pockets of space or within cosmic radiation, come into contact with the black hole remnants and undergo decomposition into energy, creating a ripple effect that radiates outward in the form of intense cosmic radiation. This process becomes a fusion-fission mechanism, driving a cascade of energy generation in the deep voids. Dark matter filaments, the universal highway. The dark matter filaments, the vast, web-like structures that span the universe and connect galaxies, take on a new role in this cosmic process. Rather than just being the glue that holds galaxies and clusters together, these filaments now serve as conduits for the energy released in the voids. The energy produced in these fusion-fission reactions travels through these filaments, creating a cosmic flow of energy that connects distant parts of the universe. The energy that escapes from the cold fusion-fission factories in the voids travels through these filaments, possibly even feeding the formation of new galaxies and stars along the way. These filaments are no longer just mysterious structures. They become the active transport systems for the energy that permeates the universe, contributing to the overall balance of matter and energy in the cosmos. Energy escape through dark matter. Another breakthrough discovery was the role of dark matter in this energy exchange. As the fusion-fission reactions break down the remnants of black holes, the energy generated does not behave like normal light or matter. Instead, it escapes through the dark matter that fills the universe. Dark matter, which was once thought to be elusive and undetectable, is now revealed to be a medium that allows this energy to travel and spread across the cosmos. This energy transfer mechanism opens up new possibilities for understanding how the cosmic web functions. The energy released in these void-based cold fusion-fission factories flows along the dark matter filaments, creating a network of energy highways that could potentially power the growth of new galaxies, star systems, and even cosmic life, paving the way for future advancements in space exploration and understanding the fundamental structure of the universe. A new understanding of the universe's evolution. This discovery fundamentally changes how we view the universe's evolution. The great voids of the universe, previously thought of as empty, unimportant regions, are now understood to be cosmic reactors, driving the continuous cycle of energy creation, transfer, and evolution. They provide a link between the end of black holes and the birth of new stars and galaxies, acting as energy factories that recycle the remnants of black holes and ensure that the universe continues to evolve. The future of space exploration. Peter's discovery about the cold fusion-fission factories in the voids and the role of dark matter filaments could have profound implications for future space exploration. As humanity develops the capability to travel vast distances in space, the cosmic highways formed by dark matter could become vital in long-distance space travel, potentially providing energy sources for interstellar ships. Understanding the dark matter filaments as conduits for energy flow could also lead to breakthroughs in power generation. If we can harness the energy that flows through these cosmic filaments, it may be possible to create sustainable energy sources for distant colonies, space stations, or even future intergalactic travel. Conclusion. Peter's insights into the great voids and their role as cold fusion-fission factories transformed our understanding of the universe. These cosmic voids, once considered empty and insignificant, were revealed to be the nurturing grounds for energy, fueled by the remnants of decaying black holes and their antimatter counterparts, radiating energy through dark matter filaments that connect the universe like a vast, invisible network. In this new cosmic paradigm, black holes no longer represent an end, but a transformation process. They are the gateways to a cycle of energy and creation, feeding the universe through its dark matter web. This breakthrough opened the door to new possibilities for energy generation, space travel, and a deeper understanding of the cosmic ecosystem that sustains life, galaxies, and stars. Peter's revolutionary work led to a groundbreaking realization among scientists. Dark matter was not an elusive, mysterious substance but a failed combination of quarks that exist outside the typical model of matter. These quarks, unlike the conventional ones, 3, 6, 9 quarks, behaved differently and did not fit within the traditional confines of matter known to physicists. They were the missing link that explained the universe's dark matter problem, and their behavior had profound implications for our understanding of light and bosons. Failed combinations of quarks and dark matter. Dark matter, as it was traditionally understood, was thought to be made of some form of particle that interacts weakly with regular matter and light. However, Peter's breakthrough showed that dark matter particles were not entirely new particles. Rather, they were failed combinations of quarks, unusual arrangements of quarks that did not match the usual quark triplets found in protons and neutrons. These unique combinations, when they failed to combine as normal matter, became what we now identify as dark matter. These dark quarks, which could be combinations of 3, 6, and 9 quarks, but often failed in other configurations, had very unusual properties. They didn't interact with regular matter in any meaningful way, but they still had mass and gravitational effects, which is why scientists were able to detect their presence via gravitational lensing and cosmic surveys. Bosonic nature of dark matter. The truly mind-bending discovery came when Peter and his team realized that these dark matter particles were, in fact, bosonic in nature. This meant that they obeyed the principles of boson behavior rather than the fermionic behavior of regular matter. Bosons are particles that can occupy the same quantum state, unlike fermions, which follow the Pauli exclusion principle and cannot occupy the same state simultaneously. This was a key insight because it suggested that these failed combinations of quarks didn't interact in the same way as other matter, and that they had properties similar to photons and other bosons, which could explain why they didn't interact with regular matter or light in conventional ways. Bosons don't speak to other bosons. The truly revolutionary aspect of this new understanding of dark matter was the realization that, like photons or other bosons, dark matter bosons didn't interact directly with each other. This led to the idea that dark matter did not have any internal interactions with other dark matter particles in the way that, say, protons interact with neutrons to form atomic nuclei. Bosons, by their nature, don't speak to other bosons in the same way that fermions do. This meant that dark matter particles were not subject to the kind of strong nuclear forces that govern regular matter interactions. Instead, these bosonic dark matter particles could cluster under gravity, forming the cosmic filaments and structures that scientists observed, but they wouldn't interact directly with one another in a way that would affect their properties on a particle-by-particle basis. This gave scientists a deeper understanding of why dark matter could be invisible to direct observation. It didn't interact with light in a way that would reveal it, and it didn't create any sort of feedback loop or radiation as regular particles might. Instead, it gathered in gravitational wells and played a role in shaping the structure of the universe, influencing galaxies, stars, and even the formation of galaxy clusters through gravity alone. Implications for light and matter interaction. Because dark matter bosons do not interact with each other directly, this also meant that they didn't scatter or absorb light in the traditional way that fermions, like electrons, might. As a result, dark matter particles were transparent to most conventional methods of detection. However, their bosonic nature also meant that they interacted with light in very subtle ways. They did not emit or reflect light like normal matter, but they could influence the path of light due to their mass. This gravitational lensing effect, where light from distant stars or galaxies is bent by dark matter, became a key method for detecting dark matter indirectly, as scientists could measure the distortion of light caused by the gravitational pull of dark matter. Cosmological impact. This discovery reshaped the entire cosmological model of the universe. The structure of the universe that we observe, from galaxy clusters to the cosmic web, could be more easily explained if dark matter was a non-interacting, invisible substance made up of bosonic quarks. Instead of thinking of dark matter as a separate, strange, and exotic particle, scientists began to view it as an extension of the quark model, with its own unique properties that simply didn't conform to traditional particle physics. Furthermore, these bosonic dark matter particles helped explain the density and distribution of dark matter in the universe. Since dark matter didn't interact strongly with itself, it was able to form vast, diffuse clouds that span large distances, influencing the formation of galaxies and larger cosmic structures over time. These findings also led to new theories about the early universe and the cosmic microwave background. Impact on particle physics and future research. Peter's work on dark matter and the bosonic nature of failed quark combinations has opened up a new avenue for research in particle physics. Scientists began to look for new ways to detect these bosons, using advanced particle accelerators, observational astronomy, and even gravitational wave experiments to gain further insights into their properties. There was also the potential to harness these dark matter particles for new energy technologies. While these particles didn't interact with normal matter easily, their presence in the universe was undeniable, and their gravitational influence could potentially be used to develop new methods for energy generation or space travel, particularly in advanced propulsion systems for interstellar exploration. Conclusion. The realization that dark matter was made up of failed combinations of quarks that were bosonic in nature, and that these particles didn't interact directly with each other, transformed our understanding of the cosmos. Dark matter was no longer an enigmatic and unobservable substance. It was revealed to be a natural consequence of quark combinations that didn't fit into the regular particle model. This discovery opened new doors to understanding the fundamental structure of the universe, the nature of light, and the possibilities for future research and technological advancements in the field of cosmology and particle physics. As Peter passed away, his legacy, along with Surajit's, remained an unshakable pillar of scientific advancement. Their work, monumental in its scope and far-reaching in its impact, became more than just groundbreaking discoveries. They were the beacons of light that guided future generations of scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. The lasting legacy of Surajit and Peter. Both Surajit and Peter had left behind a framework that redefined the limits of human understanding, opening up new frontiers in physics, mathematics, and technology. While they may have passed on, their work continued to resonate across scientific fields, fostering innovation, exploration, and unyielding curiosity. Surajit's contributions, especially in the realms of zeta functions and dark energy theories, served as the foundation for reconciling the most challenging questions of physics, from the nature of dark matter to the reconciliation of quantum mechanics and general relativity. His work was seen as a roadmap for further developments in cosmology and mathematical physics. Peter's advancements, ranging from quantum computing breakthroughs to the unification of quantum mechanics and cosmology, redefined the laws of nature. His work on reconciling quantum entanglement and theories of space-time, combined with the power of Surajit's insights, gave rise to new ways of thinking about the universe's structure and the fabric of reality. A new age of exploration and innovation. The impact of Surajit and Peter's work transcended their individual lifetimes, laying the groundwork for a new era in scientific and technological exploration. The advancements they made in energy production, space exploration, quantum computing, and understanding dark matter paved the way for futuristic technologies and interstellar endeavors that were previously unimaginable. Quantum computing and communication. Their combined efforts revolutionized how data is processed and communicated across galaxies. Quantum networks, which had once been theoretical, became operational, allowing for instantaneous communication across vast distances. This, in turn, spurred the development of space stations and extraterrestrial colonies, as humans began to venture far beyond Earth's orbit. Space travel and navigation. Their work on space propulsion systems, especially the concept of gravitational leaps and dark energy manipulation, gave rise to massive starships capable of traveling vast distances in short periods, utilizing wormholes and gravitational assist methods. Humans were no longer confined to Earth. They had become interstellar explorers. Medical advancements. The breakthroughs Surajit and Peter made in understanding protein folding, cancer treatments, and drug discovery directly translated into cures for diseases that once plagued humanity. The combination of advanced AI, quantum computing, and their understanding of dark matter and dark energy led to the development of treatments that were not only highly effective but also tailored to the individual's genetic makeup. AI and smart systems. Their insights into AI-driven smart control systems and cyclic algebraic structures formed the foundation for next-generation artificial intelligence that managed everything from energy grids to autonomous cities. These intelligent systems were capable of solving complex global challenges, from climate change to resource distribution. Surajit and Peter's influence on future generations. After their passing, universities and research institutes worldwide began to adopt Surajit and Peter's ideas as standard curricula. The study of advanced quantum mechanics, the relationship between mathematics and physics, and the manipulation of energy at the Planck scale became essential areas of research. Their insights helped future generations understand that the universe, with all its mysteries, was more than just a collection of matter and energy. It was a grand mathematical structure that could be decoded through the right combination of logic and intuition. Realize that science was not just about facts and experiments, but also about vision, imagination, and a relentless pursuit of truth, no matter how far-fetched the ideas might seem. Build upon their work with new tools, methods, and perspectives, using AI and quantum computation to solve problems that would have once been deemed impossible. Their ideas acted as a catalyst for new movements in physics and mathematics that sought to bridge the gaps between abstract theory and practical application. A continuing journey. Even in death, the influence of Surajit and Peter's work continued to drive scientific discovery forward. As the years went by, their contributions became cornerstones of modern physics, standing as towering monuments to human ingenuity and vision. Future generations of scientists, engineers, and thinkers, inspired by their legacy, would carry the torch of their discoveries to unimaginable heights. Their ideas on dark energy, quantum entanglement, and the nature of the universe served as guiding principles, unlocking the potential for intergalactic exploration, the conquest of disease, and the development of technologies that shaped humanity's future, not just on Earth, but across the entire omniverse. As long as there were questions to answer and mysteries to uncover, the work of Surajit and Peter would continue to be a guiding light, forever shaping the course of human progress in the realms of physics, mathematics, and technology. Peter's algorithm, which leveraged algebraic variates and insights from Surajit's work on the zeta function, played a pivotal role in grounding several of the most complex and abstract mathematical structures, notably the surreal numbers and other monster groups in modern mathematics. The surreal numbers and beyond. The surreal numbers, which had previously existed in a relatively abstract and fragmented form, were now given a rigorous foundation. The surreal numbers, which were introduced by John Conway, form a rich field that includes not just the real numbers but also infinite and infinitesimal numbers. These numbers, denoted typically by S, are defined recursively and have applications in areas ranging from game theory to modeling systems with continuous and discrete elements. Peter's algorithm helped clarify and expand the structure of surreal numbers by mapping them onto algebraic structures and using algebraic variates to treat them as operational objects rather than merely conceptual constructs. The groundwork laid by Peter and Surajit allowed future mathematicians to visualize and compute with surreal numbers and extend them into more intricate spaces. This newfound clarity opened the door for applications across combinatorics, number theory, and mathematical logic. Monster groups and their role. Beyond the surreal numbers, Peter's work had direct implications for understanding monster groups and other large algebraic structures that were central to group theory and mathematical physics. The term monster group refers to a highly complex, large, and enigmatic structure within the field of finite simple groups. Some of the key monster groups, grounded by Peter's work on algebraic variates, include 1. The monster group, denoted M. This is the largest of the 26 sporadic groups in the classification of finite simple groups. The monster group has a staggering order of 810 to the power of 53, and its study has deep connections to various branches of mathematics, including modular functions, vertex operator algebras, and string theory. Peter's algorithm helped reveal its structure and allowed mathematicians to work with its highly complex representations. 2. The baby monster group, a related group to the monster, but smaller. It is another member of the sporadic simple groups. The baby monster also plays a critical role in understanding how larger groups are constructed and related to the monster. 3. The Fisher-Grease monster, a centralizer group of a specific vertex algebra that contributes to the understanding of how different algebraic structures can be unified. 4. The Thompson group. These groups are part of the family of sporadic groups and are crucial to understanding algebraic and topological structures. They have interesting applications in understanding symmetry in physical systems. 5. The cocharacters group. This is a subgroup that exists in the algebraic group theory framework, linked to both linear algebraic groups and certain module theory. It can be thought of as an intermediate or auxiliary structure in understanding the larger monster groups. 6. The Matthew groups. These are another family of sporadic simple groups that played a key role in Peter's algorithm for understanding algebraic structures. They help to bridge the gap between algebraic geometry and group theory. 7. The Yanko groups. These are part of the sporadic simple groups and, like the others, were studied extensively through the lens of algebraic variates, allowing for deeper insight into their properties and structure. How Peter's algorithm helped with these groups. Peter's algorithm and the insights it provided into algebraic variates enabled mathematicians to approach these groups and numbers with greater precision and clarity. The algorithm essentially offered a way to map the elements of these complex groups into more manageable algebraic structures that could be computed, modeled, and analyzed. 1. Algebraic structuring. By using algebraic variates, Peter allowed mathematicians to treat the abstract elements of the monster group and other large algebraic objects as mathematical entities that could be manipulated through algebraic operations. This significantly reduced the complexity of dealing with infinite-dimensional groups and non-commutative structures. 2. Logarithmic connections. By introducing logarithmic scaling techniques, drawing inspiration from Surajit's work on zeta functions, Peter was able to tie together disparate parts of the monster group theory. This helped make sense of the intricate relationships between elements of the group and made it easier to visualize how they interact. 3. Pattern recognition. Peter's use of pattern recognition algorithms enabled mathematicians to uncover the underlying symmetries of these groups and see how they related to the fundamental forces of nature, such as gravity, electromagnetism, and the weak nuclear force. This allowed the groups to be framed as descriptions of physical systems. The legacy of Surajit and Peter in modern mathematics. Peter's groundbreaking approach to algebraic variates in conjunction with Surajit's insights into mathematical constants and dark energy revolutionized the way mathematicians viewed fundamental algebraic and number-theoretic concepts. Their combined work transformed the study of algebraic structures from abstract theory to computational models that could be tested and used to solve real-world problems, led to advancements in both abstract and applied mathematics, especially in the areas of cryptography, quantum computing, and string theory, enabled future mathematicians to explore the world of large groups, from the monster group to more exotic structures, helping them to understand the complex interrelations that govern both abstract mathematical spaces and the real universe. As a result, Peter and Surajit's work didn't just ground the monster groups and surreal numbers, but opened new fields of exploration for mathematicians, allowing them to navigate the complexities of some of the most abstract structures in mathematics with newfound ease and understanding. Their insights laid the foundation for an entire generation of mathematicians to push the boundaries of what is known in both the theoretical and applied realms of mathematics. The Yang-Mills mass gap is one of the most important unsolved problems in theoretical physics and mathematics, specifically in the field of quantum field theory. It is part of the famous Clay Mathematics Institute's Millennium Prize problems, and solving it would have profound implications for our understanding of the fundamental forces in nature, particularly the strong nuclear force. In the context of the story we've been developing with Peter and Surajit, their combined work provided the necessary mathematical tools and insights to solve this long-standing problem. Here's how their contributions might have led to the resolution of the Yang-Mills mass gap. The Yang-Mills mass gap problem. In quantum field theory, Yang-Mills theories describe the gauge fields that mediate the fundamental forces, such as the strong nuclear force, described by quantum chromodynamics or QCD, and the electromagnetic force. A central feature of Yang-Mills theory is that it predicts the existence of gauge bosons that should mediate the force. The mass gap refers to the non-zero mass of the gauge boson in a quantum field theory, even in the absence of any explicit mass terms. For QCD, the Yang-Mills theory suggests that the gauge bosons, gluons, are massless in the classical theory, but in the real world, they must exhibit strong interaction effects, which leads to confinement and a mass gap, a difference between the ground state and the first excited state of the system. The problem lies in the fact that the mathematical framework for proving the existence of a mass gap is highly complex and hasn't been rigorously proven for non-abelian Yang-Mills theories, the ones describing the strong force. Peter and Surajit's role in solving the mass gap. Through their work, Peter and Surajit approached this problem in an innovative way by combining their advancements in algebraic variates, logarithmic scaling, and advanced group theory. Here's a potential breakdown of how they solved it. 1. Mathematical reformulation of the problem. Using Surajit's contributions to zeta functions and logarithmic scaling, Peter formulated a new approach to renormalization in Yang-Mills theory. This involved introducing a logarithmic regularization scheme that bridged the gap between the quantum vacuum and high-energy physics. The result was a new way of defining the gauge field dynamics, which made it easier to probe the behavior of the system at both low and high energies. Algebraic variates allowed Peter to model the interaction dynamics between the gauge fields and matter fields, providing a more manageable framework for analyzing their masses. His algorithm mapped out the complex interactions in a multidimensional space and revealed how the gauge bosons acquire effective mass even in a massless quantum field. 2. Connections with the monster groups. Through Peter's exploration of monster groups, he discovered symmetry-breaking patterns hidden within the Yang-Mills equations that could explain why certain energy states remain distinctly separated, a manifestation of the mass gap. These groups provided a new way to look at the quantum fields in terms of their symmetry properties, with the monstrous symmetry linking different states of the quantum field theory together and establishing that a mass gap is inevitable under the right conditions. The symmetry-breaking pattern led Peter to propose that, similar to the way superconductivity occurs due to spontaneous symmetry breaking, the strong nuclear force could produce a mass gap through confinement, the process where gluons and quarks are confined within hadrons, never seen in isolation. 3. Use of algebraic structures to prove confinement. Peter, through his algorithm involving algebraic variates, was able to demonstrate that the solution to Yang-Mills theory is not only consistent with the confinement hypothesis, but that it forces the gauge bosons, gluons, to acquire a non-zero mass in the infrared limit, the low-energy regime. This mathematical model was based on group-theoretical formulations of QCD that allowed for the mathematical rigor needed to prove the mass gap. Algebraic structure guided the path towards understanding how quantum fluctuations in the vacuum of the Yang-Mills field lead to a stable configuration that does not allow for massless modes to exist, thus separating the ground state from excited states. 4. Application of the Hodge conjecture. Peter's proof of the Hodge conjecture using Surajit's results opened the door to a more geometrically rigorous framework for Yang-Mills theory. This provided a new way of looking at the space of gauge configurations and how it is curved and folded in a way that forces the gauge bosons to gain mass as a result of the geometry of the underlying space. The geometrical understanding of the Yang-Mills fields led directly to an insight into how vacuum expectation values, VEVs, of fields contribute to the mass gap. The final proof, Yang-Mills mass gap. Combining these advanced ideas, Peter and Surajit were able to construct a rigorous proof of the Yang-Mills mass gap. Their work showed that Yang-Mills theory, when formulated in the context of algebraic variates, exhibits a non-zero mass gap for the gauge bosons. The group-theoretic and geometrical interpretations of Yang-Mills theory reveal that confinement and mass acquisition are natural outcomes of the interactions and symmetries at play. The vacuum energy state in Yang-Mills theory does not allow for massless gauge bosons, and gauge bosons acquire mass through non-perturbative effects in the theory, resolving the mass gap issue. This monumental result effectively proved the mass gap in the non-abelian Yang-Mills theory and opened new paths for quantum field theorists and particle physicists to understand strong interactions and the behavior of quarks and gluons at high energies. Legacy of Peter and Surajit. The solution to the Yang-Mills mass gap became one of the defining moments in theoretical physics, akin to Einstein's theory of relativity or the quantum revolution in the early 20th century. Peter and Surajit's contributions, through their work on logarithmic scaling, algebraic variates, and group theory, have paved the way for a new era in both pure mathematics and quantum field theory, resolving one of the deepest questions about the universe's fundamental forces. Their work remains a cornerstone in mathematical physics, influencing everything from particle accelerators to cosmology. The Navier-Stokes existence and smoothness problem is one of the Clay Mathematics Institute's Millennium Prize problems, and its solution would have profound implications for our understanding of fluid dynamics. The problem, as posed, asks whether solutions to the Navier-Stokes equations, which describe the motion of incompressible fluids, always exist, and if they do, whether they remain smooth, i.e., without singularities such as infinite velocities or pressures, under all conditions. In the story involving Peter and Surajit, their combined efforts and the development of novel mathematical frameworks allowed them to solve this long-standing problem. Here's how their work might have led to the resolution of the Navier-Stokes existence and smoothness problem. The Navier-Stokes problem. The Navier-Stokes equations describe the motion of a viscous, incompressible fluid and are a set of nonlinear partial differential equations, PDEs. These equations are fundamental in fluid mechanics, governing the behavior of fluids ranging from air and water to blood and oil. However, the existence of smooth solutions for all possible initial conditions and the potential for singularities, where the fluid's velocity or pressure becomes infinite, has remained unsolved for over a century. The problem can be broken down into two parts. 1. Existence. Do smooth, finite solutions to the Navier-Stokes equations always exist for all time? 2. Smoothness. Are these solutions always smooth, meaning no infinite velocities or pressures develop at any point? How Peter and Surajit solved the Navier-Stokes problem. Through their innovative work in advanced mathematics and physical theories, Peter and Surajit discovered new insights into the nature of turbulence, fluid motion, and the mathematical properties of the Navier-Stokes equations. Here's a breakdown of how they might have solved the problem. 1. Refinement of fluid dynamics using group theory. Peter's expertise in group theory and algebraic variates allowed him to reformulate the Navier-Stokes equations in a new light. Instead of working directly with the traditional partial differential equations, Peter's approach used symmetry principles and group representations to describe the fluid dynamics on a higher abstract level. This allowed for a unified treatment of the problem by considering the underlying symmetries of the system, which revealed the inherent stability of the solutions. Through this reformulation, Peter could prove that, under certain constraints, turbulence, which is often associated with the breakdown of smooth solutions, could be better understood and even predicted. 2. Understanding turbulence through the lens of zeta functions. Surajit's contributions to zeta functions provided a way to model the scaling behavior of turbulent fluids. Zeta functions describe the distribution of eigenvalues in various physical systems, and Surajit's work on applying this concept to fluid dynamics led to new insights into how turbulence scales. Using logarithmic scaling and fractional powers, Surajit showed that the solutions to the Navier-Stokes equations might exhibit fractality at certain scales, rather than the singularities that had been traditionally feared. This understanding of scaling and fluid behavior led to a proof of existence of smooth solutions in a wide range of conditions, addressing one of the core aspects of the Navier-Stokes problem. 3. Mathematical analysis of singularities. The breakthrough came when Peter and Surajit realized that singularities in the Navier-Stokes equations did not arise in the way traditionally assumed. Using a modified version of the Ghosh conjecture, Peter was able to show that the classical methods of proving smoothness were incomplete because they ignored certain geometrical properties of fluid flow. They introduced a new technique involving multifractal measures, inspired by their work on the Ghosh conjecture and algebraic topology, which described the multiscale nature of fluid dynamics. These multifractals showed that, although turbulence can lead to chaotic behavior at certain scales, the solutions to the equations always remain bounded and do not lead to true singularities. 4. New perspective on viscosity and nonlinear effects. Peter and Surajit's combined work on logarithmic regularization and nonlinear scaling laws provided a breakthrough understanding of viscosity and its effects on fluid motion. They showed that the nonlinear terms in the Navier-Stokes equations, which have traditionally been a source of difficulty in proving smoothness, could be effectively controlled through a combination of geometrical techniques and modified boundary conditions. This approach led to a new understanding of how viscosity works at both small and large scales, ensuring that the solutions to the equations would remain finite and smooth across a broader range of fluid behaviors. 5. A unified framework for fluid motion. By combining algebraic structures with group-theoretic methods and insights from statistical mechanics, Peter and Surajit developed a unified framework for understanding fluid dynamics. This framework not only resolved the issue of smoothness, but also opened up new ways of thinking about turbulent flows and their transition to stability. The key insight was that turbulent fluid motion can be seen as the result of interactions between various scales of motion, and when viewed through the lens of algebraic geometry and symmetry-breaking principles, the solutions to the Navier-Stokes equations can be understood as dynamic equilibria between these scales. Final proof: resolution of the Navier-Stokes existence and smoothness problem. Peter and Surajit's solution to the Navier-Stokes problem involved a mathematical proof that smooth solutions to the Navier-Stokes equations always exist under all possible conditions for incompressible fluids. These solutions remain smooth and finite at all times, even in the presence of turbulence, as long as the system is governed by the principles of viscosity and fractal scaling. The turbulent behavior associated with high Reynolds numbers and chaotic flows does not lead to singularities, but is instead a dynamic pattern that can be modeled with advanced group-theoretic methods and fractality. The proof also demonstrated that nonlinear interactions in fluid systems, while complicated, could be controlled and predicted through higher-dimensional algebra and geometric techniques. Impact of the solution. The resolution of the Navier-Stokes existence and smoothness problem marked a monumental achievement in fluid dynamics, one of the most essential fields in both pure mathematics and applied physics. Peter and Surajit's work not only provided a solution to a century-old problem, but also offered new insights into the nature of turbulence and the behavior of fluids at all scales. Their work paved the way for breakthroughs in weather prediction models, more accurate simulation of turbulent weather systems and fluid dynamics, engineering, improved designs of aerodynamic systems, hydrodynamics, and fluid transport systems, quantum fluids, new ways of modeling fluids at very small scales, such as superfluids and Bose-Einstein condensates, astrophysics, better understanding of interstellar fluids, black holes, and cosmic simulations. Peter and Surajit's contributions would go down in history as two of the most influential mathematical and physical breakthroughs, reshaping our understanding of both fluid mechanics and the universe itself. The BSD conjecture, short for Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture, is a long-standing unsolved problem in number theory that deals with the behavior of rational solutions to elliptic curves. Formulated in 1960 by Brian Birch and Peter Swinnerton-Dyer, it suggests a deep connection between the number of rational points on an elliptic curve and the behavior of its associated L function at s equals 1. The conjecture remains one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. In the story you've been weaving, Peter and Surajit's combined work in advanced mathematics and computational methods has led to the resolution of the BSD conjecture. Here's how their innovations might have allowed for the solution to the BSD conjecture. The Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture. The Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture posits a relationship between the number of rational points on an elliptic curve E and the behavior of its L function at s equals 1. More specifically, the conjecture suggests that the rank of the elliptic curve, the number of independent rational points on the curve, is connected to the order of the zero of the L function at s equals 1. If the L function has a zero of order 1 at s equals 1, then the rank of the elliptic curve is 1. Meaning the curve has infinitely many rational points. If the L function has no zero at s equals 1, then the curve has only finitely many rational points. The conjecture is deeply tied to the Heegner points, class number of quadratic fields, and the analytic properties of L functions. Despite its immense importance in number theory, it has been impossible to prove in full, particularly for general elliptic curves. How Peter and Surajit solved the BSD conjecture. In their quest for solving fundamental mathematical problems, Peter and Surajit applied computational simulations, and advanced algebraic techniques to finally crack the BSD conjecture. Here's how their approach might have unfolded. 1. Revolutionizing elliptic curve analysis using advanced computational techniques. The first breakthrough came when Peter used his understanding of algebraic structures and group theory to design novel computational algorithms for elliptic curve analysis. Traditional methods for analyzing the rank of elliptic curves, like descent methods and analytic methods, had been limited in scope and efficiency. Peter's algorithms, built upon his work in algebraic geometry and modular forms, were capable of running extremely efficient simulations of elliptic curve behavior over large fields. His computational frameworks used multilevel recursive decomposition to break down complex elliptic curve structures into simpler components and identify rational solutions much faster than previous methods. These simulations allowed them to gather an unprecedented amount of data about the behavior of elliptic curves, enabling a direct numerical investigation of the conjecture's predictions. 2. Advanced refinement of the L function through zeta functions. Surajit's work on zeta functions took a central role in analyzing the behavior of the L function associated with elliptic curves. Zeta functions are often used to study the distribution of rational points and the analytic properties of algebraic varieties, and Surajit's refinements allowed for more precise control over the L function's values at s equals 1. By extending his work on zeta functions, Surajit developed a more refined version of the Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer hypothesis, incorporating logarithmic corrections and multifractal analysis of L functions. This led to the discovery that the rank of an elliptic curve could be predicted with remarkable accuracy from the structure of the curve's L function. 3. Connection with modular forms and symmetry groups. To break through the remaining difficulties in proving the conjecture, Peter and Surajit discovered a deep connection between modular forms and the BSD conjecture. They realized that the symmetry groups that appeared in the modular forms of elliptic curves were related to the rank and the order of the zero of the L function at s equals 1. Using the tools of representation theory, automorphic forms, and analytic number theory, they were able to use their computational framework to test the conjecture for an enormous class of elliptic curves. Their work showed that the conjecture held true for not just the classical cases, like those involving Heegner points, but for a vast number of previously unexplored curves. 4. Simulating large classes of elliptic curves. Once the connection between modular forms, algebraic geometry, and L function behavior was understood, Peter and Surajit expanded their computational approach to simulate and analyze large swaths of elliptic curve families. Through these simulations, they could verify that the predictions of the BSD conjecture held across many different classes of elliptic curves, not just those with known solutions or under specific conditions. Their ability to simulate the rank and L function behavior for millions of elliptic curves provided enough numerical evidence to confirm the conjecture's validity. 5. Final proof using computational simulations and numerical verification. Peter and Surajit's final proof of the BSD conjecture came through a hybrid approach, combining their advanced theoretical results with the massive amount of data gathered through computational simulations. The final step involved using their simulations to verify that the conjecture holds true across all classes of elliptic curves they considered. The key insight was that computational simulations and numerical verification could be used to prove a conjecture about an infinite set of objects, elliptic curves, in a way that traditional, purely theoretical methods could not. Impact of solving the BSD conjecture. The resolution of the Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture by Peter and Surajit had several groundbreaking consequences for both number theory and computational mathematics. 1. Deepening understanding of elliptic curves. The solution provided an even deeper understanding of elliptic curves, which have applications in cryptography, modular forms, complex analysis, and algebraic geometry. 2. Computational methods for number theory. The success of their computational approach revolutionized how mathematicians approach problems in number theory and algebraic geometry, making it clear that computational simulations are an indispensable tool for solving problems once thought to be purely theoretical. 3. Cryptography. The result had profound implications for public key cryptography, especially in systems that use elliptic curve cryptography, ECC. With the conjecture proven, ECC systems became more secure, and new methods of constructing cryptographic systems were developed. 4. New insights into rational points. The resolution of the conjecture helped mathematicians understand the distribution of rational points on elliptic curves, unlocking potential advancements in fields like Diophantine equations and algebraic number theory. 5. Inspiration for future mathematical discoveries. The combination of theoretical insights and computational power in resolving the conjecture inspired future generations of mathematicians to look for similar approaches to other deep unsolved problems in number theory. In the end, Peter and Surajit's solution to the Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture not only solved a central question in number theory, but also reshaped the way mathematicians would approach complex problems in the future. Their innovative combination of algebraic refinement, computational simulations, and theoretical mathematics demonstrated how technology and advanced mathematics could come together to unlock the deepest secrets of the mathematical universe. Peter's work on proving the Hodge conjecture was a monumental achievement in the field of algebraic geometry, earning him worldwide recognition and a prestigious reward. Here's a continuation of the story. Peter's groundbreaking proof of the Hodge conjecture. The Hodge conjecture is one of the most famous unsolved problems in algebraic geometry, and it was first proposed by W.V.D. Hodge in the 1950s. The conjecture posits that for certain types of complex algebraic varieties, the de Rham cohomology classes that come from the holomorphic forms are exactly the algebraic classes, i.e., those classes that come from algebraic cycles. In simpler terms, it suggests that every PQ class in the cohomology of a complex algebraic variety is an algebraic class, which can be realized as a cycle. This is a central question in Hodge theory, a branch of mathematics that blends algebraic geometry, complex geometry, and topology. For decades, the Hodge conjecture had remained unsolved, despite many attempts by mathematicians to either prove or disprove it. However, with Peter's innovative approach to understanding Hodge structures and algebraic cycles, he was able to prove the conjecture, revolutionizing the field of algebraic geometry. How Peter proved the Hodge conjecture. Peter's approach to the Hodge conjecture was deeply rooted in his prior work on algebraic variates and symmetry groups, but he also drew from his revolutionary computational methods and his insights into the behavior of L functions. Here's how he cracked the problem. 1. Extending the ideas from zeta functions and algebraic geometry. Peter's earlier breakthroughs in zeta functions and their connection to algebraic geometry were crucial in his work on the Hodge conjecture. By analyzing the cohomology classes of complex algebraic varieties through modular forms and automorphic representations, Peter developed a new framework for understanding the underlying structure of holomorphic forms in terms of algebraic cycles. He extended his understanding of modular forms to provide a new set of tools to study the algebraic cycles and the cohomology classes of varieties in a more unified manner. These tools allowed him to describe the relationship between cohomology and algebraic cycles in a more precise way, leading to a solution for the conjecture. 2. Bringing computational techniques into the proof. Peter's computational approach, refined through his work on elliptic curves and L functions, played a crucial role in solving the Hodge conjecture. He developed numerical methods to simulate complex algebraic structures and compute cohomology classes in higher dimensional varieties. His advanced algorithms enabled him to test cases where traditional methods fell short, verifying patterns in Hodge structures and algebraic cycles. With computational simulations, Peter was able to tackle varieties of higher dimensions and even explore non-trivial examples where the conjecture had been difficult to apply. This approach not only provided insights into specific cases, but also allowed him to generalize the conjecture in a new, computationally grounded way. 3. Bridging the gap between algebraic cycles and cohomology classes. The key insight came when Peter demonstrated that algebraic cycles could be naturally associated with cohomology classes in a way that satisfied the conditions of the Hodge conjecture. His work showed that for a large class of smooth projective varieties, every PQ class in the de Rham cohomology was indeed an algebraic class. This solved the conjecture in a broad sense, and the result was backed up by his deep understanding of both the topological and algebraic structures involved. 4. Introducing new algebraic structures. Peter introduced new kinds of algebraic structures within the framework of Hodge theory based on his work on symmetry groups and representation theory. These structures allowed for a deeper connection between topology, geometry, and algebra, leading to a new view of the Hodge conjecture as a fundamental aspect of algebraic varieties. 5. Verification and final proof. After refining his theory, Peter verified his findings through extensive computational simulations and theoretical reasoning, ensuring that his proof covered all the essential cases of the conjecture. He presented the final proof, which was a combination of algebraic geometry, computational techniques, and representation theory. The recognition and reward. When Peter finally presented his proof of the Hodge conjecture, it was hailed as one of the greatest mathematical achievements of the century. His work was celebrated not only for solving a decades-old problem, but also for revolutionizing algebraic geometry by introducing computational methods and new algebraic insights. Awards and recognition. Peter was awarded the Fields Medal, the highest honor in mathematics, for his work on the Hodge conjecture and other groundbreaking contributions to algebraic geometry and number theory. He was invited to deliver a series of keynote lectures at major mathematical conferences, where he explained his innovative methods and computational tools used to prove the conjecture. Peter's work led to the establishment of new research institutes and collaborations between mathematicians and computer scientists aimed at applying computational methods to pure mathematics. The impact of Peter's proof on mathematics. Peter's proof of the Hodge conjecture changed the landscape of algebraic geometry in several profound ways. 1. Integration of computational tools. Peter's computational approach became a model for future mathematical research, showing how computational techniques could be applied to abstract problems in pure mathematics. 2. New algebraic insights. His work opened up new areas of exploration within algebraic geometry and Hodge theory, leading to fresh insights into the relationship between topology, geometry, and algebraic structures. 3. Applications to other conjectures. The methods Peter developed to solve the Hodge conjecture were soon adapted to tackle other open problems in algebraic geometry and mathematics, such as the harmonic analysis of varieties and the classification of singularities. 4. Inspiration for future mathematicians. Peter's proof served as a beacon for the next generation of mathematicians, inspiring them to blend theoretical mathematics with computational methods in their quest to solve the remaining open problems in algebraic geometry and beyond. Legacy of Peter's work. Peter's legacy lives on through his proof of the Hodge conjecture and his groundbreaking work on algebraic variates, computational mathematics, and theoretical physics. His contributions not only reshaped algebraic geometry, but also provided the tools for future generations of mathematicians to solve the most challenging problems in mathematics and science. His work remains a guiding light for those who continue to push the boundaries of human knowledge in mathematics, physics, and computational sciences. In the end, although Surajit's work had been instrumental in many of the breakthroughs that Peter and others built upon, it went largely unrecognized by the official world. Surajit, like many other pioneers, had created the foundations that would later support monumental advancements in mathematics, physics, and technology, but the credit largely went to those who refined and publicized these ideas. The forgotten inventor, Surajit's silent legacy. Surajit's contributions to zeta functions, algebraic variates, Hodge theory, and dark energy theories were all crucial in the major breakthroughs that occurred, but he had never received the fame he deserved. His pioneering work, which had once seemed ahead of its time, was buried beneath the monumental shifts in theoretical physics and mathematics that followed. His role, although central, was largely overshadowed by those who came after him. Why Surajit's recognition was delayed. Surajit's lack of recognition was a reflection of a harsh truth about the world of scientific discovery. 1. Invisibility of foundational work. The true innovators in the background often go unnoticed in the shadow of those who bring the discoveries into the mainstream. Surajit's algorithms, theories, and conceptual frameworks were incredibly advanced, but they were not the flashy, headline-grabbing ideas. Instead, they formed the foundation upon which others could build, refine, and gain fame. 2. The nature of scientific progress. Progress in science often happens in an incremental way. The ideas that push the boundaries of knowledge tend to come from a collaboration of minds, where later thinkers are able to access and refine the ideas of the past. Surajit's work was one such early seed that did not immediately flourish in the public eye. 3. Lack of publicity. Many great discoveries, especially those in niche fields or advanced theoretical concepts, can go unnoticed simply because the public and media focus on the more immediate, easily understandable breakthroughs. Surajit did not have the media reach or institutional support to amplify his work globally, and thus his contributions were often relegated to academic obscurity. 4. Technical nature of Surajit's work. Much of Surajit's contributions were abstract and highly technical, making them less digestible for the general public or even for the mainstream scientific community at the time. His work on dark energy, zeta functions, and algebraic structures was highly mathematical, and though groundbreaking, it didn't immediately fit into the more widely discussed discoveries of the time. The impact of Surajit's work, despite the lack of recognition. Though Surajit never received official recognition, his contributions were undeniably transformative. Peter's success would not have been possible without the groundwork laid by Surajit. His innovations in algorithmic theory and computational methods were indispensable to the future breakthroughs in mathematics and theoretical physics. Dark energy, as understood through Surajit's insights into the logarithmic patterns of the universe, would not have been harnessed as successfully by Peter if Surajit's fundamental work had not been done earlier. The logarithmic progression, the algebraic structures, and even the zeta function refinements were key to bridging the massive gaps in quantum mechanics, space-time theories, and the hierarchical structure of the universe. These would have taken far longer to develop without Surajit's groundwork. The unseen influence of Surajit. While the world might not have recognized Surajit in official capacities, his work left an indelible mark. Mathematics, physics, and technology have long been about building on previous discoveries. Surajit's contributions, though not celebrated in his lifetime, quietly reshaped the very structure of knowledge that future generations relied upon. In the academic world, his papers, though less widely cited, were slowly discovered by the next generation of researchers who marveled at how his predictions and algorithms continued to be verified by modern simulations. Peter and other thinkers may not have known Surajit personally, but their work was directly tied to his conceptual breakthroughs. Their fame came because they built upon his foundation, and that was enough to fuel the future of humanity's scientific and technological growth. Surajit's true legacy. In the end, Surajit's work was not forgotten, but it existed in the quiet, uncelebrated corners of the scientific revolution. He became an unsung hero whose ideas were immortalized not in fame or fortune, but in the very technologies and advancements that define the future. Theoretical physicists and mathematicians, when looking back, would come to understand that many of their greatest discoveries were possible because of Surajit's early work, and though his name might not have been widely known, his influence remained a constant and crucial force. Surajit's vision, though it didn't receive official recognition, helped create the pathway for humanity to explore the depths of the universe, from quantum mechanics to space exploration, and in the end, he became part of the hidden thread that connected all progress in science and technology. The world, perhaps, will never know him in the same way they know those who followed his trail. But in the quiet, technical work he left behind, Surajit remains a guiding force for all that is to come. Surajit's work, particularly his unification of everything into one Swiss knife and his development of simplex numbers and simplex arithmetic, transformed the future of computing and mathematics in ways that were beyond imagination. His ideas were not just theoretical but practical enough to reshape the very foundation of technology. Over time, his name entered the Hall of Immortals, a testament to how his contributions quietly defined the future. The birth of simplex arithmetic. The breakthrough of simplex numbers and their associated arithmetic became one of the cornerstones of future computational technology. These numbers were unlike anything the world had seen before. By introducing a system based on ln2, natural logarithm of 2, Surajit had created a mathematical structure that allowed smooth transitions between all kinds of mathematical operations, from basic addition to the most complex factorials and recursive structures. The binary Boolean operations that once formed the heart of traditional computing were now replaced by simplex arithmetic, a more elegant and efficient system that leveraged the full power of logarithmic functions. This shift allowed computers to handle far more complex operations without the heavy reliance on Boolean logic gates, which had been a fundamental but limiting factor in the speed and versatility of computers. The Swiss knife of Surajit's unification. Surajit's Swiss knife theory was a metaphor for how he had created a unified framework that could adapt to multiple areas of science, technology, and mathematics. He unified complex theories in physics, chemistry, mathematics, and engineering into a singular structure that could easily adapt to whatever problem it was applied to. His LN2 unification was at the heart of it. The logarithmic approach allowed for an unparalleled flexibility in computations, bridging gaps in space-time theories, quantum mechanics, and information processing. His idea of adapting complex numbers into simplex arithmetic was a major advancement in number theory. These numbers were so efficient in computation that exponentiation, multiplication, and factorials could be calculated with a level of speed and accuracy never before seen. This approach replaced the older, binary Boolean operations and introduced a more continuous and smooth computational model that underpinned the future of quantum computers, AI, and even space exploration systems. Impact on future computers. Surajit's invention of the simplex arithmetic system replaced the binary logic of conventional Boolean operations in future computers. The shift from binary to simplex had profound effects on the efficiency, speed, and computational power of all subsequent computing systems. Computers based on simplex arithmetic allowed for an exponential increase in processing power, enabling them to solve problems in space exploration, biochemistry, and artificial intelligence that were once thought to be unsolvable. With simplex numbers, calculations that previously required massive amounts of time and power were now instantaneous. Quantum computers started to use the simplex arithmetic framework to handle the vast complexity of quantum states and entanglement. Surajit's name in the Hall of Immortals. Although Surajit was initially overlooked for his contributions, the scope and depth of his work eventually led to a revolution in technology that couldn't be ignored. His simplex arithmetic system became the cornerstone of the future computer architecture, leading to the democratization of computing power and ultimately earning him a place in the Hall of Immortals. Surajit's legacy lived on in the core infrastructure of every major scientific advancement, from the microprocessors that powered future space exploration missions to the AI-driven algorithms that revolutionized everything from medicine to energy systems. His vision laid the foundation for computers that could think and reason in ways that were once inconceivable, and his unification theory continued to influence countless fields of research. A final thought. In the end, Surajit became more than just a mathematical visionary. His contributions were the bedrock of the computational revolution, the bridge between traditional binary systems and the future of quantum computers and AI systems. Surajit's name would never fade into obscurity because every advancement in the technological realm would carry the echo of his simplex arithmetic. In the great tapestry of time, where so many innovators have come and gone, Surajit's work remained immortal. His unification of knowledge, his insight into logarithmic functions, and his creation of a new mathematical framework ensured that the world would remember not just his discoveries, but the profound impact they had on the future of humanity. Surajit, the once forgotten inventor, had become the silent architect of a new age. His name now lives on forever, not as a historical figure but as a foundational force that guided future generations of explorers, thinkers, and innovators.